There we go. Wait, what the hell? Oh no! Okay, there we go. All right, here we are. Little hiccup at the beginning of the stream, whatever. I take that as a good omen, actually, right? Just, good luck. A bit of good luck right at the start of the stream. What's up, everybody? I hope everybody had a good morning. I did. I got a good chunk of work done. Just a heads up, right? After this stream, two things. Two things. One, you're not going to hear from me until probably Monday, right? There won't be any. I might not even stream then because I'm really trying to get this video out with a few days to spare in the month because I just want to have a decompression I want to have a decompression part of the month so I can do some other shit. I'm going to be moving soon, and also I have to prepare for content in spring. Spring's going to be a very big season for me this year. I have a lot of big shit in spring and in summer. I'm probably going to be like going all gas, no brakes until fucking winter. No, autumn this year, probably. So I gotta prepare for that. So I'm gonna work on getting this video out as soon as I can. Not rushing it, because it's gotta be of a certain quality. So, but also after this, I am not talking about Comet Skate anymore. Not for a while. Not until something wild happens. I've been talking about him a lot this month. I didn't expect to talk about Comet Skate this frequently, but it turned out that way. And I think this is gonna be the last Comet Skate stream until I do, I don't know, until I make a CG video. Until the CG video comes out, whenever it comes out, probably before spring or shortly into spring. When that video comes out, I will resume talking about Comet Skate again. Until then, we're gonna give Ethan and all of them a break. Anyway, this is, hold on, let me put it on the screen. The VODs. This is where all the VODs go. MikeyNohMore stream VODs. Check this out whenever you guys want to see this. And okay, we're just gonna get straight into it. We're gonna get straight into this trash cast. He said it was over. EVS said two things. He said, first off, big ups to Eric July getting a shout out on Joe Rogan's podcast. Matter of fact, let me look that up real quick. Let me look that up real quick. I should have saved that. Joe Rogan, Eric July. Because that's kind of a big deal. that actually is like, hold on, let me see. It's right. No, it's right. Oh, okay. Here it is, here it is, here it is. Right here. Okay, Eric July got a shout out now it wasn't by Joe Rogan himself. Joe Rogan himself isn't a Rippaverse fan yet. But a dude who was, he came on there and he was talking about how Eric July, there's this guy called Eric July, and he's started his own comic book empire from his YouTube channel and shit like that. And they don't even have to ship through Diamond and stuff. And it was a little sound bite. But hey, that's more than basically anybody else in this region of online comic book creators has ever gotten. And it's a pretty big deal. Biggest podcast in the world. You get a shout out. So, that's something. Big up Eric July. Still got some motion. And he ended up, well, he didn't. This has nothing to do. What we're about to talk about has literally nothing to do with Eric July. It has to do with a fan of Eric July called Shine Comics, who is a black comic book creator. So, of course, well, not creator. He's a black comic book fan who's a YouTube content creator who talks about comics. So, of course, Ethan Van Sciver has beef with him. He probably have beef with him even if he wasn't a fan of Eric July in the Rippaverse. I just want to point something out. I'm not a fan of the Rippaverse. I'm not saying that I hate the Rippaverse. What I'm saying is I have never read a Rippaverse comic. I've never read any comic from Comicsgate. I've never read any comic from this entire sphere, this entire universe, with the exception of two. The original Jawbreakers by Richard C. Meyer, and what was it? Fucking Alt Hero by Teddy Spaghetti. Well, it wasn't really by him, but you know what I'm saying. Those are the only two comics. Oh, and Common America. But Tim Lim technically isn't part of this sector anymore. So those are the only comics I've read. So I'm not a fan of Eric July or Rippaverse because I don't think you can be a fan of something if you don't actually engage in the content, right? There are people who would argue otherwise. There are people, and this is really bad in fighting games, right? It's like, Aldo, you want to play Guilty Gear. God forbid you want to play the latest Guilty Gear. You want to play Guilty Gear Strive. There are a lot of people who call themselves Guilty Gear Strive fans who literally barely, if ever, touch the games, right? They just consume content via memes and porn, and that's it. And they call themselves Guilty Gear fans because they just goon to the characters in the game and shit like that. I don't consider those people real fans of that medium. I feel like if you're gonna be a fan of something, you actually have to fuck with it. You got to engage with it on some level, right? So we're gonna get into this. This starts off pretty innocuously. It's gonna start off with Shine. He's gonna come into this trash cast that Ethan Van Sciver said he was done with. He said he was done with trash cast. He said he was done talking about Eric July. And of course, he went right back to it because what the fuck else is he gonna do, right? Draw? Fuck no, nigga. He's not gonna draw for a living. He's not gonna actually act like a veteran comic book pro that he is and just make his comic. No, he's gonna come here and he's gonna talk about drama and obsess about Eric July and say that the sky is just chicken littling it. Just chicken littling it up, but only about Rippaverse and how it's going to fail in 2 more weeks. Yes, performative fandom. That's a good thing to say about it. I don't like that shit. And I'm not going to pretend to be like that for Eric July. The only reason why I take Eric July's side in this is because I hate Comicsgate. I don't like Ethan Van Sciver, and I don't like them because they're full of grifters and liars and drama mongers and gay oppers. And really, the fucking drama mongering would be fine if they weren't fucking liars and grifters all the time. And their opposition against Eric July, who's literally just like minding his own business and delivering the product that people give him money for, just has coincidentally put me and a lot of other people on his side. Like, it's what a lot of people don't understand. They come at me, or they come at the Kino Casino, or they come at other people who like, you guys don't even read Rippaverse comics. And it's like, yeah, nigga, we didn't get here because we were Rippaverse fans. We got here because we didn't like fucking Comicsgate and Ethan Van Sciver because they were acting gay. And by coincidence, we ended up on Eric July's side. It's like, So anyway, he's here and he's obsessing about Eric July again. And then Shine shows up in his chat. And he's like, hey, bro, what are you doing? What are you doing, EVS? You're supposed to be a legend, bro. I used to look up to you, man. I used to read all your books, man. You're like my daddy for real. He didn't go that hard. But, it's basically, he was very ashamed of how EVS was carrying himself.
Honestly. Do you have tips for new writers when it comes to comics? That's such a broad thing. I mean, I talk about a lot of this stuff in my book. But there's a lot of material out there that you can get. If you're talking about straight comics, like the actual craft of it, Eisner has a book. You got Stan Lee's How to Draw
here's
or Write Comics the
hey
Marvel
man,
way.
what's up? I brought you up early.
Bro, you used to be a comic legend. What do you gain from these lives? Right? Just calls them out immediately. It's like, what are you doing, man? You're better than this. No, he's not. The problem with Shine's problem here is that he holds Ethan Van Sciver to a level of esteem. He just does it like this is actually Ethan Van Sciver. I'm going to get to this when I do get to the Comicsgate documentary, whenever it comes out or whatever, is that this actually is just how Ethan Van Sciver has always been his whole life. And the only reason why he was holding it together is because while he was working in the industry, he never had a vector to express his true vices, his true personality flaws. This is how he is when he has complete autonomy over everything. He's just a lazy, vindictive control freak, basically. So no,
Earlier in the show.
he's not better than this Shine. He was always like this. He was able to cover it up back when he was working in the industry.
Bro, you used to be a comic legend. What do you gain from these lives? You mean lies? Do you want to come in here and talk?
Just lies? No, he meant lives, bro. He didn't mean lies. He thinks he's calling him a liar. He should, because you are, but he was just specifically saying lives.
I'll send you the link. Yeah, I saw that like you're being bothered by people who are pretending to represent me in some way.
Are we really supposed to believe that? Are we really supposed to believe that the people who are fucking with Shine and just going at him for being a Rippaverse fan aren't really Comicsgate people, Ethan? Are we really supposed to believe that? Now, I can say maybe you weren't the one who sent them, but this is how a lot of CG people have acted before. I can tell you that.
Let me just tell you something. Our politics aside, like I don't know what your politics are. Obviously, you don't have respect for me. That's okay. But like just to let you know, those people are trying to hurt me by pretending to represent me and coming after you. But I have absolutely nothing against you or anything that you're saying. We could argue about comics and probably have a good time doing it. But just so that you know, yeah, there are people who will say, I'm Comicsgate. How come you're not buying Cyberfrog? And then use the N-word at you and shit, you know, to try to make you
I mean, you gotta say hibbity jibbity. Again, we're gonna get to this, but it's like the racism against specifically Eric July. You guys know I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about anybody being like racist or saying nigger or any shit. Like I don't give a fuck. That doesn't even bother me. But it is what it is. You can call a spade, bro. Cause y'all be going off on this Negro right here. And for like it'd be really out of pocket. It really does not justify it. Because he doesn't even act like that sort of Eric July doesn't even act like that sort of black. He's not a YN. He's not a nigga who's just like out in the streets, who's not minding his own business. He's a family man. He's a married dude who with like a kid that he's taking care of, and he has his own business and shit, and he doesn't get involved in any sort of crime or whatever. He is a law-abiding citizen, despite being a libertarian.
Have you turn on me too. It's just stupid. But anyway, if you want to come in here and talk about argue or whatever that is, I'll treat you with respect. You just let me.
Hibbity jibbity, right? Hibbity jibbity, all that sort of shit, I forgot what they were called. When white people used to paint their faces like they were Mr. Popo from Dragon Ball and shit like that. That sort of shit. They've been doing stuff like that against Eric July for years.
You know, yeah, that's
anyway, we're gonna fast forward to 14, 15, and I'm sorry, I'm missing a lot of super chats, but I just wanted to get through that intro real quick. Blackface, yeah, they basically been doing minstrel shows and shit about Eric July, and it's only because he's black, because he does not carry himself like that at all. He's not even that stereotype of a black guy. Okay. Bean, thank you for $2. Suffazet. David Naren, thank you for $4.99. Hey, Mikey, I've been loving the content and the streams. Keep up the good work, man. Hey, thanks, bro. Quiet Rioter, what's up, man? Thank you for $5. I finally cracked open my copies of Jawbreakers and Cyberfrog. I didn't realize I have better things to do and went to work. Well, at least you got your comics, bro. There are a lot of people who can't even say that much. Joe Music, thank you for $2. Zach in the chat, guess no good comics to read. Garfield's Bizarre Adventure, thank you for $5. Funniest part is that Pod Awful said the only reason he knows Eric July's comic characters is because Comicsgate won't stop talking about him. And that's another thing, right? Comicsgate has spent more time talking about Isom and Yaira and Gooding and Alpha Core and all these other motherfuckers than they have been talking about any of the comic characters that they made. Like, for real, Ethan Van Sciver, I really do think in these past 2 years, he has talked about Isom and Yaira and all of Eric July's characters more than he's talked about Cyberfrog. I know for a fact that your boy Zach has talked about Eric July's characters more than he's talked about any of his. Your boy Zach doesn't even give a fuck about his characters for real because he keeps trying to kill him every second issue. Mr. Zeus, thank you for the £2. EVS even admitted he's jealous of EJ in any way. Oh, has EVS ever admitted he's jealous of EJ in any way? Well, no, he would never admit that, even though it's obvious. It's obvious that he's envious of Eric July, and also Tim Lim, and also Doug Tenaple. I wanted to put this in my original Comicsgate documentary, but it was very obvious to me that Ethan Van Sciver was jealous of Doug Tenaple, because Doug Tenaple, the original Cyberfrog was launched, and I don't mean like the Cyberfrog, the reboot of Cyberfrog that he did after his contract, after he got let go, he left DC. I mean the original Cyberfrog that he made back in the 90s. That was launched the same year that the original Earthworm Jim game came out, right? So while EVS was a fledgling in the industry and working his way through there, Doug Tenaple had already accomplished basically making himself an industry legend. He had the video game, he had the cartoon, and when he joined Comicsgate, honestly, he was better at delivering high quality products than almost anybody else in CG. And he just further made EVS look bad. He's kind of like the proto Eric July is Tim Lim. And then it was Doug Tenaple. But it's like those guys, right? EVS, he hates when he gets outdone by anybody in Comicsgate because it's his stomping ground, right? He's a slumlord. EVS is a slumlord, and Comicsgate is his favela, his personal ghetto. And he doesn't care about it ever being, he doesn't want to build it up or anything like that. He just hates when people leave. He's like a dictator. He's like a communist dictator. He doesn't care that his country is shit and that there's all of these types of famines and everybody's poor and the infrastructure is shit. He doesn't give a fuck so long as he's on top of it and nobody gets to leave, essentially. Vince12, thank you for $5. How can you say you hate Blue Spike for what he did to Chris? You never even read Sonichu. If you did, you'd agree with me that Chris deserved it. Thanks for the $5, bro. Creeper Weirdo, thank you for $5. EVS's saving grace is that his streams are so insufferably boring. It means you have to work harder to A-log him. And I do credit a lot. All of you dedicated anti-CG guys, yo, I fuck with you guys heavy. Because if it wasn't for you guys, if it wasn't for the Wiggles, if it wasn't for the Lord Raptor Jesuses and Panboys and War Campaign and all Student of Gods, Vickies, all you guys, I would not be able to do if I wouldn't be able to A-log Comicsgate myself as effectively as I do. Because I do go through a lot of you guys. You guys are my portals, essentially. Because it's a lot of bullshit to get through. And a lot of it is just worthless garbage. Like, not even good enough to A-log somebody with. Anyway, hail everybody in chat. All right, let's get started. This is when Shine shows up. A Creeper Weirdo, thank you for another $5. Doug Tenaple is a bit of a douche, but if he put out Earthworm Jim or Bigfoot Bill 3 or both, I'm buying them. So good, even with the Ricada reference. That's true. I'll give this. It was the Ricada sweeping and all that shit, and also kind of, you know, the political grifting and shit, because he did do that for a while. And his channel, his original political grifter channel, Doug Tenaple, before it got nuked by YouTube, that motherfucker was banging it out. Like, he was getting over six digits worth of views on every single video. He's getting millions of views a month. He would start at his peak. At his peak, I really do think Doug Tenaple was being a better political grifter than even the Quartering was, and YouTube just nuked it. So, you know, RIP his OG channel. But I won't deny that the motherfucker is talented as hell. One of the greatest cartoonists ever.
And
alive, anyway.
Get
All right,
your
hold
shit.
on a second.
Oh, he got the channel back, Yellow Flash. Well, hey, good for Doug.
Let's pause, Eric, for a minute. What's up, Shine Comics? How are you?
What's going on, man? I'm doing pretty decent.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Should I get rid of Eric here and let's just chat, just you and me. I saw you today because some people tagged me in somebody sent you. I mean, obviously, you know that the person who sent that to you had 0 fans, 0 followers, or anything like that. It's like a made-up thing.
Right.
I got people going around trying to turn a certain, crowd of folks who might be on the left against me. So somebody put Cyberfrog.
Do you really think anybody on the left needs any encouragement to be anti-CG? I feel like those are the people who would be anti whatever the fuck you and your group have going on regardless. Like, de facto, you could literally be doing nothing wrong. These are the type of people. These are the type of people like the guy we talked about on last stream, Blurred, right? Blurred. People like Blurred and Actual Fandom and Organized Chaos. Those niggas are gonna hate CG no matter what. They don't even need a reason.
There, my character, and then started sending you a bunch of abusive shit. I want to tell you that
He is super paranoid.
that wasn't me.
Part of the reason for the paranoia is that he does do a lot of the shit that he accuses other people of doing. So he just always assumes that he's gonna get a taste of his own medicine.
Or anybody that I know. And then
That's the scariest thing for Ethan. The scariest thing for Ethan is that people are gonna treat him the way he treats other people. He can't stand that.
disavow that and resent that happened to you, because I can tell you're a real comic book fan, even if we disagree about some things. So just so you know, that was what's known as a gay op. That was somebody pretending to, create a scenario to piss you off
He knows all about gay ops, doesn't he?
and to hurt me, essentially. So
Right now, for sure. I get like I didn't tie it to anybody. Like I didn't know who did it. Like I get all types of DMs like every single day, like from different people, like just like that. So I didn't tie it to a specific person, but yeah, like I guess from my perspective, like I'm not trying to like play like the centrist role. Like,
Wait, Actual Fandom genuinely believes that Epstein was involved in creating Comicsgate? Doesn't Actual Fandom, doesn't that guy like actually believe in decriminalizing pedophilia or some shit like that? I feel like he's not as I feel like he and Epstein would agree on more things than anybody in Comicsgate or stuff like that would agree on.
that's not.
Also, I love how this is something that Review Tech USA did too, is when the Epstein files came out, he was like, all you anti-woke people are dumb because everything you believe in, everything from Gamergate until now, it was just shit that Epstein came up with. You guys are just believe what you believe because a pedophile put you up to it, right? Even though Epstein also did shit in the opposite direction too. I think it's very weird to treat Epstein as if he was this omnipotent force of nature who is the sole reason for the current culture wars. I think that's kind of crazy.
That's not what I'm.
I feel like George Soros and guys like him, the dudes with a higher net worth and even more power than Jeffrey Epstein, may have had a little bit to do with trying to orchestrate culture war nonsense. I think it's a lot more natural than people think.
Trying to do. I'm not like a part of Comicsgate. I'm not a part of. I'm pretty like I'd probably a lot of your chat would probably find me like woke if anything. I feel like I'm like
I figured that. No, I thought you'd be woke, kind of, but
right. But like I'm too conservative for a lot of woke spaces, and I'm like too woke for like conservative spaces. But I just like one thing, like I just care about comics. Like I don't care about like any of the drama, like any of the like the beefs and stuff. I just think that I just like comics. I'm in it for comics and comics only. And when I see like these like spats, when I see like these like you call it trash casts and stuff, it's like I'm like I've seen your videos where you like do like commentary on like like books that you did like Flash, like Iron Heights and stuff, and like those where you flip through the pages and talk about what you did, and it's like why don't I feel like that's a better content. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying from my perspective. I just feel like that's a better form of content from like an industry veteran like yourself, and the people like trying to tell you to like because you said in reply like you were like people pay you to.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem that Shine has like right from the beginning, is that would be good content if that is what he built his channel off of. That's what his channel originally was. But he eventually started leaning into the drama. Now, some people would say that this was an accident, that he didn't mean to do that he just ended up falling into doing drama shit because that made him more money. It really is very short-sighted, and it's also giving EVS too much credit. The truth is, he loves drama shit. He loves flame wars. He loves the gay ops. He loves being at the center of this little internet fiefdom of his. He loves all of this shit. So the fact that it made him more money in the short term was a bonus, right? He was always going to go towards drama if that was a viable path for him, because he prefers to do that than draw. He really hates draw. He hates, especially on stream, right? The only reason why he draws now on stream is because he can make money off of it immediately. He would hate to just sit there and just do the work. He can't stand it. I don't even know how he was able to work in the industry for so long if he hates drawing as much as he does. Will Penn, thank you for $5. I don't give a solitary fuck about comics, but I support my favorite content creators. Looking forward to your next vids. Hey, thank you, bro. Average Welder, thank you for $5. Shout out Mikey for streaming today so my work goes by quicker. Hail, brother. Garfield's Bizarre Adventure, thank you for $10. Whoever Eric talks to or associates with, EVS is there to seethe about it. In fact, the only reason EVS invited Pod Awful onto Trashcast was because Eric was a guest on Jesse's show a week prior. Oh, I know about that. When he went on there and he explained the whole situation with basically everything that was going on. And Jesse got it immediately. It just like Steel Toe got it immediately, right? Here's the thing. The people who regularly engage in internet drama shit, we're the only ones who don't get confused by this bullshit. We pick this shit up very quickly because we recognize it for what it is. People like Shine, who don't come from drama, who don't come from the sector or the Dabbleverse or any of that shit right here, they see what Ethan Van Sciver and Comicsgate are doing over there in their little corner. And they're like, what are you doing? Like, why aren't you just like talking about comics and making comics? Because that's not what this is. Comicsgate is a drama sector adjacent, Dabblerverse adjacent, Baldoverse adjacent community, because that's what EVS wants it to be. Project Libertad, thank you for $10. Missed the last stream about Blurred. FYI, Rob covered more than just white characters. He did videos on Latino and Asian characters, more than Blurred, who segregated himself to black characters only, which is why nobody watches his fucking channel. Because let's be real, how many black comic book characters are there that people care about? Let's see, we got Blade, we got Storm, we got Static. Black Lightning has gotten more popular recently. So, okay, you got a couple. We got Cyborg, and Cyborg isn't that popular when he's not part of the Teen Titans or the Justice League. So, you know, it's a very limited space other than just talking about literally everybody. Because he can't talk about a lot of the hot shit that people want him to talk about. He can't even talk about a lot of the movies. Internally Blue, thank you for $10. Highly off topic, but I respect your decision to stay away from collabs. Saw a Lennon honor stream where one of his connects shit the bed so hard that he's considering deleting all of his collabs. Hey, it'd be like that sometimes, man. DB, thank you for 199 pounds. In other words, he is a pubescent teenage girl. Well, he's moody like one. He's got the emotional development of one, mostly because of the BPD. Xander Vorkov, thank you for $5. Ethan Van, Ralph, and the rest of CG in the year of Lord 2026 are too gay, boring, and irrelevant to have any ops from the left. That's actually very true. They don't even care, right? Like, whenever you see somebody who used to talk about Comicsgate a lot, they barely talk about Ethan Van Sciver or anybody anymore. They mostly talk about guys like Eric July. Eric July has received a lot of the scorn that CG used to, not because he's a super right-wing guy or he's a super grifter, but just because nobody gives a fuck. Nobody but people like us who are watching this right now care what Ethan Van Sciver is doing. And even we don't care, really.
Cast and stuff, which I respect, like get your money. But it's like, are those people, do they really care about you if they want to see you, like, you know, oh yeah, like debunk this person, go after this person, instead of just, yo, draw this comic or talk about Green Lantern Rebirth. You've talked about it already, but like, you know, all that stuff. I just feel like I wish everyone just brought it back to comics, especially when.
Well, you make me want to cry. Like, that's so beautiful, man. I appreciate those comments. That's wonderful.
It's been so long since somebody who wasn't part of EVS's cult talked positively about him like Shine is. He's like, wow, there are still people outside of this motherfucker who actually look up to me and who respect me and shit. He probably won't respect them for long, but you know, it probably did get to him a little.
It's not the world that I live in. I feel like I've been at war since I was canceled back in 2018.
You were not can't see. This is why I wanted to go over this, because I previewed this, right? A lot of this is going to be fresh to me, but I previewed it a little bit, and I noticed whenever I would clip, there would be a lie here, there'd be a lie there, there'd be a lie here, there'd be another lie there. So I'm like, okay, how many times is he going to lie? In fact, I'm going to make a counter. I'm going to make a counter for how many times this motherfucker is going to lie in this thing. And when we're done, we're going to see how long did they talk to each other? Let's see how much long. Okay, it's like the rest of the stream. So an hour. Why the fuck did he bring Vito on? So it's like an hour and a half. We're going to see how long he lied in a span of an hour and a half. So, okay, that's lie number one. Lie number one. Okay. Garfield's Bizarre Adventure. Mark Wade and Zach lawsuit was the last time the left cared about Comicsgate. Well, yeah, that's because Comicsgate lost, right? Like Zach, he got defeated. Mark Wade got away with it. Mark Wade bullied Atlantic Press, kept him from putting his comic out in retail, and then he had to settle out of court. Like he got away with it. They defeated your boy Zach, who was at that point the most popular guy in Comicsgate. He was Comicsgate's Moses. And, you know, that there was nothing left to be done. The war was won. They left. Why care about a defeated enemy? Solid Seth, thank you for $2. Is Black Dynamite a black superhero? He can be if you want him to.
I would love to talk only about comics. I would love to talk about that.
No,
but I'm in a culture war.
Damn, that's 2. God damn. I literally just started. We already got to 2 lies in like the span of 3 seconds. Was there even like 3 seconds between those lies?
Not one that I chose to be in. The minute that it became clear that I voted for Trump, my own industry turned against me. And so I feel like...
Okay, that's lie number... Oh my God. This is insane.
Like ever since then, I've been fighting people. Just fighting all the time. And it sucks. Like, it's no fun. Yeah, I would love to just, when I started my channel out, that's all I did was do videos like you're talking about. I talked about like the comics that I drew. I interviewed people, but the people that I was interviewing, people like Mark Wade, were secretly trying to hurt me the entire time that I was trying to be kind to them. I had no idea
it wasn't really Mark Wade. I won't call that completely a lie because there were comic pros who were trying to go at him. But Mark Wade's top op in CG was mostly Richard C. Myers, not you.
Like that.
Like you're taking other people, he's taking other people's battles and he's putting them on to him. See, here's what this is. Here's what this is with Ethan Van Sciver and Shine. Is EVS is going to spend this whole next hour and a half trying to do Frognosis. He's gonna see. This is gonna be a perfect example. I should turn this into I should change the name of this stream to Frognosis stream or EVS tries Frognosis on Shine, because that's what this is. It's just gonna be him bullshitting for like an hour and a half, seeing how effectively he can brainwash Shine into believing his nonsense.
Just didn't realize that the industry was that poisoned politically. So I started talking about things like that. I formed Comicsgate Live, where I was helping people who I knew were black.
Okay, I was about to call him. I was about to say, no, you did not form Comicsgate. But then he said Comicsgate Live. And I'm like, okay, that was you. All right.
Listed and having trouble getting their comics done. People who were used to making a living in comics. And yeah, I feel like I've been at war ever since. I would love to just do content about
I've been at war.
Comics. I would love to. It'd be great. But there's so much garbage out there. There's so much garbage and misinformation regarding the culture war that I find myself fighting it even when I'd like it to come to an end.
You don't even talk about the culture war anymore. What are you talking about? When is the last time that EVS talked about some culture war shit that didn't include Eric July or somebody who used to be part of Comicsgate who left because they realized that EVS is a piece of shit? How many people have done that?
But the truth is, the goodness The goodness that's come from it all is Cyberfrog, All Caps Comics and Comicsgate. Makes me feel like I was put here for a reason, other than just drawing Marvel and DC stuff, which I like, I'm proud of. I think I was put here for a different reason, and that's to sort of help people who were blacklisted, and also to do my own comics.
What the fuck are you talking about,
Be able to do
dude?
otherwise.
Yeah, it's like I feel like that's why I gravitated more to Eric, because
It's insane. This is critical levels of gaslighting. This is like he's pulling out all of the stops. This is high level 100 prognosis going on.
he just he's just doing the comics, like the Rippaverse stuff. Like, even if people could dislike the stories and stuff, like that's fine. Like, people got their opinion about that, but it's like he's just putting them out. And like, I feel like I just wish, I'm not trying to tell you how to act or like tell you what to do, but I wish more people in the space, like, I don't know why, like, I'm not saying everybody got to be best friends, but why do people have to like have beefs and live streams and stuff like that? Because like the mainstream industry
For super chats.
isn't doing that. They're just like,
For that super chat money, bro.
Yes, they are. The mainstream industry is very much like toxic. Yeah, 100%. Well, I mean, you could go back and find out why.
Yes, he is EVS is the final boss of gaslighting, honestly. I think he might actually be, no, I feel like it's between him and Phil. At this point, between Phil and fucking Ethan Van Sciver, who can gas. I guess the thing is with Phil, everybody is so aware of Darkside Phil shenanigans and how he gets down that it's almost impossible for him to effectively gaslight people. His last best shot was when he had that talk with Asmongold, right? And even if Asmongold was vaguely aware. The thing about Ethan Van Sciver is that his shit is so small potatoes and his community is so small in scale that you have no idea. Shine has no idea that he's being gaslit right now. Or maybe he does. I don't know. We'll see.
Eric and July and I are fighting. It goes back about 2 years or so.
Wait, we're fighting. Hey, no, you were never fight. First off, if there's anybody, Eric July did briefly fight somebody, and it wasn't you. It was Vito, Dick Masterson, and Riley. Those are the dudes who he went against, really. The only people who he's ever openly traded blows with until he finally realized that it was pointless and he just quit and focused on his business. You weren't even the original op. You just took Dick Masterson's side after Eric July sent you an email saying that, hey, dude, these people are really fucking with me for real. They're trying to destroy my business. They're trying to get me involved in this weird lawsuit. They're going to my ancestors' grave and fucking defiling it, taking selfies with it. If you're cool with people like this, I don't know if we can be cool. And you took that as a night letter or a threat or whatever, and then you turned against them, and then you turned Comicsgate into the Rippaverse derangement syndrome zone, right? The Eric July detractor universe.
The very first trash cast, where I think when you're on the internet and you're a YouTuber, you find really quickly that there are rules. There's a hierarchy. There are lines that you don't cross. There are things that you don't say. There are people that you don't cross. Eric, I ran afoul of Eric because I agreed with some of the criticism of ISOM #1 that was given him. I didn't personally want to criticize his comic. I wanted him to succeed. But I agreed with it. I said, Eric, this guy's right. This guy's right about the criticism of your story. You need to kind of take it to heart and get better at what you're doing. You have a lot of people who are depending on you to make.
There was no I don't understand. This is a lie. This is a lie that the dickheads say a lot. That the reason why Eric July started going against Dick Masterson, he didn't like that an actual professional writer like Dick Masterson was criticizing his amateur No, that was not the reason why. It was because of all the other A-logish insane bullshit that Dick Masterson and his fans were saying, right? But the idea that Eric July ever had to take anything that Dick Masterson was saying, his criticisms about his comic. Okay, look, if people are criticizing your comic and they read it, okay, sure. But Dick Masterson is on par with any other random who was reading the book. Dick Masterson is not qualified to give anybody writing advice. His writing career peaked at a fucking satirical book about men being better than women. that only sold as good as it did because of his fucking endorsement from Maddox, and that he was able to troll his way into the Dr. Phil show to advertise it. That's it. Fucking Dick Masterson fans and his friends, they act like he's this genius writer. If he was a genius writer, he wouldn't be like the on a two-man show on a dying fucking podcast that nobody watches,
This thing grow.
that nobody even logs, right?
Eric sent me a note saying I better shut the fuck up and never ever agree with any of his.
No, he didn't. No, that is literally not what happened. That is so literally not what happened, bro. Like, what are you talking about? Eric July literally read the email that he sent you on. What are you talking about?
Critics publicly.
Bro, this nigga is insane. This guy is, he really does. You know, we hear the phrase a lot, lies like they breathe, right? He really does lie with every other breath. It's insane.
And I was like, he said, we better have a meeting, like in private. We had a meeting about it. And he just basically said, look, he's like, I'm cool with you. He said, let me explain something to you. I'm holding back the tides of a ton of YouTubers who want to crush you. But because you and I are cool, I don't get in their way. I'm not, I tell them I'm cool with him. So you're not allowed to attack him. He's like, and if you want me to stop doing that, then you'll continue to agree with some of my critics. So I talked to him in private about that. I said, I see what you're saying, but that's a threat. You're threatening me. You're saying that if I don't stop saying that you need to work on a few things in comics, which you do need, you're going to let these bigger YouTubers attack me. And he said, if you see it that way, I don't see it that way.
That is not what he said.
I do see it that way, dude. I don't think
Hold on,
we
let
should
me
be
see
at war.
something. Hold on, give me a
You
second.
and me, we should be helping each other. And I said, and it would be great if, by the way, you actually retweeted some of these.
Shut the fuck up. Hold on, we're gonna watch it right now. Right now. We're gonna watch this right now, right? We're just gonna get to it real quick. Thomas Royaloop, shout out Shitty Web Comics.
Someone said, so I got a text saying someone's dropping private tweets on Twitter from me. What? Let's go there.
This is back in October of 2023.
And see what's up.
This is the origin story of why Eric July has become the target of all this scorn from Comicsgate. This right here.
Okay, let's go through this real quick. Okay, so we'll read through this. So which again, kind of corny, but it is what it is. We'll address it. Ethan, or Cyberfrog HD, has posted a DM to me. And this is what he says. He says, this is me, and this is what it is that I said. This is corny, by the way. I don't like to be putting up personal DMs like that. I guess that's what we're doing here, so bet that.
That's how he gets that. He loves that.
And he says, this is what I said.
He loves doing that. EVS loves just dropping DMs, just dropping private shit. He records everything, by the way. Ethan Van Sciver's literally admitted to recording everything, documenting everything, saving everything. Everything's in a vault, just ready to be dropped whenever he wants to fuck with somebody, whenever he wants to get back at someone, whenever he wants to put somebody in his place, or whenever his fucking bipolar disorder flares up and I don't know, he just gets in the mood. It's his time of the month. He'll just drop some shit that's not supposed to be dropped.
I said, I'm going to be 100 with you and not be public with this. So me trying to approach it as, again, a person that I'm cool with and saying that, hey, I'm going to address it with you privately. This person has opted to, Ethan has opted to just go public with it. So he didn't offer me that courtesy because, I saw this as someone that we're cool with. And so he puts it out there in public. Great. This is what I said. I said, you're going out of your way to play middle of the road publicly with a dude that is going out of his way to work overtime to publicly defame is whack, right? It's even weaker that you leave.
And he says, again, Dick Masterson, Vito, all those guys, literally, not only getting him embroiled, which he admitted, Dick would literally admit that it was all their fault for the ISOM lawsuit shit, the shit that I alluded to. I didn't even accuse them. I didn't even say it was them directly. I just said it was a fan who coincidentally sent the DM. He sent the DM directly to Vito instead of Dick, right? And this guy, all he does is he's just this anonymous person and he just happened to contact this ministry and shit, right? Like Dick would literally admit that it was them who caused that. And they were accusing him of federal crimes. So
credence to their narrative. I treat you like I do anybody else in this space, and I do not use my platform to amplify narratives that go against others I'm cool with. Everybody I do shows and streams knows not to bring up any gripes with people I'm cool with, as I will not give it the time of day. I'm going to start reciprocating on that. If you want to chat about it, you're free to call. Okay? So, and I'll be completely honest about what this is about, right? So, how I operate, if I'm cool with you, and again, maybe this is a cultural thing. And by the way, this is not me. I haven't threatened anybody here. So if that's what you're showing, that this is a.
He's saying cultural. He means like Southern. Means like specific. Maybe he means Black Southern, but he doesn't just mean like culturally Black. He means like culturally Southern.
Threat. That's interesting. But okay, I'll explain even further for the audience because there's nothing here.
Specifically, culturally Texan.
Let's say this, if there is someone that I am cool with, I do not go on their platforms or have them on my platforms to air that out. I just don't. That's not how I operate. That's not how I ever have operated. And people know that. Yes, I have people on my stream, right? I have people on my stream that may not be cool with other people that I'm also cool with. Okay. So what I don't do is allow them to hash that out there. I will not allow it. Let's say if someone doesn't like, I'm cool with someone and they don't like Jeremy. And
he means Jeremy the Greater, not Jeremy the Lesser, by the way. Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers.
Jeremy is on a stream of mine. Oh, excuse me, that person comes on a stream of mine. They don't get to go on my stream. That's not to say if they can't have an opinion and don't like Jeremy. That's fucking, they're free to do that. But what they can't do is come to my stream and start airing that stuff out. I just won't allow that. However,
Ethan Van Sciver literally did the opposite of this with Ethan Ralph and Nick Rekieta, right? Like literally, Nick Rekieta, his friend who he was Baldo sweeping for earlier, right? Is part of the reason. Well, there are several reasons why he doesn't like Yellow Flash. One of them was because Yellow Flash was kind of like, he was going at the Baldo and the Baldo guard along with everybody else, Kino Casino and Sean and all of them. So, it was for that. He was one of the people who was defending them, Ethan Van Sciver. That was supposed to be his friend. And he brought Ethan Ralph on here after lying to Ralph. He lied to Ralph and said that, hey, Rekieta is saying something about you want to come on and fucking defend yourself? So Ralph came on there ready to fight. That's the stream, by the way. You guys watch that on a list of clips? That's the stream where Rekieta ended up running away because he wasn't there to fight. He didn't want to fight with Ralph. And later on, Ralph would come up. This is part of the reason why Ralph would finally turn on Ethan Van Sciver for real, is because he found out that he had lied. He had lied on Rekieta just so he could get Rekieta and Ralph on stream to do some fucking blood sport shit just so he could have content for his show. This is how EVS treats his friends, right? So this line of thinking here that Eric July is talking about, completely alien to Ethan Van Sciver's mind. He doesn't treat his friends like, he treats his friends like shit, right?
Other people don't feel that way. So I, as a man, and we talked about this, Ethan, personally, right? Told you where it is that I am coming from on this. And I thought we were good. I thought we were good on that. But now you're airing out personal DMs, which again, why? Airing out personal DMs as I tried to address you as a man and as someone I thought we were cool to just tell you, hey man, this is you are acting in a way that I don't act. And
everybody thinks that. Everybody thinks, well, surely I can just tell this man in confidence and he won't just spill all of his beans and just tell all of my business when I'm not even trying to come at him weird. Nope.
If that's the rules.
If you tell anybody, if in 2023 onward, you told Ethan Van Sciver anything in confidence, you are a fool, bro.
For engagement, that's cool, right? If that's cool, that's all I said. That's cool. If that's the rules for engagement, as I said, I'm going to start reciprocating. That's all that means. If you don't feel that anything that you have done is an error, you have nothing to.
The only people who can tell Ethan Van Sciver anything in confidence are John Malin, Shane Davis, and Katie did, and maybe Mandy, maybe. And even those guys probably aren't safe for real.
Worry about nothing. That's it. Nothing. You have nothing to worry about. And I don't go out of my way to do that. I don't take opportunities to go take shots, and I don't lend credence to people as they take shots at you. I don't do that. However, what the fuck?
Like he couldn't comprehend. He couldn't comprehend this behavior. It's so out of pocket. Well, look, bro, this is what happens when you're dealing with a narcissist who also has BPD, you know, a power tripping narcissist who is running a cult, thinks he's a cult leader, and also his BPD flares up from time to time. Shit like this happens. Sorry.
Comics get
Is what it is. Anyway, let me read some super chats. I've been ignoring y'all. Hail everybody in the chat. Lord Raptor, Yellow Flash, all you guys. Nice you guys all came down. Let's see. Shit. Fantasy Swordsman, thank you for $5. Good thing gets a counter and not a game of shots. Fucking hell. Not trying to get into an alcoholic coma. I didn't think he would lie that many times back to back. It's insane. Fucking Devil May Cry, super stylish counter he's got going on there with the lies. Xander Vorkov, thank you for $5. I'm the king of Comets Gate, bish. Take that, A-Logs. DB, thank you for 199 pounds. Did you earn more than Trash Cast yet? Maybe. I might check later. Joe Mama, thank you for 199. Earning more than Trash Cast doesn't even mean anything anymore, though. Without CG, would EVS have moved to another company? Probably. He wouldn't be able to grift. He definitely wouldn't have been able to make over $1 million off of a comic he would struggle to deliver within a year. So he would have had to do something to pay the bills. OM's official. No. OM So Officials? I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. OM So Officials. Is that how you pronounce it? Sure. $2. Didn't Masterson admit that he didn't read the book? Initially, I think it was, who was it? Nina Infinity called him out on it. She's like, hey, did you read the book? And he's like, no, but I already know that it sucks. And everybody else was like, no, that's fucking retarded, nigga. You got to read the book. So then he decided to read the book to prove how much it sucks, which is another reason why Eric July shouldn't have needed to have taken any of his criticisms like perfectly, because A, he already went into it with the intention of proving that it sucked, and that he was right to say that it was shit before even reading it. And two, Vito had been saying that it was shit way before then because he was jealous of Eric July, and he had been trying to troll Eric July, bait him into a debate so he could use his clout to market his own book and shit like that. He was never going to give it a fair shot. Salvador M1, thank you for $5. Mikey, how are people trying to say that Isom is better than absolute Batman? I know taste is subjective, but come on, man. Well, look, I don't know about that. Absolute Batman, at least, you know, I would say definitely the first few issues are fucking bangers. So I don't know, maybe Isom really is that good to some people. I don't know, everybody has varying tastes. So maybe. Again, I haven't read any Rippaverse comics, so I can't say otherwise. But personally, if it's better than absolute Batman, then shit, no wonder Eric July's made so much money. Jay Thompson, thank you for $2. It looks like your boy Zach gave up last week. I mean, I don't know. That's what he said before, and then he came right back. He was right back at it. I don't think he can quit this shit. I think this is just how it is. Maj Jin, however that's pronounced. Thanks for the $2. What bigger YouTuber attacked EVS directly after? Nobody, because he's not important, right? Eric was just being generous. He was just talking about shit that he used to do. And he's like, hey, well, why aren't you reciprocating this generosity on any level? I'm not trying to say, it's not some mafia shit where like, hey, nice shop you have there. It'd be a real shame if you didn't give us some money so we could protect your shop from bad actors who might want to do something to it. It wasn't even any shit like that. It was like, hey, look, bro, I go out, I stick my neck out for you to help you out when people are talking shit about you. These dudes are doing 10 times worse than that, and you don't say a fucking thing. You're just like, you're cool with them. What's up with that? And, you know, EVS's response was EVS's response. Bean, thank you for another $2. Who's more spiritually feminine, EVS or Blurred? EVS. Blurred is more feminine in how he talks specifically, but EVS is more feminine in like mentality. He's very much a, I don't know, he's like peak. EVS is like the pinnacle of toxic femininity within a straight man, not toxic masculinity, right? I can never see him beating somebody or engaging in gang violence or any shit like that. But he does all of the shit that catty, like evil catty women who work in an office space would do. Harjus Singe, thank you for 40 rubies. Mikey, do a full Stein file cover one day. Love. Oh, wow. That's a big task, brother. But I don't know. I'll see. I'll look into it. Jordan Fadeaway, thank you for the $2. So EVS is just DSP with better social skills? Basically. Yeah, basically, essentially. EVS is just DSP if Phil's IQ was higher and he was better at manipulating people. The Frognosis, I'll say this, Frognosis is objectively more effective than Pignosis. Pignosis has it's very narrow the amount of targets it works on. Local CG guy, thank you for $2. Don't mess with CG. We would hate to enforce TOS. Bear Sad, thank you for $5. How does it feel to be RTU's biggest detractor? Has he ever addressed you? Last thing, why is CG still even alive as a movement, as gay as it is? Well, I don't even know if I'm RTU's biggest detractor. I think that might be Ames. I don't know, maybe I have more subscribers than Ames, but I would say Ames does a better job. He calls Ames out of it. He calls Ames out his mouth way more, out his name, way more often than he even mentions me. He doesn't even like people to mention me in chat. So he liked my documentary. So maybe I do think he likes me more than Ames, if only because he likes my content more. So long as it's not about him. As far, why is CG even alive? It's dying. It's dying now. It's in its death throes. CG is not gonna live. It could live until the end of 2027, but by 2028, CG ain't making it out of Trump's second term. Let's put it that way.
Pains. I don't see why you don't do that. Why you don't support other indies? And he said, "I'm Burger King. You're McDonald's." Do you see Burger King retweeting McDonald's?
Wait, what? Wait, what was that? What was that lie you just told?
You and me, we should be helping each other. And I said, and it would be great if, by the way, you actually don't see it that way. I said, I kind of do see it that way, dude. I don't think we should be at war. You and me, we should be helping each other.
No, you didn't. That is not what you said. You were the dude who was pushing for the war. You wanted war more than anybody.
And I said, and it would be great if, by the way, you actually retweeted some of these Comicsgate campaigns. I don't see why you don't do that. Why you don't support other indies. And he said, I'm Burger King. You're McDonald's. Do you see Burger King retweeting McDonald's? Did you see Burger King supporting McDonald's? And I was like,
just casually putting words in other people's mouths.
I see what you're saying. I understand who you are now. I didn't understand before. So here's a guy who was telling me that if I, and what I do is I want indie comics to get better.
Just made a complete fictitious villain origin story for why Eric July deserves all this scorn. And all of it is lies.
Comics I promote.
Like 90 to 95% of that was complete bullshit. None of it is true.
I want indie comics to improve. I want people to learn how to make.
You know, we're done with the counter shit. I'm sorry. I tried. I really, really tried. I really tried with the live shit, but it's too much because we got an hour of this shit to get through. It would be pointless because I'm just going to be going through already. I'm on like a second piece of notepad paper. And it's like, I can't do this. Let's just assume he's going to be telling 5 to 6 lies a minute. And we'll count it after that.
Comics. I got a guy telling me that if I criticize him or agree with any criticism of him, his behavior or his work, he's going to unleash bigger YouTubers to crush me. The other thing that he's telling me is that he's not going to be a part of what I want in this space, which is to promote indie comics to promote other people.
That is not what you want in this space.
At that point,
you don't promote shit unless it's from a king.
Shine, I decided he was a bad guy. He was a villain. And he might be.
First off, let's assume all that shit is true, which none of it is. Literally everything you just said is a fucking lie. Let's assume though. Let's be generous to Uncle E over here and say that it is all true. None of that would make Eric July a bad guy. Maybe it'd make him kind of a snobby asshole. It wouldn't make him a villain though. Like what the fuck? Like nobody is obliged. It would be nice It would be nice for you to shout out more Comicsgate creator books that aren't just some fucking kings, but it's like you're not obligated to do that too, even though this is your own community. So why is Eric July, with his huge platform that he built himself, obligated to do that for any of you?
You know, we fought early on.
It's like Vito getting mad. It's like Vito getting mad when Eric July, he did this thing where, hold on, I can just show it. I can just show it real quick because it's legit. It's dead ass. This is some of the fun. This is when it was this moment specifically that won me over with,
I have to understand about.
This is the moment that really won me over for Eric July. This moment right here, this interaction with Vito, when I was like, all right, whatever's going on with this story. Back when I was doing my first on the ground research about Comicsgate, right? I'm like, specifically the part involving Eric July and Dick and Vito and all those guys in the latter half of it. I'm like, I don't know everything about what's going on in this shit, in this lore, but whoever this guy is, he's obviously on the right side of history.
These tactics would result in his and Eric's first direct interaction on Eric's podcast For Canon's Sake in August of 2022. But what you have to understand about Vito is, despite being a comedic writer, he lacks a lot of originality and creativity.
This was proven. This was proven when Super Killer did drop. I say Super Killer's drop. He still hasn't delivered the hardcover copy book that he said he would deliver. He's still over 2 years late on doing that. But the comic, the rough draft, was originally published by Mint Salad because he pissed her off, right? He was pissing her off and pissing Riley off. So Mint Salad got the book and she just published it because, you know, it was funny, which very based Mint Salad. And then he would eventually release the book himself later, like in 2025 or whatever the fuck. And it basically confirms, okay, I said that I haven't read, well, I guess that technically Vito's book isn't a Comicsgate book, but yeah, I skimmed through it, and yeah, me saying he didn't have a lot of creativity was right on. This motherfucker doesn't have a creative bone in his body, because Super Killer, I won't say that it's dog shit. I'll be generous to Vito. It's not dog shit, but holy shit, dude. It's exactly what I would have predicted it to be from like some pseudo comic, pseudo manga satire of superhero cape shit comics. Exactly what I predicted it was gonna be.
This plan of Vito's to get on Eric's podcast and subtly troll him about his mid-comic while plugging his own podcasting comic was an idea that Vito copied from his co-host Dick, who years ago
literally copied his trolling, his guerrilla trolling campaign he tried to do on Eric July's show. Literally copied that from Dick. He couldn't even do it good.
managed to troll.
He copied being a pedophile, or he copied being a pedophile. He copied broadcasting his love for cuties from Mr. Girl. And he didn't even do that as well. He didn't even do that as creatively. Because when Mr. Girl was just fucking telling everybody how great Cuties was, he was fucking making video essays, analyzing how sexy he thought the girls were, and making rap songs about him being a pedophile. He was being very creative in how much of a pedophile he was being about Cuties. And Vito wasn't, he couldn't even do that. He just made some lame, edgy tweets on Twitter.
His way onto the Dr. Phil show. Also, he could shill his book, Why Men Are Better Than Women, on daytime television. Unfortunately for Vito, young Rippa, who was a veteran of the Southern rap game, knew a clout goblin when he heard one. So he was like,
stupid, I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
And thwarted this spaghetti meatball-shaped Italian by muting him every time he tried to shill.
I think
Review Tech USA, another spaghetti meatball-shaped Italian, has done a better job of losing weight than Vito, by the way.
it's
Well, I
not.
would say this. Sorry, yeah. And real quick, just so you know,
Oh, DSP is also Italian. He's also done a better job at losing weight.
I'm driving, so if I cut in and out, I'm sorry. I'm actually on the way to do my own podcast.
Uh-huh. You're on your way to do your what?
I guess what I want to say is,
So if there's something that you want to do, or you think that you should, that this is a way that it should be done, I encourage you to go ahead and do that. But like,
well, I'm glad you bring that up because that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm currently working on a comic book called
Comic
You
book
can
called
view
what
it.
again? What? Comic book called, what's that comic called? What's that?
Book with a great story.
This was the moment I'm like, okay, I'm on this nigga side. I'm on this nigga side right here.
Quagmire that has been driven into the ground.
Sorry, pimp. No free advertising on this platform.
Very libertarian way of thinking, by the way. No free advertising, bruh. Now, we don't do that around here.
On back and forth, there was a lot of back and forth. I think he quickly realized it wasn't to his advantage to do that, and he's been quiet ever since, and doing his own thing in private. But he's sending other.
That is not the reason. First off, you self-inserted yourself all up in this shit. Most of the drama that was going on was between Eric and Dick and Vito and Riley and Mint Salad to an extent. You were not involved, bro. You were not in the Matrix like that. You were always a side character. Like, your highlight was the night letter email reveal streak. That was it. After that, they didn't fuck with you like that, man. Eric July really doesn't pay you or anybody else in CG that much attention at all. Eric July, he put out this giant tweet, this giant essay tweet where it was basically him. For him, it was in his perspective, pretty much just slamming the door on Dick and Vito's face once and for all and just like shutting that chapter away. And I think he did a very good job at it of just like revealing Dick for the fucking retarded charlatan that he is, right? Because I always thought before his beef with Eric July that Dick, I didn't really like him, but I thought, hey, at least he's a kind of clever guy. Nope. He is as dumb. He's as dumb as you would think somebody who gets up to the shit that he gets up to is, right? And I think Eric July did a good job of shutting him down. He never did anything like that with Ethan Van Sciver or anybody from CG because there was no need to, because they're that irrelevant. Anyway, let me get to these super chats. Xander Vorkop, thank you for $2. I'm surprised that Vito's pedonosis worked at all. Well, it doesn't work because he can't get any kids in vans, bro. He can't even get him to take any candy from him. He has very weak pedonosis. That's why all he can do is just watch cuties on repeat. Russ Cole, thank you for $5. You know, here's how bad his pedonosis is. Vito's pedonosis is that 80s girl, like immediately, as soon as like she got pregnant, like it's like, okay, never ever. Already, Dick was like, hey, Vito, I don't want you calling me or emailing me or doing any of that shit if it's not related to the show. If it's not during business hours, I don't want you talking to me, bro, because we're not friends. So after 80s girl got pregnant, she's like, Vito can't come to our house anymore, right? This is how ineffective his pedonosis is. Before the kid even got here, 80s girl was like, he can't come to our house anymore. He can't even like get down to pedo business. He's so ineffective. He sucks at everything, bro. Russ Cole, thank you for $5. Miguel Nomas, sup, bruh, sup, dude. DB, thank you for 199 pounds. Are EVS and Jabba the Hutt the same person? Maybe. Jabba the Hutt is probably a more productive dude. Kimono Theater, thank you for $5. My favorite thing about Super Killer's campaign is how he has to call the comic hilarious like 5 times on Indiegogo. My favorite part was the cover he did. The cover he did for his female friend that has her being raped by, basically has her in some tentacle hentai porn type situation type deal and that's how he commemorates his dead friend. The main heroine of Super Killer is based on Vito's dead friend. So of course there are panels where she has her huge tits out. And of course there's a variant cover of her being molested by tentacles like she's in some fucking hentai. Because of course.
People after me instead. He absolutely kept his promise and sent his YouTuber friends to attack me, and they have. That's what Trash Guys did.
Isn't Dick's girl near 40 or something and she's having a kid? Yes, she's having a kid and she's in her 40s. They're both middle-aged parents. That's the new shit. All those millennials, a lot of the millennials who, when they were young, like, I'm never going to have a kid. They decided that they did have to have kids. They did want to have kids. And rather than adopt, they decided to just have kids in their fucking 40s and early 50s and shit like that. Even the celebrities do it too. So I don't know. Gonna have a lot of autism running around in a couple years. So get ready for that.
This is me pushing back on that.
Also, Dick's girl has been ran through like crazy.
Oh, well, why do you have to like see him as a villain? Why can't it be like something like where two people disagree and they just part ways and just, you know, mutually just stay away from each other?
I think threatening me, like saying, you know, I'm
threatening me.
going to
He was threatening me.
unleash
Literally came to my house. He showed me the gun that he was gonna pull up with me with.
these larger YouTubers to crush.
Here's the thing: if you're gonna say that Eric July was threatening you, how can you say that everything that Riley was doing was 100% not him threatening? That was just him joking around. I also don't believe, right? I also don't think that Riley was a danger to anybody. But if you're gonna call what Eric July did to you, that one DM he sent you, was a threat, then Riley is a fucking terrorist by that definition.
Your YouTube business, if you tell people that like my comic needs work, is villainous behavior. That's mafia.
What? Wait, what? You telling me that my comic needs work is mafia behavior? So is Dick Masterson a part of the mafia? Are you part of the mafia? Because you did that to Eric July. See, it's a lot of rules for thee, not for me shit with EVS.
So
He can say and do all this shit, but if you try and hold him to any of these standards yourself, you're a bad person, you're a snake, you're a gay opper, you're a grifter, you're evil, you're a villain, you're all these bad no words, right? But him, he's just a good guy just trying to make comics. That's all he's trying to do.
threatening behavior.
Uncle E over here. Nice guy, human sunbeam.
And then to go, that's if you see it that way, that's why I don't see why you see it. I'm from Jersey. That's exactly what that was. That was a threat. So you're a villain if you talk to somebody like that.
See, this is what I was talking about. The Sopranos. The Sopranos, I said that The Sopranos, Tony Soprano ruined a generation of middle-aged Italian Americans. He really ruined the generation of every middle-aged white dude who lives on the East Coast, really. They all act like this. They all think that they're in the mafia once they hit their 40s and 50s and shit. All of them.
If you make threats and say, you're not allowed to criticize me or else I'm going to hurt you, that is...
Well, not all of them, but you know what I'm saying.
And by the way,
it's an epidemic.
We're light. Yeah, listen to this story structure stuff. This is important that you learn story structure. Eric responded by calling the guy a pedophile. Eric responded by accusing him of levying some sort of a lawsuit against him. The copyright lawsuit was this guy's fault. Did everything he could to hurt this guy.
This is, dude, I can't believe. I skimmed through this. I wasn't watching this in depth. And I'm like, okay, I see a lie here. I see a lie there. This might be some good content. This is insane. This is actually crazy. Okay, so he accused Vito of being a pedo. Okay, I mean, Vito was making tweets. He was talking about how much he loves cuties. He was saying that I'm coming for your children. He was making other tweets like, no, I'm really coming for your children. I'm not joking. He was making tweets like, no, I'm not joking. I really want to fuck. Like, it's not a joke. He was making tweets like that. He would delete them, but he made them while also talking about how much he loved cuties, right? So it's like Vito doesn't like it when people make these pedo jokes about him. And oh, also, Vito, this is one of my favorites. This is something I should have mentioned in a documentary. Vito went on with Chrissy Mayer and I think Brittany Venti, and he was talking about defending like how non-offending pedophiles, we should do more to comfort them. And if we were to do that, then we could prevent them from offending in the future. He literally made that argument unironically around the same time where he was being a super cutie, super fan and making all these tweets about fucking people's kids, right? He was doing all that. But if you call him a pedophile, like everybody's like, no, man, it's a joke. Why are you saying that? Vito's not really, come on, dude. Come on, let's be super fucking generous to Vito and say it's 100% not true at all and it was all just a joke. Why is it my fault that I'm just taking your words that you say repeatedly and like taking them seriously? Why is that my fault? You said it, bro. You said it, and you said it a lot for an extensive part of time. I'm sorry, dude. Like, that's your fault. In the lawsuit shit, I mean, that's just true. That's just reality. They did do that.
Eric had
objectively
another fellow who I think you were talking to initially.
Yes, he wore a bluey shirt too. He has He has Bluey merchandise that you know he had to like specially order. Because how many Bluey shirts are there going to be for obese dudes in their fucking late 30s and shit?
Actually, Riley, the guy.
He walks around with Bluey shirts unironically. But if I say anything, I'm like, oh, you can't say, that's just a joke. Why are you taking that? Vito's not really. Okay, dude, sure.
Who you said smell like shit because you were listening to Eric there. That guy just said Eric has hairy shoulders, and he started up like a t-shirt company called Clippaverse.
Oh yeah, Vito, thank you for reminding me too. Spolly Wood. Vito did try to cancel Andy. He tried to cancel Worski when he was in the Misfits boxing match. We were almost robbed. We were almost robbed of Salt Poppy getting the record knockout win in E-Celeb boxing history because of fucking Vito, right? He tried to like tried to ruin the event for the Kino Bros, right? Just ruin the bag for them. Piece of shit.
With clippers on it, right? And saying, I'm making fun of your hairy.
The way they explain it too, the way Worski and PPP explained it is that when the dudes who were running the event came to him, they were like, no, look, this is Vito. Vito is a liar and a pedophile. And they're like, oh, okay. And then they just left it at that. It's like, oh, he's a liar and a pedophile. Well, okay, never mind then.
Shoulders parodying Rippaverse, which was very popular. People do that when you're popular. They parody you. Eric DMCA struck the guy's store. He took it down.
That is a complete lie. That store went down because you were breaking the terms of service, which is the same reason why Riley's Twitter account went down too, because he broke terms of service. That is not Eric July's fault. These are lies. Now, I don't know whether he believes these lies that the dickheads told him, but they are lies. And I actually do believe he doesn't believe them. He's just repeating them because they're convenient. And yes, Yellow Flash, Vito wasn't so tough when another YouTuber who's actually part of the Dick Masterson community, right? That dude, Schizo Sean, he's actually a fan of Vito. He showed up at Vito's house and Vito was acting super pussy, saying, hey, you can't walk on my property. And it's like, Vito's property, Vito's apartment, house, whatever, is like all the way in the back. They're like 3 or 4 other houses in front of like where this dude was walking. And he's like, you can't be in my property. Vito, it's not your property. What, you own the whole fucking block?
Never seen anything like that before, Shine. This is a guy who cannot be criticized. He refuses to be criticized in any way. When I saw that he DMCA struck one of his critics, not even a critic, somebody who's making fun of him a little bit on the internet. Again,
literally the only person that I know of, well, there might have been another person, but the only person who I know of by name who ended up getting struck down by Rippaverse because they were showing some shit on Twitter was Vicky. It was Vickyverse. And of course, we already know Ethan he ain't gonna name her. He ain't gonna even speak her name.
I said, this is a bad guy. This is a villain.
You can't fucking make Vicky's case sympathetic. That's actually the perfect example, and he can't even use it because it's Vicky, because it's one of his A-logs. Eternally Blue, thank you for $5. Vito Soul W was calling out Mama Max before his eventual fall from grace, and even then it's mired by the fact that he's an Italian EDP.
This is a bad guy that would do that. So the Clippa went, this guy Riley went, and he posted stickers. First he super chatted him in the chat and said, here's $5. Why did you do this? Why did you take down my store? Eric was ignoring them. So he went to his place
because he didn't do it
and posted money saying, ignore these super chats, you son of a bitch, to his warehouse. Eric had him arrested and thrown in jail.
No, he didn't.
That's listen.
That was literally loud. Here's the thing. There was this thing, and this is when I learned that Dick Masterson actually is kind of stupid. He's not as dumb as Riley, right? Not as dumb as this little monkey guy, but he is still pretty retarded because he kept talking about how Eric July is going to come to court. Eric July has to come to court and defend his case. Eric July is going to lose to Riley, and he's going to look like an idiot. The case was Riley versus the state. It was not Riley versus Eric July. Eric July did not have to come to court. Eric July did not have to do anything because Eric July was not involved. This is when I learned that fucking that Dick Masterson, that Dax Herrera, excuse me, not his fucking fake E-Celeb name, that Dax is actually kind of a dumb guy.
I feel like if you're gonna go to somebody's, you know, business and stuff, you shouldn't smell like shit. You know, like I'm just saying, like,
I mean,
can't.
fair enough. Shine, I don't think he did smell like shit. I met him. He smells like roses. I met that guy in person. He's
He looks like
very
he's,
free.
nah.
There's like a 80% chance. He probably showered. He probably showered because, you know, it was a big day. He was going to meet Mr. E. He was going to meet Uncle E for the first time in person, in the flesh. So he probably had to shower for the first time in months. But there's an 80% chance that most days out the week, he smells like piss.
You think he does probably smell like shit in person?
Yeah, it's like I'm not siding with the dude who smells like. I'm not siding with the dude who smells like shit.
All right, but listen, enough. Like, aside from that, like the idea that, like, you know, you are going to take down and destroy the business, even if it's a little business. I'm selling T-shirts that are making fun of
Yo, what's up, Knife School?
you a little bit, saying that you've got hairy shoulders. I just think that's against the way the internet should run. So I think
none of these things are true. Like, it's like say, oh, it's because you criticized his comic. Oh, it's because you were sending him super chats and you taped dollar bills into his warehouse. It's because you called his shoulders too hairy. And it's like, no, none of that was the case.
you should be allowed to do that. I certainly allow people.
It's because of the lawsuits. It was because you defiling his ancestors' grave. It was because of all this bullshit. It's because you literally said, Dick Masterson, I keep calling him Dick. Dax Herrera literally said on Nick Rekieta's stream that I want to ruin Eric's business and I don't want anybody reading his comics. And he was a fucking massive Karen who tried to ruin some shit he had with a charity for sick kids. Literally, he tried to fuck up a sick children's charity just to, like, I don't know, because it was annoying, because he really thought that Eric July was gonna be his new Maddox, which he kind of was for a minute. It's been going down. The Patreon's been going down. I'll show you guys in a minute. But Eric July was the guy who basically, the drama with him was saving the business somewhat. And I don't know, he kind of gambled with that. He kind of gambled that Eric July would do what Maddox did, be a retard, be a spurg, get him in this big lawsuit that he could turn into all this drama in the future and shit. But he didn't. Eric July did the thing that he prayed he wouldn't do, which is mind his business, focus on his business, and not engage until everything was already in his favor. And so now Dick has nothing but poo-poo on his face, just like Mint Salad has pee-pee on hers. And this is where they're at.
Make fun of me. You know, I don't attack anybody. I don't take their shit down.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
It just is.
What happened to Shitty Webcomics original channel, bro? What happened to it? There are so many receipts. Part of the reason why it's hard to, and this was a problem that I ran into when I was making my OG Comicsgate documentary, is that one of the reasons why it's hard to talk about drama with CG is because a lot of the places where you would go to get receipts are just gone. Like, they're just like, I had to, thank God for channels like DMV Investigations. Thank God for the Kiwi Farms, because I don't know, I would have been fucked because a lot of the shit is gone. Channels that have been taken down voluntarily or were strucken down or were removed by YouTube, and a lot of this shit is lost to time, right? It's like, I would like to talk about Liam Gray more, but a lot of the stuff involving Liam Gray gets taken down a lot of the times by Liam Gray and some other times by YouTube, because this nigga is crazy.
The way that it is. But anyway, that's how all this stuff started. It's not that big of a deal. Maybe it's silly, Sean. But
I mean, it is silly. It's like, bro, like, and especially like if he's I just don't get it. Like, if he's ignoring you and he's not like making videos
DB 199 pounds. I don't care about the money, Sean.
about you or talking about you in live.
Sean also left him. We all thought, see, here's how the Sonichu medallion works. Is that it doesn't just, it's not like if you put on the Sonichu medallion, now you're going to have some final destination type of fate. No, what happens is you put on the Sonichu medallion and then your worst nightmare starts to manifest itself. So everybody thought that, oh, well, surely it looks like Dix Masterson seems to be like the one guy who's just completely immune to the Sonichu medallion's curse. And it's like, no. It's a very sadistic, the Magichan demon. because it made all of the things that he hated happen. It made him be stuck with Vito forever. It made him get his girlfriend. It made him become a married man. He married 80s girl, right? He had to give up the bachelor's life. And also he got her pregnant. So now he has to be a father and middle age. The one thing he would have hated most of all, a married father with a pedophile as a co-host. And his friends, since he was like a fucking teenager, Sean, left him behind. This is the horror. These are the horrors that the Magichan demon unleashed on Dax Herrera. It's very sadistic.
Like, what's the point?
Very creative.
Just keeping it going. Like like I'm gonna speak from just an objective like perspective. It makes you seem like you're like obsessed with him if you're the only one talking and he isn't.
Sean left around the same time 80s girl got pregnant. Imagine if he's actually the oh my god. Okay, I don't think that's the case. That would actually be, right? That would actually, also around the same time, Eric July would finally, snap back and just like the Patreon started going down, views started going down, Eric July snapped back. All these terrible things for Dick Masterson started cascading like one after the other. But yeah, Sean being the father would be the ultimate, the final nail in the coffin for Dax Herrera, right? It'd be the ultimate karma for stealing 80s girl from Maddox, even though that didn't happen. That's literally not. Maddox broke up with 80s girl. Dick Masterson lied about that, which is very pathetic. That's very sad to lie about how you got your girlfriend. Oh, I stole my bitch from another nigga. No, you didn't. Like, you got another dude, sloppy, very misogynistic, referring to a woman as sloppy seconds. But we're talking about Dax Herrera, so sloppy seconds. So that's the origin story of his current wife and mother of his child. So Garfield's Bizarre Adventure, thank you for $5. Dax also tried to play victim and accuse Eric July of sending money to his house when Pod Awful was the one trolling Dax. Well, yeah, because he can't say Jesse is he who must not be named within the Dick Masterson community. You literally can't say Pod Awful or Jesse. If you're getting into a fight, if you're getting into a fight online on Twitter with Dick on Twitter, just say Jesse, just at Pod Awful, and he'll leave you the fuck alone because he doesn't even want Jesse to know what he's doing on Twitter, which is just naive to think that Jesse doesn't have socks, to think that Jesse don't got shooters, that he doesn't have agents who are in the Discord, who are in the Patreon, looking at content and shit. Come on, dude. Jefferson C. Post, thank you for $2. EVS uses the lie oversaturation strategy. That's very true. If you aren't familiar with the lore, you don't even know how much that this motherfucker is lying about. Right? Like, I know because I'm familiar enough with all of this bullshit, unfortunately. I'm familiar enough with all this that I know he's lying through his teeth with every other word. But Shine doesn't know this.
Okay.
He's overwhelming Shine. He's hoping that Shine comes over to his way, right? That if I just gaslight him enough, he won't even be able to see through the fog of lies.
Enjoying talking about his business. Yes. Just the same way he enjoys talking about Brie Larson. Brie Larson isn't talking about him. The Star Trek guys, Star Wars, Kathleen Kennedy, they're not talking about Geeks and Gamers. Nerdrotic sat there and talked obsessively about the grandchild of Mark Hamill. They weren't talking.
Actually, according to Knife School, they aren't taught. Obviously, Kathleen Kennedy and them, they aren't out here fucking just going to sleep, gnawing their teeth about Geeks and Gamers and Eric July and the Quartering and Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker and all of them. But apparently, people who do work in the production of this shit, they do talk about these YouTubers, and they are at least annoyed. They are at least annoyed by the shit that they say. So to a degree, they do think about him.
About him. It's just an interesting subject to talk about on the
Whoa, Yellow Flash. Thank you for the $50, brother. Hell.
internet. We're watching a guy make bad moves with an
DB, thank you for 199 pounds. Maybe Ricada is Diem's kid's biological father. That's an interesting theory.
comic business. And
Anything is up, like anything is really possible when we're talking about degenerate motherfuckers like this.
discussing it.
Some of the skeeziest motherfuckers on earth are just in this sector. It's crazy.
Right?
Yeah.
Is it personal? Is that okay? Am I allowed to make content like that? Like, it seems like that's the kind of content that all of these guys make.
No,
They
you
make about them.
can, but like I feel like bro, you should be like I mean, bro, you did a Green Lantern and stuff, and like I feel like you're bigger than that. You feel me? Like
Nope.
like are you
Is that
really?
Nope.
Fat joke, Sean?
Maybe he would. That would have been a good fat joke. But you know,
I mean, I didn't think of it that way, but I mean,
Yeah, let's be honest.
but
Yeah.
like
he was better than that as soon as he left DC. I'm not gonna lie. When EVS left DC, he definitely has a shot. Like, people really were captivated by his aura when he first stepped into the scene. Like, everybody in Comicsgate were like, oh wow, we got a legend. We got one of the GOATs, which, you know, let's calm down. EVS is a good artist, but calm down. You know, EVS was talking about how fucking Chuck Dixon isn't a legend, right? He's just like, well, you know, they just say if you're in the industry for long enough, they just call you a legend. Okay. Well, surely we can apply that to you too, EVS. I mean, what do you actually, like, what's legendary about you, or about your run? I won't say this. It's like the Michael Jordan quote. You had a good career, not a great one. I will say, I won't try and put down EVS and say he's not a good artist and he didn't work on some good comics, but to like pretend like he's this GOAT, like he was one of the greatest to ever do. No, that's ridiculous.
like I feel like you're bigger than that. Like if you've done all of that stuff, like even Eric doesn't really make content about other people.
What's up with your door? What do you mean, Comicsgate drama? What is up with your door?
I don't know. I think he's like, I don't know. Anyway, like
look at the mind games that EVS is playing. Ain't nothing going on with that fucking door. He just wants to fuck him up. Playing game. Look at Shine. He's already, look, he's taking out his mental. This is how it works. This is how EVS works people down. He does this to Liam Gray. He's been doing this to Liam Gray like regularly every fucking year for like almost the past decade.
I feel like
he's evil, bro.
Eric doesn't really make content about other people or other like he's focused on Rippaverse, and I give props to that. I feel like you should focus on Cyberfrog in your comics and just keep elevating. Like it should be. I mean, bro, Lanterns is about to come out. You know, like I agree. Like it's crazy.
It's the new town strategy, like moving to a new town and pretending you're someone else. It's why he glazes and keeps new people around him that aren't so familiar with his history or the lore. That's
like,
perfect example.
Aaron Pierre, the dude who played Jon Stewart, like I literally said that. Nobody else said it because they don't read comics, but I said that like
this happens a lot in the South. By the way, I'm not going to tell you guys which major city I live near in the deep South, but especially in places like Atlanta or Birmingham or, you know, Nashville, you'll have niggas who come down here from Chicago or New York or over from LA, and they act like they were running shit back in the city they came from. Like, those niggas weren't shit. They weren't shit, but they come to Atlanta, they come to Birmingham, they come to Nashville or whatever. They act like they were that guy back in their old hood. It's like, no, you weren't, bro. You were a nobody. I mean, I won't say EVS was a nobody, but dude, you weren't running shit over there at DC. Come on, bro. If you were really that guy, they wouldn't have left you. They wouldn't have let you go.
I said it way before you did. Way before you did.
He looks like your Jon Stewart from your Rebirth Green Lantern run,
That's
like
right.
specifically because they colored him lighter in the Rebirth run. No, not Green Lantern Rebirth from the 2000s. The Hal Jordan in the Legend Course. Like he looks just like that. And it's like, yeah, bro, it's like you got a show coming out, you know, they're talking about Black Hand and all these you know, Sinestro might, like, I feel like there's so many bigger things, you know, to talk about than like, yeah, let's get on live and do trash cast. Like why not celebrate that, you know? Like, and you feel what I'm saying? Like, just
yeah,
both
sure. I
sides.
feel what you're saying. You're an Eric July fan and you'd like me to stop making fun of him. Eric feels the same way. But you know, if I were making fun of people who you didn't like, let's say that I was going after white supremacists in comics, you would love that. You would say, there's no possible way that you would say to me, don't you have bigger things to talk about? If I were going after somebody who...
Is it really that serious? Is going at Eric July really on par with going after white supremacists? And first off, who are the white supremacists in comics? Who, like, Theodore Beale? Is that it? It's like Teddy Spaghetti and who else? Who are the other white nationalists who are trying to make their own comic books? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
You personally thought was abhorrent, you'd be cheering me on. But I'm going after somebody who I feel is abhorrent in comics, somebody who's threatened me and my space and my friends through various ways. I talk about him all the time, and that bothers you because you're a fan. But I understand that. I completely understand. You buy Eric July's books. You're angry that I'm criticizing him. You like him. You want him to succeed.
I'm be honest, John Malin's Black Riding Hood, I think that's a funny concept. I mean, look, it's basically, people say, oh, it's racist because it's just all the vampires are black. It's basically just a lamer version of Blade, essentially. That's all that is. And I think that it could work if somebody besides fucking Malin was making it.
I understand that. I don't want him to succeed. I want him to fail. I think he's a bad creator and a bad person. I think he's a liar. I think he's a flim-flam artist. I think he scammed that child's charity way back when.
What? Okay. So now you're literally just, oh, you were literally one of the people. I want you to understand how insane this is. First off, you're just literally just accusing him of charity fraud, accusing him of a federal crime, just like Dick and Vito were. Number one. Number two, you literally defended Eric July when that shit happened. And you were like, no, I actually did something similar to this. I actually did almost identical to the thing that you're accusing Eric July of doing. This actually isn't charity fraud. I use that example in my documentary. That he's crazy. Hold on, let me look. I want to show you guys that. I want to show you guys Ethan Van Sciver literally defending. I guess he just changed his mind. I guess he changed his mind about the charity fraud shit.
That's all that matters.
That summer, and his review of Isom honestly isn't important, so we're just gonna skip.
No,
So
where was it? Where was the charity fraud thing? Where is it? It was, well, first off, let me show you guys. Let me see. There it is.
Committing some type of fraud. Ethan Van Sciver did.
Okay, here it is.
50.
Yeah, and then everyone said, "Oh, get a check."
His content on his website that allowed fans to purchase an Isom comic as a discounted price that would then be donated to this organization. Dick, like the massive Karen he is.
This is peak Karen behavior. This shit is actually, it was such Karen behavior. I'm surprised that he even gets to say anything. This is some of the most embarrassing shit to like even do some, it's beyond gay ops, dude.
Contacted this charity because Eric July was apparently committing charity fraud.
Here, like if you have a comic book, right?
Sure.
Super Killer.
Super Killer.
So you can get a charity copy for Super Killer at $12.50 a cost, and then I'm gonna give this to a comic book, a place that.
Does EVS have headmates? No, he just has BPD.
A guy that gives comic books to kids with cancer.
Sick kids. Wow.
Sick kids with cancer.
Are gonna get a comic book if you give me $12.50.
Yeah, and then everyone said, "Oh man, that's awesome. Here's a bunch of."
I don't want sick kids to not have comic books.
Send 10 kids a copy of your "I love everything that you're doing."
Yeah. Well, what could be a problem with that?
Oh, that's charity fraud.
Oh no! What?
Yeah, that's not charity fraud.
No, it's
Dick
not.
is under this weird assumption that just because the donation isn't coming directly out of Eric's pockets personally, and that he's breaking even, that he must be scamming the charity and committing some type of fraud. Ethan Van Sciver did something similar with Cyberfraud Blood Honey. He said he was raising $10,000 for a men's cancer charity with his comic, so he took money for some purchased books, donated the $10K he promised to the cancer charity, then used the rest to print more books. That was also not charity fraud. The fucking charity Rippaverse donated to personally thanked Eric and Rippaverse for their large contributions. Dick was just throwing shit at a wall to see what would stick and get a rise out of Eric. He even straight up admitted to not giving a fuck about the charity at all.
Is there enough backstory for comic books for kids?
Okay.
Yeah. And at first I thought maybe I shouldn't talk about this because I don't want to fuck up that guy's deal. The comic book charity guys.
Sure.
Yeah, but then I thought, fuck it.
This is why never, ever, ever, ever try and feel any empathy for these guys, right? Not for them, not for EVS, not for Riley. They're all pieces of shit. They deserve worse. They really do deserve worse quality, like higher quality, excuse me, of A-logs, more sadistic A-logs. They deserve the type of shit that DSP and Wings of Redemption go through on a daily basis, but they're all so fucking boring and irrelevant that nobody talks about them.
All of those things. So I'm looking forward to him failing. The people in the audience here are looking forward to watching him fail too. And when he does fail, they're going to be happy because they watched this whole thing happen through Trashcast. They're going to watch. They've seen a date.
Literally just got shouted out on the Joe Rogan podcast. So.
Today, they've seen all of his various missteps and misdeeds, and he deserves to fail. It's fun to watch it happen.
Diligent. Oh, excuse me. Diligent Felon, thank you for the $5 Canadian. Enjoy your streams and content. Keep it flowing. I'm going to teach my kids about these people and hope they get the message. Hey, you can learn from bad examples just as much as you can learn from good ones. Kino Noir 64, thank you for 199 pounds. Even Von Crackler melting down. Quiet Rioter, thanks you for another $5, buddy. Doesn't Dick Masterson traffic mint salad to Riley? Guess I'll eat a threat of a lawsuit for that. Oh yeah, he did say that. He did threaten to sue Daka because every other day he was posting something like Dick Masterson was trafficking mint salad to fucking Riley away from her parents, which is essentially what he did. He even got with a fight, got into a fight with Mint Salad's dad on stream, very angry at this concerned father who just wanted his daughter to come home and not be around fucking degenerate freaks. And so now he is a daddy. I hope that karma doesn't come to bite him. Man, I sure hope that he doesn't end up, that nothing ever happens with his kids where they end up living a certain lifestyle around certain people that he doesn't want them to, and he has to suffer through that when he's in his fucking 60s and 70s. Man, that would suck.
Same way if there were white supremacists in comics, actual ones, not fake ones, not, you know, accused.
Should not wishing that on his kid. But one of his kids growing up to be like a piss porn star would be like the ultimate karma for Dick. Especially because it's going to happen when he's like 70 or whatever the fuck.
People who are being accused of white supremacy, but actual bigots in comics, if those people, you know, failed to make comics that, you know.
Daka did nothing wrong according to Dick Masterson, because Dick Masterson has also accused people of like serious crimes before, and he got away with just calling it jokes. So I don't know.
I
wonder if he would still say that if he knew that Daka was like a multimillionaire. Like if Daka had a 9-figure net worth, would he still try and sue him for like say that he was a sex trafficker, or would he just shut the fuck up?
You cheer that on too. So yeah, we just disagree because you're a fan. I'm talking to a fan of somebody who, you know,
yeah, and in the end, Mint Salad left their orbit and cut Riley anyway. So it didn't even work out the way that fucking Dick Masterson hoped it would.
You like Eric July stuff. I understand you don't want me to do what I do, but I'm telling you, I see Eric completely differently than you do. You know, you're better
because you're delusional. Literally everything you've said so far has been a lie.
Reading Marvel comics than Eric's comics. You understand that? You're better off reading DC comics. You're better off reading my comics. You're better off reading Comicsgate comics.
All right, let's calm down now.
Comics than what Eric's doing. Eric's stuff is bad.
First off, how would he even read your comics? Your comics barely exist.
It's just not good. Those comics aren't good, Shine. As somebody,
where are your comics? Okay, he can read the first 2 Cyberfrogs. What? You can read the first few Cyberfrogs, but what about the other shit you still have to come out with?
Who reads
comics have to get made for people to read them, EVS.
Normal comics, you know they're not good. And now that I've told you that I've received threats from him saying I'm not allowed to criticize him or else he's going to unleash his friends on me, he's a bad guy too. He deserves to fail.
So you think modern DC and Marvel comics are better than Eric's comics?
Yes. That didn't take long to say. Yes.
So you
worked in there. I worked at Marvel.
Certain comics out of the Absolute line, probably. Again, I haven't read Rippaverse, but there have been some Absolute comics where I'm pretty sure where I would say, yeah, this is probably the best that comics have to offer right now, at least superhero comics. Generally speaking, I'm pretty sure that Rippaverse probably has the average DC comic beat.
DC
outside of the Absolute line.
I think everything is better than Eric's comics.
So you would read Snowflake and Safe Space over ISOM?
Though that comic book doesn't exist, yes, I would read it over ISOM because it was created as a joke by somebody who was creating a joke, and it would probably be
no, it was not. That was the cope that they came out with. They were 100% sincere with making that comic, And then after they got bullied, after it got memed on, it went viral just to talk shit about that comic. It broke containment where even the people, even the anti-SJWs who shit on comics weren't just talking about it. Like everybody was memeing on Safe Space and Trailblazer. And that one, who was that one? I don't even remember what his fucking name was. That one internet fart gas nigga, right? That guy. Everybody was talking shit about those characters. So they just canceled the comic rather than endure the memes because they know nobody was going to buy it anyway. And anybody who did buy it would just buy it just to make fun of it. And then they acted like it was a joke. Like, no, you guys were going to make that comic for real because you've made comics that are equally or even more retarded, but just didn't get the viral bullying campaign that comic got.
Really, really funny if it were real. Yes. It was making fun of social justice warrior, Shine. You wouldn't read it?
Then why did the right get so mad about it then?
Screen Time. What a terrible fucking name.
Because they weren't in on the joke. They didn't get it. They thought it was real. It was too real, but it was absurd.
What a weird thing to lie about. Why would you lie for DC after they fired you, bro?
Did you see the guy who wrote it? You understood that he used to troll dating videos? He'd appear on dating shows and he was like this awkward nerd he's a performance artist. It's very subtle, but he's very funny.
Bro, ISOM is a good comic. You know what I'm saying? It's not bad.
What's good about it? What did he do that's heroic? How was he a hero in ISOM #1?
Well, the point of the story is not a hero. I feel like I haven't read issue 3 yet, but like I don't think that's the point. Like I think it's
why isn't it the point of a superhero comic book that the main character who wears the symbol of Jesus Christ on his belt? Why wouldn't he be a hero?
Because some people, it's like Daredevil Born Again. It's like The Dark Knight Returns. It's like
Daredevil is a hero.
EVS is a very performative Christian, by the way. And that's not me making fun of like Mormonism because he's also, I feel part of the reason, well, there's a lot of reason in his backstory about why he is the way he is, especially his daddy issues. And the BPD he most likely inherited from his daddy, but also the fact that he grew up as probably the only Mormon family in Jersey. Somebody said that Ethan is culturally Utahan. No, he is not from Utah. He's not from Utah like John Finley. John Finley, dudes like John Finley make Utah proud. That's the type of Utahan we need more of. No, this dude is like, he's New Jersey white trash, essentially.
The Dark Knight is a hero. Batman is a hero.
And he uses his Christianity almost as like a cudgel, as a weapon against people. He kind of uses his Christianity the way that Laura Loomer uses her Judaism, where it's not, I won't say that she doesn't believe. I'm saying that she really likes utilizing it in a very utilitarian way. It's like a weapon or a tool or shit like that.
He didn't start off the comic that way though.
Who, Batman didn't start off in the comic as a hero?
Didn't start off as a hero? In The Dark Knight Returns.
No, he was a retired hero in The Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah. Isam is retired in the beginning. Yeah, so he's not a hero. It's a journey.
He quit. Did you read issue 2? Why did he quit? He quit because, why did he quit?
He's been reading all of Eric July's comics. He's probably Eric July's super fan, not just his super A-log, but actually a super fan. He probably does read every single comic that Rippaverse comes out with. Like, what's this piece of shit, this black hibbity jibbity piece of shit? What did he do this time?
Because he didn't save the girl from dying. I just saved the girl from getting killed.
How is that what a hero does?
What do you mean?
You quit because you failed to save someone? You quit because you failed one time? You quit?
I mean, you said Superman and Superman Up in the Sky. Superman almost quit being Superman because a kid.
Because of love.
Huh?
He almost quit. Well, he quit because of love one time because he loved Lois Lane in the movies.
No, I'm talking about the comic. You said modern comics are better than Eric July, so like you got to hold it to the same standard. In Superman Up in the Sky, Superman was gonna quit being Superman. He had to literally be talked out of it extensively, but he was gonna quit because a boy jumped off. He thought he could fly like Superman, and he jumped off a building thinking he was Superman. And
they ripped that off of the Human Torch. Human Torch, like a kid set himself on fire being the Human Torch. Am I setting the right?
If superheroes were real, kids really would be doing stupid shit like that.
Example.
I mean, they do that shit already. So imagine if there were people, because let's look, right? Let's say you're a kid in the DC or Marvel universe. There's like a not impossible chance that you do secretly have superpowers. And if you put yourself in a certain environment, you might end up being able to do some crazy shit. It's happened before. That's like a lot of characters' origin story, in fact.
You know,
Especially in the Marvel universe. Like, I wonder how many kids in the Marvel. This is why, by the way, Marvel's very gay, because they keep wanting to take the mutants and just keep them as these pariahs so they can keep them as like this racial injustice allegory. When really mutants should just be as accepted as other superhumans, and it should just be like, I don't know, it should be like My Hero Academia at that point, where it's just like you got certain people who have they have certain abilities, and you got certain people who don't have certain abilities. You know, you just make society in a certain way that these people with abilities are just treated in a certain way. You don't treat them badly, but like, you know, you have a dude who can shoot nuclear warheads out of his nipples. You got to treat him differently than a mutant who just, I don't know, they can make puddles. You know, you just treat them differently like that. But it's like Marvel should really just like get with the times and just make the mutants accepted. So, because if mutants were real, kids would think that they were cool as fuck, and everybody would want to be every other kid would want to be Wolverine. Every other kid would want to be Beast. Every other kid would want to be Nightcrawler. They wouldn't think these people were scary. They would think they're the coolest fucking guys. Fuck yeah, man. I want to be a giant hairy monster who can jump and climb walls. Fuck yeah, I want to do that. Every black woman would want to be Storm for real. Like, yes, I'm a goddess with like natural, I don't even need weave. This is how my hair actually is. I don't know. It's so lame that they're still doing the oppression shit. Give it up, dude. It's like that. They should have wrapped that shit up when Claremont stopped writing for the X-Men
thing.
Yeah. So
it's not the same as like failing. You've saved, presumably you've saved lots of people in your lifetime, and you fail one time and then you quit because how come?
I agree.
Oh no, the mind control mutants, that's different. Mind control mutants would need to get genocided. Like you would need to like ethnically cleanse mind control mutants from the mutant gene pool entirely. Cause that shit is just, even in My Hero Academia, I just use that as an example. Even in My Hero Academia, the dudes with the quirks that involve controlling people's minds are treated worse than everybody else, because that shit's kind of evil.
There could have been like,
it's not like fundamentally evil, but nobody likes people nobody likes the mind controllers. That's just the fundamentally evil type of superpower. The only non-evil version of that is Professor X, and he's had some times, you know,
more motive. Like I could critique a comic. Like I agree. Like that was you know,
here's how it would. Mutant racism would be real, but it would be on a case by cases basis, right? Like it would be, they would categorize, depending on what category of mutant you are would depend on like how racist people are towards you, right? Because if you're a mutant and you just like, your mutation just makes you look ugly, well, shit, I mean, kids would bully you, but you would probably be put in commercials about body acceptance and shit like that, because we already do that IRL. If you're a mutant and you had powers that were beneficial for society, like, I don't know, you could get rid of cancer or some shit, you would be treated super fucking well. But if you're a mutant, like, I don't know, you can burn, you emit nuclear radiation and you just like kill whole populations of cities, or you're, like I said, a mind control mutant. Yeah, you're like an evil mutie who needs to either be exterminated or put in a cage somewhere.
Bit of a small reason, you know, to quit, but I still think you know, like it's a story, you know, it's a journey. I haven't read Ice Hunter yet. I'm excited to read it.
You should read it.
Yeah, I will. I think, you know, I like the colors for Ice on 3, so I can't wait to read that to see where it goes. But you know what I'm saying? I think it's a good comic. I like the art, you know. And it's like, bro, you did a variant cover.
By the way. Shout out to Gabe. Yes. Yeah, I did a variant for it.
Yeah, I have your variant. It's just like, I don't know why you can't just like, bro, just like leave it in the past. Like it's 2026, like it's over with. Like, why you gotta, or like, I'm not saying you gotta root for him to succeed, but why do you have to root for him to fail? Like that's like,
also there really should be way more factions of mutants in you know, the Marvel universe, because there's really just, you got the X-Men, And then you have the evil mutants, and that's basically, well, that's not it. You also have like the Hellfire Club, and you have I forget what they're called, the mutants who are led by Calypso. But a lot of that is like Claremont shit. Again, Claremont, this is why he's the GOAT X-Men writer, is because he actually thought in depth about this shit. Because Forge is a perfect example of a mutant whose mutant powers were super beneficial, and he was treated well because society valued the shit he could do. Forge was basically Native American mutant Tony Stark, and society treated him as such because, I don't know, he was based. Storm was also Storm. I said Forge. Anyway, I think Storm because Forge was fucking Storm. So, you know. But anyway, it's stuff like that. But there should be like way more factions of mutants within the Marvel universe, and Marvel just doesn't. They're very lazy these days with the X-Men, and it kind of feels like they're retelling the same stories over and over again, but not as good.
Why?
Yes, Uncanny X-Men under Claremont was peak. It was like Uncanny X-Men under Claremont. I'm not gonna say it's the pinnacle of Marvel, but it's up there. It's like, that actually is Marvel at its peak. Maybe not every issue, but I want to say that Claremont had the best continuous run of any Marvel writer ever during that era.
Room for him to fail? Because he deserves to fail. He's in this space teaching people some retarded things. His fans are crazy. He's saying stupid.
They're crazy. What do Rippatards, as the CG community calls them? What do they do besides read comic books and talk about? They do the thing. The Rippaverse fans do the thing that the Comicsgate fans won't do, that they can't do, which is talk about comics coming out from their favorite creators. Comicsgate fans can't do this because Comicsgate doesn't put out comics. They can't there's no comics for them to talk about, right? So all they do is talk about drama in like the CG sewers, the CG trenches, in their little Comicsgate favela and shit like that.
Stupid things every single day.
I'm sorry, I've been ignoring a lot of super chats, guys. Quiet Rioter, thank you for another $5. You know, we compare EVS to Ralph. If he's given money to Eric just to shit on him, he's closer to Review Tech USA. Yeah, he was, in a way. He is kind of like a dent. He is kind of a dent for Eric July in a way, because he is technically giving him money. So was Riley. Riley actually gave Eric July quite a bit of money. Lord Arserman, thank you for $5. Isom 1 has Avery coming out of retirement to rescue a little girl. That's heroism, is it not? Well, look, bro, it's the best when you're dealing with people like this. There is no way for them to praise Eric July for anything. I'm not saying that you should praise Eric July. I'm just saying, even if there was a reason to, they still wouldn't do it. So you can't really take any of these criticisms that seriously. Garfield's Bizarre Adventure, thank you for $5. If DSP and Review Tech started doing anti-Eric July content, EVS would immediately invite them to Comicsgate. It worked for Vito and Fraud Tony. Oh yeah, that's how you have to get in. This is why whenever people from CG say, we're not just about talking about Eric July, that is literally a requirement for being in CG at this point. If you have a positive opinion, if you're even indifferent, just you don't even care about Eric July and Rippaverse. Like somebody asks you about, hey, how you feel about Eric July and the Rippaverse? You're like, yeah, I don't really care. I don't know. I heard that some people like Isom 1. I don't know. It's not to my taste. They might kick you out. They might ostracize you just for being indifferent instead of being virulently hateful towards it and shit like that. So never let them tell you different, because it's bullshit. Kimono Theater, thank you for $5. I never understood how you'd even be able to tell a mutant from other superheroes most of the time. Yeah, it never made any fucking sense. There's literally no reason. And it's like, the whole thing about like mutants or mutant kind, mutant species and shit like that, that Magneto and all the evil mutants be talking about. Or shit, it's not even evil mutants. Even like the good quote unquote mutants talk like that now. Mutants can have babies with like non-mutants, and the result may or may not be a mutant, right? It's like, people who aren't mutants at all can have babies, and like randomly one of their kids will be a mutant. Susan Storm and Reed Richards, neither of them are mutants. They had neither of their powers come from mutant genetics or any shit like that. They had a baby. They had 2 kids. One of them is a mutant. The other one isn't. And it's like, it doesn't make any sense. Mutants are just regular fucking humans, but with superpowers. They aren't a different thing. But it's retarded. The whole lore about mutants and how they're treated in Marvel Universe, it makes no fucking sense. Really, they need to be their own universe for this shit to happen, right? It's like, this is the thing about, this is why it was kind of good for the X-Men to develop in their own movie cinematic universe before Disney reunited them into the greater Marvel universe, is because they didn't have to worry about dumb shit like that, right? It's like, they didn't have to worry about how it doesn't make sense that mutants are treated differently than all the other superpowered people, because there are superpowered people who aren't mutants who do worse shit than most mutants do. So it doesn't make any sense. Joe Mama, thank you for $4.99. Off topic, but why do you think Western writers and artists have disdain for anime manga? Lots like Jello criticize it, but it does so much better. Jealousy. Well, a lot of Western writers and artists don't have disdain for anime and manga. A lot of them are actual weebs who grew up watching anime and reading manga, which is why there are so many references to it in the works. Like the latest Absolute Batman reference Chainsaw Man. So it's not that. Now, you do have some dudes in there who, like, they got the boomer mentality, like the mentality of the boomers, the late boomers, early Gen Xers who were mad that shit like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh was way more popular with young kids than any of the bullshit that they were coming out with, right? There are people like that, you know, except for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which was always popular. But there's jealousy in that. But no, generally speaking, I don't think there's actually that much friction there.
My opinion, scammed a charity. He's not a good guy. He doesn't deserve to be in this space.
That's a serious allegation, bro. Scamming.
I just said allegedly, in my opinion, but let me run it by you real quick. You got a charity organization that says we collect comic books for sick kids. What do you think they want? What do you think they're looking for, this organization? Do you think they're looking for 2 pallets of copies of ISOM #1 for sick kids? And you've got Eric July sitting there saying, hey, $17.50 per book, and I will send a copy of ISOM #1 to this charity. And then he says, that's how much it costs me. That's basic cost. And then in the same breath,
again, Ethan Van Sciver, literally, he talked about this, and I should have put the tweet on there, but it's like, he literally defended. He defended what Eric July did, but you know, that was then. This is now, right? This is this is post-Night Letter, after he got threatened by that thug, Eric July. So none of that other shit matters anymore.
Night, he's selling them for $5 a piece. I mean, This is a charity. This is a charity who, you know, is basically saying, send us comics. We want like an assortment of Spider-Man, Captain America.
They retcon Franklin into being a mutant. Well, they retcon Kamala Khan into being a mutant too, because Marvel really, 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 really wants to make Kamala Khan popular, even though she's never been popular. There are people who still think that Kamala Khan is a new character. She's not. Kamala Khan is like, what was it, 2011? 2011 was the first comic that she came out in. And she's never been popular, even though she's been in video games, been in tons of crossovers, been in movies, been in TV shows. They've done everything with Kamala Khan to make her popular, including making her a mutant. And it's not, I don't know, it's not working. Maybe she's in the latest Marvel fighting game by Arxis. Maybe she'll probably be popular this time, maybe.
Comics we want.
Because it's like Omega Red. Omega Red became way more popular, especially overseas, because of the crossover Marvel fighting game with Capcom. So maybe it'll work this time.
You know, these comics that we'll give to kids. Eric basically offloaded power.
X-23 became really popular before she even showed up in a movie with the Japanese because of her appearance in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. We'll see.
Of the same comic book to a sick kids charity, a comic that's not really entirely appropriate for children anyway.
Yeah, she was the main character in the Avengers game. It did not help with her popularity at all. To be fair, that game sucks, but still, you know, the point remains.
$17.50 each. What does that sound like to you? Does that sound like the purpose of the charity? Does that sound like something that was a good idea? Does that sound like, anything other than what is, in my opinion, a scam?
I mean, if it was 100% valid, why do you have to say in your opinion?
Um,
Oh, that's very good. It's not working. The prognosis isn't working on Shine. He's asking very easily. He's asking quantifiable questions. He's like, wait, okay, you say that that's true. Why is you saying your opinion then? Like, why would that doesn't make any sense?
charity. Does that sound like something that was a good idea? Does that sound like, anything other than what is, in my opinion, a scam?
I mean, if it was 100% valid, why do you have to say in your opinion?
Why'd you have to say your opinion? Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Why, if it was a scam, why you have to quantify it like that, bro? Why'd you have to add that qualifier at the end, dude? All right, so let's see the lie that he comes up with to counter the lie he just told that he just got caught in.
That's my opinion.
Okay, yeah. I
What
mean,
you want? My opinion.
Oh, okay. All right, this is good. All right, I'm gonna give. I underestimated Shine. I thought he was gonna be a prognosis victim, but it seems like I don't know. It seems like he's the thing that CG hates, which is reasonable black man. We got another reasonable black man alert who like he notices things that don't make sense. He's like, wait, that doesn't make any sense, EVS.
yeah, it's your opinion. So it's like
Now
that's
you have to decide if my opinion is correct. I just told you exactly what happened.
I gotta get Eric's opinion, but I didn't know about that. You
Good
know what I'm
luck
saying?
doing that. Like Eric did give his opinion to Nick Rekieta, and that didn't work out too well for him. Hold on, let me read some.
A lot of things didn't work out well for Nick Rekieta. You know, I don't think any legal advice. Nick Rekieta gave legal advice to Ethan Ralph too, and it didn't work out well in his favor either.
Super chats because they're piling in real quick here. So we'll see how this is going. Let me see. He won't stop because real men crush their enemies, says Lord Tapman's Comics.
He's doing a really bad job of that, you know, crushing his enemy. He's been trying to crush Eric July for damn near going on 3 years now. Eric July literally is getting bigger every single fucking year, like showing he's got more motion now than he did drop a little bit after the first ISOM one. He did drop a little bit, but he's regained his steam, right? He's getting shouted out on Joe Rogan. Revenue is going up. He's talking about how he wants to start publishing 100 comics in a single year. He's actually talking about, see, here's what they don't understand. Here's what CG doesn't understand. Here's what Dick Masterson, here's what none of them understand. What Eric July did, he didn't really create a comic book company. What he really did is that he made a publishing house and a printing company that just so happens to make its own comics too. And they don't understand that. They can't even understand the difference of this. Is that while they were over, it's one of those, he was playing chess while everybody else was just playing checkers type shit. It's like, he didn't just want to make his own comics. He's like, no, I want to own this is very libertarian minded shit too. I want to own the means of production. But unlike being a communist socialist bitch and just stealing it, I'm going to make a comic. I'm going to take the proceeds from that comic and I'm going to use that to build the means of production, right? He has his own logistical chain and network, which is why Eric July delivered more comics by himself than Comicsgate did throughout all of 2025, right? Comicsgate delivered what, 2 or 3 comics in 2025? Eric July delivered like 10, maybe. No, it was more than that. Holy shit. I have to look it up. But no, it was like, it's insane. But it's shit like that, right? Like he made his own logistical network. He's basically Rippaverse. It's like this whole publishing, printing house type of deal he's got going on. And he makes his own comic. So he runs shit. So he doesn't have to, delivery ain't even an issue for him. He does this shit in his sleep, which is why he can scale to this insane level like he wants to in this year. And they don't get this.
And so did what's his face who killed that girl, I guess. In the ISOM #2. Donkey Who says, isn't Spider-Man the best example of what Shine is trying to say about ISOM? Spider-Man's origin story is that he fails to be a hero and then suffers and learns. That teaches him to be a hero in his earliest day.
He didn't even have an argument against it because it was actually a very good point. It's like, wait, isn't Spider-Man? Peter Parker was a piece of shit who was trying to use his powers just to get rich quick. And he ended up letting the dude who was committing a crime get away. And that dude ended up killing his uncle. And now he lives his life in a way to try and redeem himself for that early failure he did when he failed to be a hero. Isn't that like the same thing that Eric July was going for with Iceland? And it's like, yeah.
First day as a hero, he thinks about, being selfish.
Now, to be fair, again, I've never read Iceland. I've never read any Rippaverse comic. The first issue of Spider-Man, right? Well, it wasn't called Spider-Man, but the first issue is one of the single greatest comic book issues ever. It's perfect. It's a perfect first comic, and not even by like the age of its time. It's just excellent storytelling, the perfect origin story.
But he learns from that. You would just think that somebody who was motivated, who existed because of Jesus Christ, and that is, I hate to spoil it for you.
Is that is that an Isom tree?
Yeah, sorry.
Tatted Gimli, thank you for $5. Mikey, are you a fan of Sephiroth Sword 57, or are you like using his image? Oh, I use some reaction images of his in my documentaries. Yeah, I'm a fan. Steven Bobo, thank you for $5. EVS can make a great editor-in-chief if he won't get in his own way. I don't know about that, because the thing about an editor-in-chief is that you got to make the trains run on time, and he can't even get his own fucking shit running on time. So Deep Fried Croco, thank you for 199 pounds. Marvel not adding Kamala in is kind of base. Well, I think the problem is that Kamala is just a little too young, right? They would have to age her up. Well, it's a combination of, I won't say popularity, because they took fucking Cloak and Dagger. They put Cloak and Dagger in the game, right? So obviously that's not an issue. They can take a niche hero and put them into the game. But what it is like, Marvel Rivals, they like to make all of their superheroines and villainesses sexy, and Kamala Khan, or cute. And Kamala Khan, I don't know, I think she's too young. They would have to age her up like they did with Penny Parker or something like that. Your buddy Brader, thank you for $5. Ethan trying to come off. Also, Kamala Khan's design just does not. They would have to redesign her, because Kamala Khan's design is just kind of lame in general. Your buddy Brady, thank you for $5. Ethan trying to come off as a sage old comic creator is crazy. We've seen this guy pissed drunk, hitting on 500-pound 60-year-olds, eating garbage.
Like, wait, Jesus is his real motive?
Yeah. So he is the direct descendant of somebody who Jesus healed. So presumably somebody in the Bible. So his powers come from Christ himself. I guess. I don't know.
That's interesting. Like that's why, it's like, bro, like it's a good book, bro. Like
that's a good idea. You're right. Why do you do this to yourself? Young Grifted 2.0 here will be calling you Evan in a few weeks. Evan, says Jose M.
Oh, also I forgot. Yeah, she is Muslim. I forgot about that. So maybe that's also part of why.
Faggotry.
I don't understand. Like, why is Kamala Khan Muslim? Like, why? There's nothing Muslim about her. I remember that time she was doing that cringy shit. They were like, oh my Allah, because obviously if you're a Muslim, you're raised in America, you've been speaking English your whole time, you just randomly break out into Arabic. You just say Allah instead of God, which is what that is. Allah is just the Arabic word for God, right? It's ridiculous. It's silly.
He says, Ethan, stop badgering this young black child. Great. Guys, I think Super Chat, I think Shine Comics read Isom edited edition and thought it was the real Isom. That's a Johnny Rocket there. Absolute Batman and Wonder Woman piss all over Eric's books.
Absolute Batman is not better than Isom.
I've never read Isom. And that's kind of that's a hefty recommendation. Shine, he's in it. He's committed. This boy loves him. This guy loves him, some fucking Rippaverse. So I don't know. I've never read Isom. Maybe if I ever get around to it, I'll see and I'll agree with him. I'm like, hey, this is pretty aces. But right now,
A man called Plush for $20. Eric is dishonest. He lied about his artist using online clip art for his. It's just so much lore, dude. You're like, why? Why are you doing this? You had to be here for this.
Bro, what is this? Eric is dishonest, lied about his artist using online clip art for his comics, which he did. Waste of money, tried to covertly talk bad about other indie creators and lied about the Sasuke's sick This is a lie. right? First off, I don't care about like the artists using online. He couldn't draw a table. He needed to fucking trace a table. I don't give a fuck about that. But this shit about the Saskas and covertly talking bad about other indie creators, this is bullshit. And I don't know whether this dude is lying for EVS or whether he believes EVS lies and he doesn't know that EVS is lying to him.
Which he did. Waste of money.
This is the problem, right? With trying to convince. This is why you shouldn't try and convince anybody who's part of Comicsgate. They don't even know. A lot of these guys don't even realize that they're in a cult and that everything they think they know about this situation, they think they know about this lore, is just a lie. They don't even know that they've been fed bullshit for years and everything they know just isn't true.
To covertly talk bad about other indie creators and lied about the Saskas. Sick people. RMD. Wasting your time with them, purposely not seeing the obvious, laid out why Eric is a villain, replies, but why is he a villain? He's a fan of Eric's. He's basically saying, why can't you let it go? Is what he's saying to me, I think. Comic Book Muscle says, I want to hear Eric July issue a public apology. Maybe Shine can work that out with Eric.
What is up with these dudes and wanting Eric July to apologize? I've heard this from multiple people, especially Riley. Riley really wants Eric July to apologize to him, which is why I really think he got turned out. I think he got that salad toss. You know, he got that that booty was it was divine for somebody when he was locked up in the joint for that one night, because I can't imagine why he's so pressed to get an apology from Eric July. For what? What happened, bro? What happened that you need a black man to apologize to you? Did another black man do something to you when you were in jail, Riley? Like, what's up, bro? Your buddy Brady. No, wait, hold on. I already read that. Momozuki, thank you for $4.99. Ethan, the type to say Miles Morales ain't Spider-Man. I mean, he is Spider-Man, but he also isn't technically Spider-Man. Like, Miles Morales is like, you know, I don't know, I guess, I mean, he is Spider-Man, but it's like saying, I don't know, it's like saying that Superman's son is also Superman. I mean, he is, but when people say Superman, we know who they're talking about. They're talking about Clark Kent. When people say Spider-Man, sure, maybe if you're talking about specifically, maybe if they say it in the context of the Spider-Verse movies, then sure, right? We're talking about Miles. But 95% of the time people say Spider-Man, they mean Peter Parker. Like, let's come on. It's like saying Ben Reilly isn't Spider-Man. I mean, technically, Ben Reilly is Spider-Man, but we know who the Spider-Man is. Stephen Bobo, thank you for $5. You're right about the Marvel Universe. I never understand why people hate mutants, but yet to let other superhumans off the hook, it makes no sense.
Eric, who makes veiled threats.
It literally doesn't make sense.
And even cursed out his fans. Let me see. Everyone went to Comicsgate. Even Yellow Flash closed the CG post. Oh, everyone went after Comicsgate. Yeah, this is what happened after the Eric July incident.
Is it Miles' new hero name Spins? Thank you, Junebug. Loves you for $2. I don't know. I hope not. That's a terrible fucking name.
Even Yellow Flash.
It's crazy how they're so bad at this shit. They're so bad at giving Miles a new name. Every new name they try and come up with, it's just bad.
Close the Comicsgate post. Tony Donut says. Ryan Blue Thunder says, not too much trash lately, and still trash talk, drama, and beefs. I've been a part of comics discussion from forever, from letters to the bullpen to rants at the local comic shop to forum discussions. Ryan Blue Thunder, 2 to 3 streams a day drawing for your fans. Comicsgate Kings bringing similarly blacklisted artists together to draw and talk comics.
This guy is right. This is what you should be doing, EVS. You need to do more draw streams. You can call them drama, and you can do your little gosh, your little shit talking while you draw. But you really should be behind a pad. You should have a pencil in your hand or some shit when you're on these streams, right?
Talking.
Because all this yapping, all you're doing is getting yourself in trouble.
So this guy's basically saying,
because I can't do anything with the draw streams, for real. You talk on the draw streams, I can't. I've tried listening to those. They're boring. But hey, his fans love him and they still donate to him and he's getting work done. So that's what he should be doing. Because hey, he's still making money, he's getting work done, and also people like me can't A-log him.
Trashcast isn't something that we do very often. Everybody wants it to happen very often. What I'm actually doing is 2 to 3 drawing streams every single day. Comicsgate Kings on Monday, and then Hard Art on Wednesdays, which is a comic book show as well. This guy, P. Callen, says, I'll bet it was Enlightened Fan who sent you that message. It was definitely, yeah, it was a Rippaverse guy. Katie Comics says, it's okay not to know everything about comics. Why can't Eric July admit maybe he picked up Wizard Magazine a few times and he missed out on some great titles that came before his time? I would respect that. Amazing Fantasy 15. You were in the chat, so you know. But I mean, you knew anyway, right?
Wait, can you explain that again? Like, do you not? Can you explain that one more time? Like the Amazing 15?
Well, do you know what Amazing Fantasy 15 is?
Yeah, the first appearance of Spider-Man.
Thank you. Okay. Lord Arnold says, 2 hour behind. I'm 2 hour behind. I never liked Quarterling Beta Boy, hated you helping him. Geeks and Gamers, I did like. See what these guys do to avoid paying me more money for a super chat, Sean. See, if you initial everything, if you shorten everything and abbreviate it.
Joe Mama, thank you for $1.99. Spider-Gwen is Ghost Spider and not Spider-Girl. Shaking my head. Well, I really think that Marvel regrets creating Jessica Drew, right? Like, they really hated doing that, or at least they hate giving her the name Spider-Woman, because she has literally nothing to do with Spider-Man or any of the other spider people. She doesn't even really have her power set is completely different from everybody else. And now that they have their own Spider-Verse thing going on, I think that they really do hate the fact that Spider-Woman is attached to fucking Jessica Drew, which they really can't do anything with the rest of this spider universe that they've been fucking with, especially in the Sony movies and whatnot. So yeah, she probably would be named Spider-Woman or something like that if they could. Your buddy Brady, thank you for another $2. Remember, Miles' dad is Jefferson Davis. Oh shit, I did forget about that. That's actually very base.
You can get all what you want in there for $5, but
Bendis is a funny guy.
Now I'm struggling trying to read it. All right, Geeks and Gamers I did like, but they sold out to money. You see where I am still.
See, you got who? Jessica who? See, it's what I'm talking about.
My bro, love you, always a 100 with you. See, this is a $10 super chat combined into a $5 super chat right there. Okay, so Eric is actually responding to Shane's Epic Roast Comicsgate Kings call out Eric July video on Katie Did's channel. Yeah, I guess so. I haven't watched that one yet at all.
Wait,
I don't know.
Why do people call you Throat Goat? I've saw like
yeah. No, really.
I saw like multiple like.
I'm sorry.
Like,
what was that? I was doing something. What the fuck? What did you just say?
Wait,
I don't know.
Why do people call you Throat Goat?
Oh, no.
Yeah. No, really.
He knows the throat goat, or maybe he doesn't know the throat goat lore, and he's just like maybe he thinks it's karaoke. I mean, he does do karaoke. He has a nice singing voice. Ethan Van Sciver. Maybe that's what he thinks the throat goat lore is.
I saw like multiple like probably 5 different replies like people like.
Because when I became Comicsgate early on Reddit, somebody wrote a story about me, a fake story, saying that
fake story. It's not real.
I'm a male prostitute.
Don't believe the throat goat lore.
Dude, do I look like a male prostitute to you? I mean, maybe. Say yes.
Hanging out with somebody who smells like shit, I don't know. That's not helping your case.
It would not be. To be a male prostitute, I would be hanging out with somebody who smells like shit.
I mean, Riley is basically a porn star. Basically, that's what he is. He had an OnlyFans, right? He used to pimp out his girlfriend and piss on her with his like small penis and shit. So yeah, you do hang out with porn stars, bro. That's what you do. Porn stars that piss on each other.
Shit? I don't think so.
Hang out with Riley.
How would I get customers if somebody smelled like shit around me? How can you call him a scammer when you promised comic people 5 years ago you're only on page 3? At least I'm on page.
All right, what's the lie? What's the excuse? What's the excuse for this one, bro?
31. What are you talking about?
Oh, he's on page 31. Okay, he's not on page 3. The fuck are you talking about? What do you mean I only completed 3 pages in 5 years? No, I didn't. I completed 30 pages in 5 years. You think I'm like some lazy bastard? Come on,
page 3. How dare you? Vasilis Lola says July is a slumlord pimp trying to whore out our side of the aisle, or else
he's the slum. This is the actual slumlord right here, and he doesn't even know. This guy right here. First off, this dude is also not helping EVS's case because he's taking some weird photos. Like there was this one time he did the Spider-Man pose. Vassal right here. Hold on, maybe I can look it up. You know, actually, never mind. I'm not going to look it up. I'm actually not going to look it up. But he did the Spider-Man pose, and he had his fucking ass up in the air. He was taking it from a Dutch angle, right? Just very, very, and I think he was like wearing spats or something like that. He was wearing a Speedo or something. Like, cheeks were all up in the air, bro. Anyway, this dude doesn't even know that he is living in a slum, and his slumlord pimp is Ethan Van Sciver.
Now I wish Eric would make his Ed Wood comics for all eternity. Join us, Shine. We have more fun. Join us. That's Vasilis Lolas from Greece. He's another comic book pro. Eric celebrated the idea of E quitting Trash Cast this week. I'm a gay. Jose M says, Shine for lore, catch up on JJ Torio's sifting through the trash playlist. I doubt he's going to do that.
Oh yeah, bro, like he might get mad at me for breaking. Well, why are you coming after my friend Vaughn, bro? What did he do to you? He doesn't start.
Vaughn Coleman?
Yeah, he doesn't start anything with anybody.
Are you talking about Vaughn Coleman or Vaughn Klaus?
Coleman.
Who gives a fuck about Von Klaus, dude?
Why are you coming after him and talking shit about him?
Coming after him? I don't come after him. Where did I come after Vaughn Coleman?
Bro,
what are you talking about?
It's like, come on, dude. See, it's like, this is how the prognosis, it just ain't hitting. It ain't hitting, because bro was like, what do you mean, bro? Like, you think I can't see? I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes.
Go after Vaughn Coleman.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Where did I go? Chat, help me out. Where did I go after Vaughn Coleman? I'm saying,
you think your chat? You think anybody in your chat is gonna tell the truth?
Yeah, there
on
are people in around here who do.
Why? Like he doesn't even do anything to anybody. That's what I'm saying. Like it's a bad look, bro. When people are just like making comics and.
So
like,
Vaughn Coleman, was one of our crew. He was around all the time. And then, like, I think he started hanging out with certain people who put ideas in his head, bad ideas, and all of a sudden he started.
People who were helping him break my prognosis, people who were helping him break the conditioning that I was putting him under, people who helped him see through the fog of lies that is CG. You know, he started talking to people like that.
I don't know. Who knows? I don't care about Vaughn Coleman.
But who knows? I mean, who knows? There are people putting thoughts into his head, but really, who knows? Nah, you know.
Shut up about Vaughn Coleman. Fuck that kid. Evil One says, I'm more concerned about Phil Diaz. Well, I don't care about him. I don't really have an opinion about him. I'm more concerned about Phil Diaz going on to errands tonight to promote a book when he's not CG and claims CG is dying. Plus, ghosted me after he left. Yeah.
The Dungeoneer shit is kind of funny because, it cost them a lot. It cost them a lot to, like, the Dungeoneer purge. That actually did cost CG a lot because some good talent left after that shit. Like, Rennie left. And honestly, I'm be honest, I think that Rennie is like the best female artist to have ever been associated with Comicsgate. You know, honestly, that's not even a thing I think. Like, I know it's not even really close, which is why she's doing fine since she left CG. I think her last campaign for Fiendish 3, it took like between Indiegogo and Kickstarter, it was like over 70K she got overall. So, you know, it's like a Tim Lens situation with her. Like, she's doing fine. But also, the reason why the Dungeoneer shit is funny is because after the Dungeoneer files, we then had Fingergate. We had the Mandy leaks, which were actually way, way more scandalous than anything that was dropped in that Dungeoneer shit. Oh, and they also lost Narwhal, who was also gone on. Narwhal, who's also gone on to way bigger and better things.
Yeah, Vaughn Coleman, man. I don't know. Vaughn Coleman a couple of times.
Rennie, the Diaz brothers, Narwhal. It's like, they purged all of the dissenters or people who they assumed were dissenters. And a lot of those people were genuinely talented and they were doing good shit, which is why they're continuing to do good shit away from all this bullshit. And I don't know. Hey, you got the cult. What's important is that the cult stays obedient. That's what's important.
The last thing I know about, I talked about Vaughn Coleman. He was at a show, and somebody came over and said, Vaughn Coleman wants to make things right with you. He joined a group of people who kind of left Comicsgate.
Aura Master, do not ask about the Mandy leaks. You don't want to see them. Yeah, you don't want to see. Does it show Bob's? Does it show Bob's and Vagine? Yes, actually. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing about Mandy. About the things, what the Mandy leaks were, and I don't know, you'll see it when I get to the, because I skipped over this shit. I skipped over a lot of this shit when I went to my original Comicsgate documentary, because the shit was already too bloated. But I'm gonna get to some of the shit in the second documentary when I eventually get to it. But what it was is that it was revealed that Mandy had been doing all sorts of weird, just exchanging gooning material and also having goon sessions with people in Comicsgate. And according to some secret audio that we got a hold of, it turns out that Uncle E over here, he knew about this shit. And he knew that how she got down. He knew that she keeps shit and that she's been blackmailing people with this goon material, right? And that, you know, people were his, I think what was his colorist, Kyle Ritter and Mandy, they were like masturbating with each other, right? Like some real just cam girl activities going on. And Mandy had been doing shit before this, right? Like Mandy was, here's the thing. A surprising amount of people in Comicsgate have engaged in porn or like porn related activities. Like your boy Zach, he was in a porno. He was in some BDSM porno as an extra. Well, I say an extra. He also did shit with the bitch too. So it's like he didn't, I don't know, he didn't fuck her. I don't think he did. But anyway, and also Preston Poulter, he was involved in a lot of cuck porn and shit like that, even though he wasn't part of Comicsgate. So, you know, we already know about Mint Salad and Riley and them. So Mandy, I don't think she had a porn career. What it was is that she has like an exhibitionist fetish, and she would just like post videos and photos of herself online, just like showing tits and ass and, you know, just like being taking off her clothes and shit for random motherfuckers. Like there was like a lot of shit of her posted up on 4chan and Reddit and stuff that you can still find in archives and whatever the hell, you know, just shake it at for nothing, not even for any money, just for the love of the game. Right? So this is the sort of shit, this is sort of degenerate shit that was going on in Comicsgate and all this shit. And Ethan Van Sciver over here, he wants to talk about the Soska sisters or what anybody else is doing when he knew that this shit was happening between people in his movement, between like people who he was giving money for to help make his comic. So I don't know. Don't ever let niggas in Comicsgate tell you different. Yes, Mandy was a hot wife.
On bad terms. I said, cool, send him over. I'd love to talk to him. And he was kind of running around, and he looked like he didn't really do it, or didn't want to do it. But Von Coleman's your boy. Did you read his comic?
Yeah.
Was it good? I haven't read it. Phenomenova?
I guess when you think about it, I don't know, what is more righteous? Just being like a hoe because you love it, or just being a hoe because you love money? Because I feel like the former is way more respectable. Because let's look at it, right? Because if you're just getting pissed on because you like it, is that not more respectable than being pissed on by some Saudi prince because he paid you like, I don't know, $100,000 or some shit, and he took you to Dubai or whatever the fuck? I don't know.
Yeah, it's good.
Von Coleman got caught shit talking in DM, says P. Callan. So that would be the reason why we would have problems. I don't think about things like this. I forgive most of this shit. I don't think
you never forgive. You are one of the most vindictive grudge holders I've ever seen on the internet. I've seen some bad ones, right? You're up there with fucking Nick Fuentes and Richard and like Review Tech USA, and even those guys have forgiven people more. I don't think that Ethan Van Sciver has ever forgiven anybody ever who ever did him dirty or who he perceived as doing him dirty, which a lot of times him perceiving somebody doing him dirty is just they won't bow down. So the only way to get back in good graces were to basically bow down to him again, right? Other than that, he'll hold a grudge until death. He'll never let anything go. Garfield's Bizarre Adventure, thank you for $5. When Rennie started doing covers for Eric July and drawing maps for his universe, Malin and EVS started stream sniping her streams. Oh yeah, very passive-aggressive, mean girls type shit, especially from Malin. Honestly, I'll be honest. I'll say this about EVS. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Yeah, he's shifty. Yeah, he's dirty and all this other grimy shit. But at least he's not a crybaby bitch. At least he gives some sort of, at least in this whole internet comic book nerd type realm, at least I can perceive him as some type of alpha male. I can't do that with John Malin. John Malin is just a bitch. John Malin is just a crybaby pussy ass bitch, bro.
About it.
He's just a hoe.
Not Von Coleman at all, but that is the reason. Very true, but remember I was paralyzed.
Crying because somebody dares to launch their comic around the same time he's trying to close out his, because he has to use these gay Indiegogo strategies just to get any money anymore. Just a bitch, bro.
It says Lord Arnold. Just broke hip and femur, got out of a nursing home. You know, I remember still after 10 years, I'm in a bad spot. Stop sending me money then. Oh my God. I'm refunding your super chats. Oh my goodness. Okay. You just said, fuck that kid, says faggotry. Yeah, well, fuck that kid. I don't care about Von Coleman.
Imagine having to start your own award show because it hurts your ego. Like some fake gay award show that only like 300 people know about anyway. Because this whole sector is so fucking small. Your ego is so injured, you have to make your own. Man, he's such a bitch, dude.
Vaughn wanted to hijack CG, says Vince Fenson. Do the adventure.
Who wants to hijack CG? What would be the benefit? What is there here? What's there to take? If somebody else came in CG and they took it over, what do you have? All you got is a fucking ghetto. It's the comics gate. Comicsgate is the internet comic ghetto. That's what it is. It's a fucking favela. You're a slumlord if you take over CG from EVS. Who fucking wants that shit?
There's a Pie Man and Shine Boy, says Gamer Dude 357.
I just got a Is it true that somebody said that you were like
Von Coleman is only opportunistic, and
Mikey, could you beat Low Tier God in Third Strike? I don't know, maybe if I practice for a couple days. Only Street Fighters I've played in depth were Street Fighter Alpha, a little bit. Street Fighter Alpha, Street Fighter 5, and Street Fighter 6. I kind of took a break from fighting games. I didn't really play fighting games that much in depth when I was like younger. Mostly I played 3D fighting games when I was younger, which is why I still think that they're the best. And why I don't think, here's my thing, right? The golden age of fighting games will really begin when 3D fighters are the most dominant fighting games, with the exception of some shit like Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat again, right? Because that's what I feel like was the peak. The peak of fighting games. Oh no, I didn't play like fucking Street Fighter Alpha. Like I played it because, I don't know, a cousin had it. I didn't like grow up with it or shit like that. But it's like, when I felt like fighting games were really at their peak when 3D fighters were running shit. These days, it's really just Tekken. But like in the golden age, it was Tekken, it was Dead or Alive, it was Soul Calibur, and then you had like non-mainstream shit like Bloody Roar, and you had anime fighters that weren't shit. There was a time before Naruto Ninja Storm came out and it fucking ruined anime 3D fighters forever, when 3D fighters that were based off anime games used to fucking try. Now they don't. So I don't know. I would like for Virtua Fighter, Dead or Alive. I mean, they are making a new Dead or Alive, and they're making a new Virtual Fighter actually. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see it. Maybe we'll see it. People are saying that Tekken 8 is, is turning around. So I don't know. Maybe the golden age of 3D fighters is returning. I don't know.
You invited him on to promote, so that's frustrating too, says Victor. Yeah, he's kind of an opportunistic fellow as well.
Somebody said that, like, is it true? What happened at like a convention? Somebody said you were like you were about to
Oh God, he's getting notes from retards here. Stop it, Shine.
Like
Stop.
do something.
Are you like are you sitting here getting like notes from like war campaigners and stuff right now?
Oh no, not War Campaign. War Campaign, they are those dudes, those fucking liars, those fucking gay oppers, those evil, vile dudes with all these receipts that you definitely shouldn't fucking believe they aren't real. You aren't getting notes from them, which he probably isn't. I don't know if anybody in War Campaign, if you guys were giving him like any notes, I doubt you were. This is probably just his schizophrenia, his paranoia acting up again. He's always thinking that somebody's plotting against him, because that's what he does all the fucking time. Would Malin fare better against the FedEx guy compared to Shane? I feel like, you know what? Yeah, because Malin wouldn't even fight the FedEx guy. He would probably just have given the FedEx guy the money. He probably would have just accepted getting blackmailed by the FedEx dude instead of trying to fight him. So yeah, he probably would have felt better. I think he's not. I'll say this about Shane. Shane ain't got no bitch in him. Shane pulled up. Shane is like, man, I can take this dude. He was wrong. He was wrong. He could not, in fact, take that FedEx guy, but at least he tried. Connie Death, thank you for the $5, Connie Death Stride. Darkside Phillip, thank you for $5. Naruto GNT 4 on GameCube is still played competitive because it's actually good. Yes, there was a time when 3D anime fighters used to be really fucking kino. And then Naruto Ninja Storm came out here and it made the arena fighter like the mainstream model for all anime fighting games from that point onward. It's so fucking fucked, dude. Outer Pangea, thank you for $10. Fantastic coverage of new CG. Been enjoying your docs while working. Have you ever thought of doing historical documentaries in your style? Hell, Mikey. Yes, actually. I actually have thought about doing that. But I don't know. It's like, first I want to start making some video game documentaries. I have one planned that I want to do in March, which is why I got to get this current documentary out of the way so I can start focusing on that and the other content I have on MikeyNohMore. But yeah, I thought about doing some history type shit because I love reading history. Like, I read way more nonfiction than I do fiction, unless it's like, I guess if you count comic books and manga and shit like that, then yeah, that's my fiction. I don't really read fiction books. I used to read a lot of classic novels and shit like that, but I don't really fuck with modern fiction for real. I read some pulp stuff, I'll be honest. I read some pulp stuff, maybe some light novels. But mostly I read nonfiction. I read a lot of history, especially military history. Desert Nomad, thank you for $9.99. Hashtag blame war campaign. That's what he does.
I don't know what all this.
Like, unironically, that's what EVS does. When in doubt, blame war campaign.
Shine.
Like, do something.
Are you like? Are you sitting here getting like notes from like war campaigners and stuff right now?
I don't know what all this shit is. He's
like, you see, bro, see how he's doing that? He's like, oh, look at who it is. Fucking Katie Dids. Katie did something with the dogs over here. It's like, who's sending you stuff? Why are you doing? It couldn't possibly just be that Shine is an independent. He's an independent actor who came into this shit, has no idea what's going on, and it's like Aaron Imholt, it's like Jesse Pod Awful, people who have no idea, but they just like, they're looking at it from the outside and they're like, well, I don't know, man, this just kind of seems like some gay internet drama shit. And he's like, who's sending you stuff? Is it war campaign?
Weird terms and stuff.
Yeah, I know. People are the same people who sent you the stupid thing with Cyberfrog on it, threatening you and calling you the N-word, are now trying to use you as a weapon. Stop reading it. I'm not going to listen to it. You're not.
Okay, okay, now I see. Now he's trying to make it see. Those people who were talking shit to you earlier, who were saying fuck the Rippaverse and calling you a monkey and an ape and a nigger and all that stuff, those guys were actually war campaign. They're trying to turn you against me. You can't trust those war campaign guys. Okay, so he's trying to blame war campaign for literally everything. Random web abuser, thank you for €6. This Evan guy is a prime example of measuring someone else's cloth by your own yard. That's actually the best use of that phrase I've ever heard. Junebug loves you. Thank you for another $10. This makes me feel bad for Literature Devil being dog collar by GC, begging for his comics that can't get past half of the goal. Too bad, because he is a good writer.
Going to do that. We're going to have a conversation.
Sometimes you got to be careful who you hitch your wagon to.
About Eric July and all that stuff. I answered your throat goat question. I think I did nicely by you by doing that. But yeah, these are chaos.
Bro, I don't know. A lot of people were saying
helping
that,
him, says Johan W.
A lot of people were saying it, EVS. That wasn't me. That was them.
So,
I don't even know what the fuck that is.
All right, hold on a second. Clean your room and stop living like a savage, says Lord Tavman's Comics. Can you turn your camera around? Let me see what your floor looks like behind you.
No, nigga. What? Show me what your room looks like. All this cyberfrog shit.
Hell nah. It is. I do gotta clear it though.
It's like, hell nah. It's like the nigga came out for us. He's like, hell nah. What the fuck you mean? Show you my room.
Yeah,
show me your room.
It's crazy, bro.
What's on the floor? What is that back there?
It's just comics, bro. It's like, that's what I'm saying.
Let me see comics, dude. That's a good thing.
Yeah, bro. It's like, you know what I'm saying? I got a bunch of your comics like right here.
No way. How come you have a bunch of my comics out right now?
What do you mean?
Well, you have a bunch of my comics out in your hand right now. How come?
Yeah, because I took a picture of them and
he can't believe it. He can't believe that. Wait, you're actually reading my comics? There are still people who read my comics? I forgot. He forgot what it was like for people to read his comics and be excited about them and shit.
I made a tweet about you.
He forgot the feeling. He lost the spark.
When I said, like, it's just sad. Like, this is like,
it's actually kind of sad when you think about it.
It was
you were saying, yeah, this guy like used to be something, and
it would suck for this to be your legacy. Just somebody who does like these types of live streams.
Well, I doubt this is going to be my legacy. Shine comics. I think Comicsgate's a pretty good legacy. To be
okay, bro.
Be honest with
What
you.
is?
If you say so.
Like, that sounds like some court shit. Like, what is that?
Okay, it's like you just have a dude who he has no idea. He doesn't know what war campaign is. Here's people are saying throat goat, all this shit. He has no idea, but he just peeks at this shit, right? He just looks at it from the outside and he's like, dude, this just seems like a cult. It just seems like some internet nerd cult that just revolves around drama and going with flame wars with other people. That's all this seems like, bro.
What, Comicsgate?
I don't know. I thought you were above this. This just seems like you're a cult leader. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Listen, Comicsgate is, it's what's being called a group of people on the internet. It's this cause that allows people who have been blacklisted or excluded from mainstream comics to continue to make comics again.
That was not what Comicsgate was, by the way. Comicsgate was not that. Hashtag Comicsgate was about, it was a consumer revolt to call out the comic book industry and try and change it for the better. Which, when you think about it, I don't know, I was thinking about it. I think that technically they succeeded. I actually was thinking about it the other day. All the people who CG was beefing with before, those people are either super irrelevant or they aren't even in the industry anymore, like Heather Antos and them. And I don't know, they have gotten better. Like, I've heard some good things about the latest X-Men run. I've heard excellent things about a lot of these absolute comics from DC. So, I don't know, it's not at the level that I don't think they wanted to, but I think that OG CG ultimately succeeded in their mission, and only this bastardized version of it that Ethan Van Sciver turned it into, which is just a vehicle for him and his former comic book buddies to make a lot of money, is, that's all that's left. I don't know. Wouldn't want that to be my legacy.
Supporting each other by promoting each other, which is what I was trying to tell Eric way back when, where I was just like, look, we can all do better together. We don't have the infrastructure of the mainstream. You know what I mean? So in order for like something like Rippaverse to get promoted, everybody has to promote it. Everybody has to spread the word. And not everybody.
They have to market? What do you mean they have to market shit? He has to make commercials? He tells it. I mean, isn't that a good thing? Isn't that what you should be doing?
Everybody has 500,000 subscribers. Not everybody has 100,000 subscribers. So if everybody works together to
oh man, what's this right here? What's this? What is that? Look at that. Wait, hold on. Let me take a closer look. What is that? That says 13300 subscribers. No, that's 133 subscribers. I don't know. That seems like a lot. I mean, I guess it's technically not exactly. It's not exactly 100 subscribers. So maybe he's actually right.
Get the word out about everybody else's comics. It's just going to be good for
yes, he used to have 138K.
Everybody. That's
your boy Zach used to have over 100K.
Called comic.
There was a time when Richard C. Meyer was legit making he was getting almost 100,000 views or over 100,000 views on literally every single fucking video. Every single 10-minute video he made out of his car while he was getting a breakfast burrito or whatever, all of those videos were getting 100K. And all of his crowdfunding campaigns were smashing their goals by 5 to 10x easily. That era is done.
Okay, well, but why do you get mad at people for leaving it though?
I don't get mad at people for leaving it. I think Comicsgate supporters do.
Hello, Marshall.
You understand that people in the chat here are Comicsgaters. I'm in Comicsgate, but the customers are actually
people in the chat. They're part of my cult. You got to understand that.
Comicsgate. It's a consumer movement, and so
no, it's not. It is not that anymore. And if it is, it's a really shitty thing. It's a really shitty one because the only thing they're consuming are your comics that barely get out on time, if they ever do.
People who gave indie creators money to support their comic book because they were under the impression that these people needed help and were in hot water because they were blacklisted, et cetera, et cetera.
No. I mean, that is the reason why a lot of these dudes. This is why I don't understand why Richard C. Meyer, why he's always throwing a fit about, oh, Eric July, he's just getting popular. People only read his bullshit because he's he's black and the culture war. It's like, no, dude. It's like there's no culture war shit in Rippaverse comics from what I've seen. From what people say, it's like there's barely any shit about politics. It takes place in a fictional fucking city in Texas for the most part, right? So the OG Comics Gate, though, it did get popular off of the culture war. The reason why Jawbreakers Lost Soul made so much fucking money was because of the culture war. Take away the culture war aspect, nobody cares about your boy Zach. Nobody cares about Ethan Van Sciver. Nobody cares about any of these people, right? And that's why I don't understand why Meyer is always crying about culture war this and culture war that. Bro, what are you once you take the culture war element out? Nobody wants to read your shit in a vacuum, dude. I'm sorry, they don't.
People who, when people take that money and then go, fuck Comicsgate, they feel betrayed. It's like saying, fuck my supporters, essentially.
Aren't you fucking your supporters by making them wait half a decade for a comic book, but still selling action figures about the non-existing comic that you haven't released yet?
D Artist says, I can see your ponder. What are you reading, Shine? D Artist 321 says, Eric's marketing is still aimed against Indiegogo, CG late books while overcharging his customers. Yaira statue Shane's cover, destroying secondary market, and then selling books for $5. Rip off.
Eric's marketing is still aimed against Indiegogo equals CG late books. But that's true. That is true. That is very true, especially for a lot of CG. How do these motherfuckers post this shit, like, unironically? Like, they do shit, they give him money so they can just suck his dick, even though all of these things that they're saying are true.
Ripped you off first, which is a whole other thing, yeah.
Yeah, parroting Ethan. That's all they know how to do. They can't think for themselves.
Which 343 says CG is a hack group.
Yeah, Eric July, he got a partnership with McFarlane. Like, that McFarlane toy. That toy was fire.
Did you get one?
Huh?
Did you get one?
Yeah.
Do you have it now?
It's like a mess in my room. It's over there.
Oh, you actually received your action figure? Where is it? Get it. Let me see it.
He couldn't believe it. Wait, you mean you ordered something from Eric July and then he got it to you immediately? You didn't have to wait a couple months? You didn't have to wait a year? You didn't like say that it was shipping and then it turned out it wasn't, so you had to wait like another year after that? He actually just got you the product that you paid money for? Also, notice how he made the action. Notice how Eric made the toys and the action figures after he made the comics and established characters first, right? That seems like common sense, but it's not if you're trying to chase a bag. Junebug loves you. Thank you for another $2, bro. A lot of absolute DC is just propaganda. Well, some of it is good. K. Emmanuel, thank you for $1.99. CGA consumer movement without products to consume. Yeah, it's like it's a consumer movement. Okay, how are they going to are they just consuming your bullshit? Because that's the only thing you give to them readily. You aren't giving them content.
Where's your
I guess you are. You do stream like 4 times a day, so maybe.
Action figure. Where's your ISOM action figure?
It's over there. It's like a mess on my bed.
Yeah.
But it's like, are you, like, be honest, like, are you, like, just admit, like, are you, like, let's say Eric is a bad guy. Are you like a little bit jealous that like he gets a lot of the success that you feel?
I got my yellow flash, mighty golden patriot so fast. Hey, look at that.
You should have that he doesn't deserve.
The power of Rippaverse.
I like a little bit of jealousy in there.
I know that's what Eric thinks. No, I was supportive of him. I wanted him to succeed.
Big ups, Yellow Flash for actually completing your comic book in a like before Vito did. Vito was talking shit. Vito was talking shit about Yellow Flash because I don't know. He said, "Hey, Yellow Flash, congratulations on giving 40% of your IP to another person and having to pay another 10% to Eric July. Congratulations." Yeah, congratulations, Yellow Flash, on actually building something, on giving a dude 40% of the IP because you plan on continuing to work with the guy so you guys might be able to build something in the future. Congratulations on giving Eric July a little cut so that way you don't have to worry about delivery and you can get your product to your consumers on time. Vito's fat ass wouldn't know shit about that.
Oh, you do?
I did want to. Yeah, of course. I did a cover for him. I promoted him. I did everything. Go back and look. I promoted him. I had him on my show many times. It was great for him to actually kind of say, "I'm not supporting you" in return. It sucked.
EVS praised Isom before flip-flopping into hating it. The same thing with your boy Zach. He was totally Richard C. Meyer. He was he was like glooping and globbering all over Eric July before he decided he hated his black ass. Right? He was saying that, man, Eric July, he raised the bar. Man, Eric July, he's like a new phenomenon. The whole scene just changed. But you know, he's like, Richard C. Meyer is one of the most severe frognosis victims out of everybody in Ethan's circle, like by far. It's like he completely, Ethan Van Sciver reconstructed that boy's brain harsher than the military did.
Not good.
He didn't even have to put him through boot camp. He didn't even have to become a drill sergeant. Just mind control. He's Professor X. He's Professor X. He's the headmaster of some evil dented headmaster of some school, dude.
Do you think I'm jealous that he got a toy deal with McFarlane?
Yes. Like 100%. Unironically, yes, obviously.
I think you're jealous of a lot of things, bro.
It's like, I think you're jealous of a lot of things. I think you're jealous of a lot of things, EVS.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm really not. I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm all right.
That's probably the biggest lie he's told so far. Like, out of all the lies he's told so far in the street, he's told like probably I legit stopped counting. He's told probably like 60 lies so far. But that one.
Do you think I'm jealous that he got a toy deal with McFarlane?
I think you're jealous of a lot of things, bro.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm really not. I'm okay.
That's probably the biggest lie in this whole fucking stream.
I'm all right. I'm okay. I have a toy deal of my own.
For who?
Cyberfrog.
Oh, no, yeah, I've seen. How much do those cost?
$40.
$40. I know. So you're getting mad at Eric for overcharging. Well, your chat was, mom. Did you think Eric overcharges for his books?
$35 is pushing it. I think one of the things, it's okay. 35, it's fine. I don't think he overcharges for his books.
He made him submit. Shine was like, well, look, bro, you talk about Eric July. Your chat's talking about Eric July overcharging. Don't you think $40 for a fucking action? Don't you think that's kind of ridiculous? And he's like, well, I guess, I don't think that Eric is over. He made him change. He made him switch up.
You can charge whatever you want. I mean, the reason why our comic books are $25 is because of crowdfunding. Because paying the printing bill is expensive. So you have to assume that, like, what you're trying to do.
Man, if only you didn't burn the bridge with the dude who now has his own logistics network, who's basically running a fucking publishing and printing house. If only you didn't, I bet Rippaverse. Imagine what you could do. Imagine what Comicsgate would have been able to accomplish if they had access to that Rippaverse, man.
Was pay the printing bill. But so you charge $25. But once you get to a certain point, once you've, raised $100,000, the printing bill's covered, the bills are covered. That money usually goes into stretch goals and extra things that you don't, so that people for their $25 are getting more money or more product or more extras, I don't think Eric is overcharging in that way. I think what he is overcharging, even though Eric is not giving any stretch goal bonuses at all, ever. Most of his stretch goals are for himself. I think that what Eric is doing is Eric looks at secondary market prices like Midtown Comics and he sees like foil variant, limited variant Spider-Man 1 in 10. You have to buy it from us for $200. And that's like the secondary marketplace, right? Like somebody received the Midtown Comics ordered enough regular copies to get the bonus copy. And so that's why they're charging $200 for it. Eric's like, fuck that. I'll charge $200 for it straight from me. So
that's very based, in my opinion. Because here's the thing, man. I've always hated that shit. And I understand there's some people, that's their business. That's how they pay the bills. That sort of shit is part of the reason why the industry ended up getting fucked. Like multiple times, that specific business model to this day has just been poison, right? Like the variant shit specifically, right? Not even necessarily the secondhand shit, but the variant cover, rare edition, the speculator bubble was just like based off of that sort of thinking. And it's the reason, because there's this one time, there was this debate going on, a very retarded debate going on, because of, it was like, what's more important, art or writing? when it comes to comics, which is a very retarded debate. Obviously, the answer is both. It's a visual medium, but it's a visual storytelling medium. So obviously, the storytelling and the artistry they're one and the same. They're part of the same vehicle. You can't separate the two. But, you know, people were trying to debate it, and they were like, well, no, it's actually art. You can sell, I think it was Todd McFarlane actually said something. It's the dumbest thing ever. Because he said something like, I could sell a comic drawn by Da Vinci, but written by my dog, easier than I could do the opposite. And Rob Liefeld on Twitter, he agreed with him. And I was like, both of you niggas should know this better than anybody, because you literally put this shit to test with Image Comics in the 90s, and it was proven to be objectively untrue. You actually can't sell comics just based off of how cool the art is. If there's no substance, then it won't work, right? Like, Image almost collapsed once the speculator bubble popped, because nobody was buying all these books because they thought it was a good investment, and all you were left with were these shitty comics that maybe they looked cool, maybe they were drawn pretty well, but nobody gave a fuck about any of the stories or the characters in them. So it's like,
So I think Shane Davis's cover was like $100, his foil cover.
obviously it's both. Obviously, Peak is having an amazing story while also having great art. Obviously, you want both. But if you have to decide between one, I don't know. People get attached to characters. They don't get attached necessarily to well-written characters, but they get attached to characters. They don't just get attached to fucking art, right? The art has to represent something. Now, you don't have to be a fucking god tier writer. You ain't gotta be fucking Stephen King or whatever to make somebody care about. Maybe that was a bad example of a god tier writer. You don't have to be like George R.R. Martin to make somebody care about your characters, especially if you're drawing the character too. But the character has to represent something. And if you lack the story writing chops to make that a reality, then I don't know, just you being able to draw good ain't gonna be enough.
Was $100 for no reason. Shouldn't have been $100. There's no reason to make that thing $100.
Yes, Image actually was a lot like CG, but thankfully Todd McFarlane, I mean, they righted the ship before it could crash. So I doubt that's gonna happen, because the dude running the ship is Ethan Van Sciver over here. So
I think yeah, his few times he's overcharged. Yeah, but it's something I focus on really.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. Eric Linegar says, holy shit, none of these guys are genuine. All this does is enforce trash cast. Never stop, eh? Let me see here. This guy is obviously doing an Andy Kaufman bit, asking him to say that Isom is better than Absolute Batman again.
Bro,
Even he knows that isn't true.
No, absolutely.
Oh, Salvatore. Okay, so this is where, because Salvatore, you said this earlier in chat. All right, man, he was pressed. You were pressed about this dude saying that Isom was better than Absolute Batman. I get you. I haven't read Isom, but I also am very skeptical about that claim. I don't know, is Isom really that good?
You really think
I don't know, maybe Shine thinks it is.
Isom is better than Absolute Batman?
Objectively, yes. Objectively, yes.
Oh,
Absolute
objectively, wow.
Batman is literally just, no offense, like I like Scott Snyder, but like it's literally just like, oh, Bane's 10 feet tall. Like, it's not a story.
That's not a good story that Bane is 10 feet tall.
No, that's literally it. Like, that's the marketing for every issue. Like, this character's 12 feet. Isom's way better.
Clean your room and go find that Isom toy, young man. Ethan Van Peterson says Jose. I would love to see that Isom toy. I don't think it's out yet.
What is Vito? Is Vito's comic out?
Is it? Is Vito comic out?
When is his comic gonna come out?
No, I'm just saying. You said that you had the Isom action figure, and you said it's in your house somewhere, and it's a mess.
No,
I don't think it's out yet. I'm not saying it's not going to be out. I'm saying it's not out yet. You said that you have it. I don't think you do. If you do have it, then let me see it. I'd like to see it for real. Like, I'm not being like, I'm trying to trap you or anything. This isn't a question about Amazing Fantasy 15. I'm just saying you have the Isom toy. I didn't know that was shipping yet. I haven't seen anybody with one. May I see it? And you said, and I'm going, I don't think it is out yet. Why would you say that you have it when you probably don't? Sola says, I love your bomb jacket shot. I love your bomb jacket shot.
It's such a weird thing to get hung up on.
And then he says, Eriku Akbar. I don't know what that means. He's Greek, so it doesn't.
Well, I'm curious though. Has Vito's comic shipped yet?
I don't think so. No.
He just says it plainly. Like, he doesn't even try. He's tried so much. He's been lying. He's been bullshitting. He's been gaslighting this whole stream. When it comes to Vito, when he's just like, "Hey, has Vito's comic come out yet?" He's like, "No." He doesn't even bother. It's like, no, nah, he's you know what's funny is that he's gonna bring Vito on to this fucking thing. I might end up like, you know, skipping over to that part. You know, just to see. I don't think Vito actually adds anything. They just brought Vito on for no fucking reason.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, that shit's embarrassing. And you're friends with Vito. It's like,
I am not friends with Vito.
Vito has no friends. Dick has said to his face, we're not friends. Ethan Van Sciver is saying here right now, I'm not friends with Vito. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Friends? Look, I know Vito. I let him on my stream sometimes. Friends with Vito? What the fuck are you talking about? Riley doesn't like Vito. Who likes Frog Tony? Is that it? Is Frog Tony the only guy who likes Vito? Is that real? Is it really just Frog Tony?
Oh, never say that again. I'm not friends with Vito.
You sure?
Never say that again. Never even insinuate that shit, Shine.
I'm positive. Never say that again.
Bro, holy shit.
Not friends with Vito.
That's the most passionate he's been on stream.
Vito has been talking about Super Killer for 3 years, and he just keeps making videos about Eric July. Eric putting out books, and he still hasn't put out one book.
I know, dude, and that book is not good, man.
It's not.
Oh no, he's trashing Super Killer, dude. Oh, I'm not friends with Vito. Don't say that I'm friends with Vito. No, his comic's not out. It's not even good, but
it's like if you like Oni Press, if you like what's that book called? Somebody Saves the Universe or something like that. I always forget the name of it. They made a movie out of it with Michael Cera. Anyway, if you like that kind of cartoony thing,
that sort of cartoony thing,
then you know, you might like Vito's book, but you know,
you might.
Okay, anyway, Scott Pilgrim, thank you. Scott Pilgrim Saves the World or something like that. It's a lot like that. It's the same sense of humor.
It is not. I mean, it's probably, he probably did have Scott Pilgrim on the brain. He is not. I noticed some people said earlier on an earlier screen, they were like, Mikey, why do you like Scott Pilgrim? Scott Pilgrim is gay. Okay. It is Canadian, but okay. Scott Pilgrim, like not even in the same stratosphere as fucking like Super Killer can't even like see Scott Pilgrim from where it is under the earth. Compare it to Scott Pilgrim
that, you know, Vito has. So if you like that and you're okay with art that is, you know, you might think it's funny. I don't know.
Well, what do you think about?
What other questions are you being fed by Rippatards? Go.
Well, what do you think about John Delarose?
Is John Delarose feeding you questions? You got to be.
Oh, is he? I could believe that. I could actually believe that more than I believe that Working Pain was doing it.
I'm just kidding. No, he's not. I'm just kidding.
What do you think of John Delarose?
I'm asking you. What do you think about
I'm actually very interested. What do you think of John Delarose, Shine?
No. I want to know what you think of John Delarose. What do you think of him?
I just like he's weird. Like he's a weird guy.
Why is he weird? Like what makes him weird?
Cause like well, he's funny to me. Like I don't take him serious.
Did you see like the accusations that like
that is the best thing to do with John Delarose is just don't take him serious. Just like, I don't know, just an internet creature who just he's really he's a lol cow. He's a CG affiliated lol cow, but he's not even worth looking into for real with John. I thought about it. I thought about it several times, but then I was I unironically had a part of the original Comicsgate documentary that was going to be about John Delarose. And then I was just a few words in. I deleted all of it because I'm like, I don't care. And nobody else will care either. Like, nobody gives a fuck. Like, people would care more about the shit that happened with Mike S. Miller and EVS or Edwin Boyette than they would about fucking John Delarose. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, he went viral. He got like 10 million views.
What do you think of that? Is that cool? I mean, is that like?
I don't like. All right, here's the thing. I'll be honest. Like, and that's why like Eric is the only person I really respect.
Yes, John is a furry
in like, you know, the whole indie space. But like, I text John Delarose. I ain't gonna lie. Like I was like I asked him. I was trying to like interview him. And I said, hey, there have been serious accusations of domestic violence made against you, all of which you've denied. Documents related. I thought the accusations were fake. Like I thought like it was.
No, they are.
No, they are. The accusations are real. I mean, at least the accusations are. It's not. I don't know if they're true, but yeah.
Yeah, I thought it wasn't true, but I asked him like to clear it.
I don't know if John is a baby fur, but he is a furry.
Up, and he said like,
he's also technically trans, right? He's technically because he called somebody else trans, not because they were like actually acting trans, but because they pretended to be a woman on like some platform? Or was it that they were pretending to be a man and they were a woman? Anyway, by that own logic, John himself is a trans woman because he pretended to be a Latina single mother to sell one of his books that nobody fucking reads. So he's a trans furry.
He basically did it. He said, well, it's not true, and everybody already knows it's not true. And he didn't like say anything. So I'm like, whoa, like, so does that mean I don't know? Like that was very weird.
It's personal, right?
Are CG side characters worth a future stream at some point? Well, CG slums are very robust, but there are only really 3 people, in my opinion, who are like worth digging it. Well, maybe. Well, no, I guess Malin and Shane Davis, they aren't side characters. I guess, I don't know, is Liam Gray a side character? I think he drifts in between. Like, he drifts in between being a side character and being important in CG. But he can never be too important because the mental illness and being Australian gets in the way. And EVS just like, I don't know, he butt breaks him and he sends him back. It gives him another mental crisis or some shit like that. So it's Liam Gray, it's Frog Tony, and it's Mandy Summers are really the only guys the only side character. Well, I guess Mandy isn't a side character either. Well, I guess no then. I guess none of the dudes in the CG slums really are prominent enough to deserve their own video or even their own stream. Maybe I could like cobble some shit together. But you know,
like, would you talk about some shit?
Liam is worth the show. I'm gonna say this: Liam is probably, aside from Ethan Van Sciver himself, probably has the most. Is probably the second most document-worthy person in Comicsgate after Ethan Van Sciver himself, for real.
That you got into with your ex-wife and your kids and everything, like.
I really wish. Here's what I wished. I really wish that Liam actually could have gotten on LOLCal Live. I really wish he could have become a recurring character in the LOLCal universe like he wanted to be. And Keemstar could have gotten him to like make the LOLCal Live comic or manga or whatever the fuck Liam was planning to do with Keemstar. I wish that would have happened, bro. Because it would have first off, it would have been funny. It would have been a very funny arc or saga that would have came out of this. 2, it would have given Liam an opportunity to escape the fucking CG ghetto. He could have been free. He would have been a free nigga. But now he trapped here. He's trapped here. He's a slave. He's a slave of EVS.
It's a shame that it's public, you know. I don't know if it's real or not. My experience with JDA is that he's a soulless, empty creature, a troll. Somebody who is a liar, somebody who lies. And that's my experience with JDA. That's how I feel about him from spending time with him. Somebody who can't be trusted at all to say what he really feels or means.
Can you admit he's worse? Can you at least, like, I know you hate Eric, but can you at least admit like he's worse than Eric?
Oh, is JDA worse than Eric? 1,000 times worse than Eric.
Okay, so there we go. There we go. EVS. Even EVS can admit that John Delarose is in fact worse than Eric July. Even EVS to be like, of course JDA is worse than Eric. I fucking hate Eric July, but no.
Yeah, of course. Everybody knows.
JDA is subhuman. What do you mean?
Like, some people like Eric. Eric has redeeming qualities. JDA doesn't have it.
Exactly. Yeah, he does have redeeming. Yeah.
See, JDA is so bad that he's making Ethan Van Sciver give Eric July compliments. That's crazy.
Eric's a good dude. Like,
no, he's not a good dude, but he has some redeeming qualities.
Like
I think he loves his wife. I think he loves his he's got a kid. He's a father.
I think he loves his wife and kid. I don't know. Maybe not. He probably doesn't. He's probably just pretending to, but I think he loves them. Bean, thank you for the $5. The idea of a product being delivered on time without squeezing every dime out of his followers sends him into a seething rage. Iron Brick, thank you for the $5 Canadian. Team was being fed clip after clip about Liam. I was kind of hoping he'd get on there too. Yeah, man. Maybe it's not too late. Maybe he can redeem. Maybe we can make it happen.
JDA made it.
Maybe we can make it happen. We can make fucking Liam a LOLCal Live star.
Video saying
Keem has had people who were more mentally ill on LOLCal Live.
And I was like, what the fuck? Like, he said you were making fun of his wife and kid when
that's what I mean by when I say JDA is a liar. Like, what I said was that Eric suddenly out of the blue, and it was funny the way he did this, said,
It's projection because he has from his family all day in his basement. That's true, Yellow Flash.
I think it's time to announce that I have become a father. Now it's become clear that it's time to announce I'm a father. And I said, I don't believe you. I said, I don't think it's real. And so then
what? Why would he lie? What would be the motivation even to lie about something like that? Like, what would he get out of it? What would he get out of lying about being a dad? Like, I know what the post he was referring to. He was holding his wife and she had like a baby bump. Do you think that his wife pretended to be pregnant in the photo? Like, what are you bro is just he's so cracked, dude. He's so mentally ill when it comes to Eric July. This one nigga, this one black dude has just gotten him fucked up, man.
And he took a picture of himself with you can see the baby head. I said, it's a doll. There's no way that it's real. It was a joke. I was joking. Of course I knew, but it was so peculiar. Like, Eric, most people who have a kid, it's, like, hey, my wife is like 8 months pregnant, by the way. Boom, we're going to have a kid and I can't wait to become a father. And then when it happens, it's like, dude, I'm a father. Holy shit. You know,
did Dick Masterson do that? Did Dax Herrera do that with his kid? I remember him doing all that with his kid.
My daughter or son.
He didn't even seem excited. He doesn't even seem happy. Dax Herrera Dax legitimately does not even seem happy that he's a daddy and that he's like a husband now. He doesn't even seem happy about any of this shit.
Was born into the world
because he's not, because it's a curse. It's a curse by the Sonichu demon, the Magichan demon. The Sonichu medallion has cursed him to be a family man, the thing that he's hated his whole life, and now he has to go through that shit while he's fucking pushing 50 and shit.
All right, pictures of you smoking a cigar with your buddies, whatever it is. You might not want to say the name. You might not want to, you don't want to take pictures. You might take pictures, you might not. But Eric was like, there was no clear sense of when it happened. Why now was the time to say it? Like, it was just peculiar. It was a typical Eric July weirdness. So I said, I don't think it's real. And he took a picture and I said, I think it's a doll. And I showed a picture on eBay of a real.
I mean, the upside to 80s girl having a kid is that now Dick has like a super good reason to like keep Vito out of his house when they're not doing his show. In fact, hold up, they don't even do the show in the house anymore. I just thought about that. No, they do it over voice call. He's not even allowed on the premises. Vito can't even come to his house anymore. Oh, that's so awesome.
Realistic baby doll. Said it's one of those.
That's like the one blessing. The one blessing is that shit did is that now he has an excuse. 80s girl is like, Vito can't come to the house anymore. He's like, say less, my love. Junebug loves you. Thank you for the $2. I remember JDA goes back and forth on these. Yes, he does. That nigga be flip-flopping. He's like, one day he loves EVS, one day he hates EVS, one day he's pro Comet Skate, one day he's anti Comet Skate. One day he's like the ultra super trad Christian anti-woke crusader. The other day he's a fucking furry gooner nigga. And the other day he's like anti-gooner. He was like anti-gooner gate, I think, even though he goons harder than a lot of people, both in his comics and in like the furry yif porn he enjoys. He's a very inconsistent guy.
I wasn't inconsistent. Making fun of Eric's family. I was making fun of Eric. So
I just like, I wish, if you guys are gonna like troll Eric, I wish people would do it in like a.
He literally said, first, I didn't troll Eric's family. I trolled Eric. You literally said that you were gonna A-log his baby. Like, that's what you said. That's how mentally ill it's got. It's like, I'm gonna A-log his baby.
Well, I think we're the best at it. I think we're really good at making fun of Eric.
Y'all make fun of him, but it's like, when I look at it from the sidelines, it really feels like Eric is Batman and y'all are just like his rogues gallery. Like that.
That is exactly what it is. That is literally exactly what it is. It's like, you got the one guy. It's actually so fucking perfect. I can't believe that just now occurred to me. Because, okay, you got this one guy who's just competent, hyper competent dude, very successful, very rich, and he uses his vast resource. And you got all these mentally ill motherfuckers who are just obsessed with them. All they do is think about, how are we gonna get the Batman today? That's all they do. They don't do anything. They don't have any other purpose than to take down the Batman. And Batman only deals with these dudes because they won't leave him alone. That's actually perfect.
You're a fan.
Another way is like his Sinister Six or some shit, but there's way more than 6 of these guys.
That dude smelling like shit going to his HQ.
Yes, Riley is like a perfect example of a Batman villain, actually.
Yeah, but Shine Comics, now hold on a second about that. That's funny. But here's the thing. When you're sitting there like trying to de-escalate a situation, and Eric was...
I don't think it was that serious, but it wasn't funny either.
Basically saying...
Very try-hard Riley. Riley tries very hard and gets very little out of it. Only people who thinks that what Riley does is funny are people, I don't know, like the dickheads, right? And they all have terrible senses of humor because they like Dick Masterson.
I'm afraid of
they think Vito was funny. Unironically, they do.
This guy, right? Like I
pulling up to
yeah, like I'm afraid I have people who work here whose lives I'm worried about. Like for all you know, and I said this to Riley back then. I said he doesn't know you. Like he doesn't know what you're capable of. You could be like a legitimate psycho.
Yeah.
So he doesn't know. Like you could show up with a gun. You could show up and do any of these things. So like he has a right to be skeptical about you and to be like trying to keep you at a distance. And for him to say, I got to protect the people who work here. But then you go, Eric can't just do that. Eric's got to go, he's a guy that people were saying he legitimately smells like shit.
I believed him. You're laughing.
Now, no, I'm just saying this. I'm saying, now let's say that Riley is a psycho, okay?
He is. What do you mean, let's say? He is. What do you mean? He fucking took advantage of a mentally ill, like a mentally retarded girl so he could use her. He could pimp her out and use her to make like fucking piss OnlyFans porn that he could use to, I don't know, do all the degenerate shit he wanted to, basically. What do you mean? He is a psycho. He's obsessed with this black dude in Texas, even though he's already had to go to jail once because of this shit. He is insane. Anyway, this is who John De La Rose reminds me of. Shio-san. He's a general from the warlord era in the Chinese, well, the second Sino-Japanese War, which is basically World War II in China. She joined, defecting from, then subsequently betrayed the forces of Wu Peifu, Feng Yuxiang, Chiang Kai-shek, Wang Jingwei, Jiang Shulang, and the Chinese Communist Party. Due to his numerous betrayals and defections, most notably the triple betrayal of Feng Yuxiang in 1926, 1929, and 1930, he is known as the Defector General and the Slave of 6 Surnames. In 1940, while leading the 39th Army of the NRA, he planned to defect to the Japanese. Before he could do so, he was kidnapped and buried alive by his sworn brother and subordinate Gao Shuxian, who later gained command of Xi's unit. Betrayed literally everybody, sometimes multiple times, and he ended up dying by being buried alive by his sworn brother who betrayed him. Just a wonderful end. Sometimes, you know, people say, you know what, man, you can't do that. You can't do that's what only happens in a movie. That only happens in a novel. That only happens in a comic book. Look, dude, crazy shit happens in real life all the time. You'd be surprised how many stories we don't tell.
Do you really care about your employees at that point when you're sitting there you're basically aggravating the guy, right?
Yeah, surely he won't switch sides this time. Surely he won't betray me. Surely he's just going to be up and up on me.
You're basically saying, come on back. I'll show you what smells like shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's what Eric is saying to the guy. And back then, like, see, that's who Eric...
Dave, thank you for the £2. I still don't understand why these guys hate Eric. Nobody does.
Eric is. It's like Eric can't just be like sincere and be like, look, I'm afraid of the dude.
Eric
can't
be sincere.
Eric has to get the kind of one up on it, and then he makes it worse. You know what I mean? Like, if Riley was what he said he was, or what Eric was implying that he was, he would have endangered his employees, his own employees, so much worse.
I give it.
That's kind of crazy. I don't know. That's kind of weird to say. If he was really that bad, he would have done even more damage. So what if he was just stopped before he did the damage? Again, I already know that Riley ain't a threat to nobody. No, Riley ain't a real threat for real. I'm just saying that's not good logic.
I give you that. Yeah, he is. That is fun. Like that is antagonist. Like he's
like he want to de-escalate. I mean, so in other words, like Eric's a liar. Like he's just saying, like I want to de-escalate this, but this guy smells like shit, and he's coming.
It's like, I give you that. I give you that. Yeah, that is you know, that is funny. Like he was telling him like wash his eyes and stuff.
Well, even a mercenary stunner, even a mercenary is at least loyal to the dude who's like paying him the most. This guy, it's like it was all just circumstance. It's like what's the weather like today? to decide whether or not he was going to betray a guy or not.
You know,
sometimes the betrayals wouldn't even be beneficial. Sometimes it was completely superficial reasons why he would defect to another side or not.
Wait, but didn't Riley pull up on him again, like in another space? Like, explain that. Like,
yeah, like at the public chicken event, whatever it was, they were doing a public appearance.
Yeah, why did he pull up there? Like, can you explain that situation?
Well, I mean, you would have to ask Riley why he would do that. I assumed what he was doing was protesting.
What?
What he was doing the first time.
What? He was protesting? That's what we're going with now? That's a very creative. That's the most creative take I've heard yet about what Riley was getting up to. I would just say it was A-logging. I would just say it's a very cautionary tale of how A-logging gets out of control and you end up putting yourself in a situation you really don't want to be. That's what I would say. But to say protesting what? I mean, the worst thing you could say about Eric July is that he's a mediocre, he's not a good writer. So he's just like protesting that his comics aren't good? Like, what do you mean?
He was protesting the fact that Eric DMCA'd his business. He was saying,
okay, so he was okay, I know what he means now. He was protesting shit that was completely made up and doesn't, here's what I was always thinking, that Riley wasn't aware that, no, Riley was aware in that he was just lying about all that shit. Eric July flagged me down. I think that he's just genuinely retarded and wasn't aware that it wasn't Eric July who was involved in taking out his Teespring or his original Twitter account. I don't think he aware that it was just TOS. Because surely you would just piece together, okay, how come he hasn't gone after your YouTube then? Why hasn't he done that? He could do that shit, especially if you're trying to harass him and shit like that. He could easily do that if he's really being that much of a bitch about it, but he doesn't.
Want an apology for that? I think that me making fun of you is perfectly okay. You shouldn't be able to, to react the way that you are. So what's the matter with you? So him standing on the...
Didn't Mitt say Riley lost his passion after jail? I mean, she said that, but here's the thing. She's not as bad of a liar as the rest, but she is retarded. So it's hard to take everything that Mint Salad says correctly. She's very slow. I don't hate the girl because I think that her circumstances, I mean, I'm kind of sounding like a simp, like, oh, she's not accountable. Well, I think it's kind of different, all right? It's kind of different in Mint Salad's case because she actually is just like mentally deficient in a lot of ways. So the whole women should be more accountable thing, it's one of the few cases where I think it's like I don't know, she's kind of like Chris Chan in a sort of way, where it's like, obviously you got to get on him for some shit, like, raping his mom. But at the same time, he's also like fucked in the head. So you got to just like kind of let some shit go because he's never going to be all the way up there anyway.
Curb and protesting Eric July seemed like a waste of my time. I wouldn't do it, but he felt like he wanted to do it for his YouTube channel. What do you think this guy's room smells like? Says Lord Diamonds Comics. I don't know, man. Do you have laundry around? How are you smelling?
Nah, bro. Nothing like wash your ass guy there. Definitely nothing like him.
Can I see your room? Because I'm seeing things other than comics back there, man.
Bro, it's Is
it underpants and stuff? Like, are you
there's just long boxes. There's just long boxes and stuff everywhere.
Yo, or else you will die.
You feel me?
No, not really. Doesn't look like long boxes, man.
Nah, there's like a bunch of long boxes. Like what, Rippaverse is really good. Like, you feel me? Like,
this is a reason too why I don't read comics as much as I used to, because I got tired. I just hate the way that they're formatted with the whole floppies and you got to have a long box, right? You buy manga. If you buy manga, you get a nice little tome that you can put up on your bookshelf. You can organize shit by alphabetical order, or if you have enough, you can even organize them by genre or some shit. Some people go shonen, shoujo, josei, seinen, shit like that. You can't do that with comics, not unless you're buying omnibus or something like that.
Is Cyberfrog good? Like, it doesn't seem like...
You should read it. You should read it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you have all my other comics, right? I mean, do you like my work at all or no? Like, I know Jeff...
Nah, bro, that's what bro, I wouldn't be here if I didn't like your work. Like, I like your art. You feel me? Like, I have your cover for ISOM too. Like, I
like if you like that, you're probably going to like Cyberfrog. You should read it. Like,
you wrote it, though. I don't know about you as a writer.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Didn't you write Firestorm, New 52? Like,
No, I did. I wrote 2 issues of it. Gail Simone wrote Firestorm. That was a whole thing that I have not gotten into yet. Part of me, at some point, I'm going to get into the Firestorm thing, but it literally would become a Firestorm debacle because I have emails to back up the way the politics work at DC Comics, which would be enlightening.
Why don't you do that then? Why don't you drop those? You want to drop everything else? Is it because of an NDA? Or maybe it's because those emails say certain things. Because I never understood. You're a former pro. You were in the industry for years, a long ass time, bro. You worked with a lot of people. You were really high up in the ladder, or at least you were connected with people who were high up in the ladder. Surely you have some veteran stories that you could fucking tell about comics and shit. But instead you decide to do this shit. This is the problem that Shine has. It's like he thinks that you're above this shit, which you're not. We know you're not, but he thinks you are.
To some people. No, Gail Simone wrote it, and then Joe Harris wrote it. But I did write 2 issues of it, I think. Did I write them, or did I just plot them?
Yeah, I think you plotted them. I saw your but I saw you as a writer for like a lot of your name was on a lot of those issues.
They wanted my name on the book. I was kind of pissed off at the time and didn't really want to participate in the New 52. The DO offered me Superman.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Dan DiDio offered me Superman at the time when New 52 was starting. He said, we got to put you on Superman. And I said, I don't want to do Superman. And I'm glad that I said no, because I love Superman. I love it. I want to read it. I don't want to draw it.
Bro, that's
no. Yeah, I agree. It's like, I love it. You're basically saying I don't have what he's basically saying is I didn't have the confidence. I don't think that I was up to the challenge. They said you need to be on Superman. I'm like, look, I'm not built for this. I'm not built to do Superman. I'm Green Lantern at best.
No, you don't. Here's the thing, man. It's like I don't know. You could join the Beatles.
That's assuming that is true, right? This could just be him lying again. But I'm just saying, if that is true, that's kind of lame.
It's like, and you're a guitarist. It's like, I don't think I want to join the Beatles. I think I want to listen to the Beatles. I don't think I want to be in the Beatles. Even though it's like, it's like, yeah, like, what are you, stupid? That's awesome. I love Superman, but the problem with Superman is, I have to work really hard to get Superman to look the way that I think he should look. And there are other people who do it much better than me. Like Gary Frank, to me, draws the best Superman, and he does it effortlessly. And it isn't for me. On the other hand, like a character like Green Lantern, who I didn't have any affection for at all. Like I didn't read any Green Lantern books. I like the Flash, but like, I'm not like in all of the Flash. Those books are better fits for me because I feel like I can do what I want to do there and not feel like I'm treading on holy ground. So I told Dan DiDio no. And it's a good thing that I did because those Superman books during the New 52 were meant to sort of start, again, the same thing as Amazing Fantasy 15, the Copyright Act of 1976. They were new versions of Superman because the Schuster Siegel, one of the Siegel family.
I would have to work hard. Yeah, basically.
Had won a lawsuit.
I would have to live up to a certain expectation while with Green Lantern. I'm not going to say, again, he is a good artist, but by his own words, he's saying the reason why he preferred Green Lantern and books like that is because he wasn't as attached to the character and he wouldn't have been insecure.
So they had to change a few things about Superman. Superman was
wait, hold up. Let's take this logic real quick. Does this mean that you don't care about Cyberfrog? Does this mean that you don't love Cyberfrog? Maybe that's the reason why he doesn't want to make the comics. Maybe that's the reason why Rainbow the Brute hasn't come out yet. It's because he loves Rainbow the Brute more than he loves Cyberfrog. He doesn't have confidence. When he's drawing Rainbow the Brute, he's like, no, this ain't it. I can't live up to this fucking parody of a little girl's IP. I can't do it.
Wearing jeans and a t-shirt in one of them.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Things like that. It wasn't Superman. These were different variants of Superman. They just weren't that great. He has a sex doll on the ground, says Foul Mouth Flip. No, you don't. I don't see a sex doll. I don't think you have a sex doll. Get the ice on figure now, please, says JJ. So you're admitting you don't have the ice on figure.
Now they're demanding it. Show us the ice on figure, bitch. I bet you don't even have it. I bet it's not even real. I bet Eric July, he lied about it. You're just in on it, just like he lies about everything else.
I hope Eric.
You can just say I don't have it. I know it didn't ship.
It's like, it doesn't exist. Just admit that it's fake.
Ship it, or else I'd see it everywhere. People would be playing.
A lot of Disney people. I thought that's dope that he got a freaking McFarlane deal.
No, it isn't. It isn't a big deal. He went to McFarlane and he said, "Hey, you mean I could do it too? Anybody could." You go, how much would it cost for you to manufacture a toy of my character? And they would say, yeah, we can do that. We have sculptors. We have access to manufacturers in China. You're going to have to order this many. This is our MOQ. You're going to have to get behind that. Do you think you can do that? And you say yes. And then you have a McFarlane deal. But you'll notice McFarlane isn't advertising it. It's not on his website. It's just a third party situation here, you know. But all right, hold on. Vito is his co-host on Fatcast, says Gamer. That's not true. I feel like a corn director. Go grab the toy, says Revis. He doesn't have the toy. Ask me no questions. I'll tell you no lies, says Margaret Merkel. They're making fun of you for saying axe, which is, you know, Jose M says, ask Shine what he thinks about Yellow Flash and the Zeros. Do you like Yellow Flash? You watch that stuff?
I don't. Eric's the only you know, it's about Eric's like the only, you know, like right wing kind of guy that I'll. Oh yeah, I've seen Ryan. You know Ryan. How do you feel about Ryan Kennel?
I liked him at first. I think he's gone a little bit nutty. I think he's like at this point he's screaming when he's
I like the scream. He's funny.
Like that? Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, Todd can afford tariffs. Oh, okay, that actually makes sense.
Buddy.
That's probably why he's popular. Trevor Bruce says send Shane the.
What's left of Comicsgate? Not much really. It's like, honestly, I feel like it was really over for Comicsgate when Eric July really started doing his thing, because he basically proved what had already been proven years prior with guys like Tim Lim, but he proved it at a higher scale, or at least in a way that was more noticeable, that a lot of the things that people in Comicsgate had just been taken as how it should be, like when it comes with delivery and getting your comics out on time and customer service and all that shit, that was all bullshit. And you actually can deliver a good product, or at least a product that your customers like, on time, right? Without bullshitting them. And also, the thing before that was the Dungeoneer's Purge. I think the Dungeoneer Purge was really when things got very critical, very crucial for Comicsgate, right? Because they bled a lot of talent, and it was like a communist purge, or shit, maybe even a fascist purge in a way. The way that that shit went down with, you know, the Dungeoneer files and all that shit. And that's when things were like, from that point onward, it was basically over for CG, and they're in the dying state that they're in right now.
Link. Creepy Ed Live says, would this kid like Eric if he wasn't black?
I'll be completely honest. Like, I'll be honest, you know, probably not. However, but like,
yeah, I respect the honesty. Bro.
Simply because, but I also wouldn't like him if he didn't make good comics. So,
he doesn't make good comics.
He does.
Lord Timon's Comics says, what do you think this guy's, okay, I read that one. Filth, he says. Evil one, which one? I swear to God, I'm getting sick. Being here for so long, these
Top 9832, thank you for the $5 Canadian. In reply to the general, an African Warlord game reviewer once said, these events are so absurd, they leave fiction and enter the realm of history. I actually really want there to be, I don't know, I guess like, this is a weird dream of mine that I shouldn't tell you guys, because if you tell people your dreams, that means it won't happen. But I kind of want to make a strategy game, like in the future. You know, maybe some sort of, it wouldn't be like a video game, it'd be like a tabletop game, but it takes place in Africa and it involves warlords and shit. And you would like pick a warlord of sorts, like communist or some shit like that, or a tyrant. Maybe you try and run some sort of ghetto republic that's really just a oligarchy or something like that, and you take funds from the communists or from the United States, and you go to war with these other warlords in Africa and try and carve out your own kingdom. That's actually a game, because I always wanted a game like that to exist. And it doesn't. It's untouched, that continent, when it comes to war games. The Congo Wars, the Liberian Wars, the war in the Horn between Ethiopia and Eritrea and all that shit. All that shit is basically just like ignored. And I don't know, it bothers me. I would like to see like a game about a Nigerian civil war between the Muslims and the Christians there. This basically is still ongoing. There basically is like a soft civil war in Nigeria between like Nigerian Christians and Muslims. I don't know. It's like a lot of people just don't notice it outside of the country, but it's happening. So I don't know. That'd be something interesting. Otter Sarah, thank you for €2. Way to kill artistic growth, Ethan.
kind of combos with Rippaverse seem pointless. Are you? I don't think you're a ripetard. I vote to destroy EJ, get him out of this industry so his sycophants go away.
Oh yeah, Rhodesia too.
Victor.
Well, we know why they would never make a game about Rhodesia, whether it was like a computer game or a tabletop game.
Says CG is EVS fans who raise $200,000 campaigns for people like Rini Draws out of pure generosity, then get presented as a toxic group to be in favor of Yellow Flash and Iron July. Could be said about Vaughn Coleman too. Magnificent Devil says Riley was not arrested for being at the warehouse or the chicken
Yeah, kind of like African Tropico in a way.
place. He was arrested for mean tweets under a law for women and children. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Eric. Yeah. Eric.
Wait, so he actually like went to jail?
Yeah, he went to jail because Eric swore out a warrant for his arrest using a law in Texas that's meant to protect women from abusers. So Eric said that he's sending me really scary tweets, and he got like
they have no proof of this. They will never show any evidence of this whatsoever. They keep saying that. See, this is the thing. These guys always say this shit is the case, but then they never ever present any receipts because they don't exist.
Eric swore out a warrant for his arrest on Twitter posts.
That's funny though. That's based. Like you got arrested. Like
that's based.
Yeah.
Riley was giving away copies of Lifesong to Eric's fans if they could answer the question.
GJ1511, thank you for $10. I grew up in Fort Smith and spent 5 years in Fayetteville. I am thoroughly convinced that Arkansas itself is just a cursed state. And after finally watching a Finley video, Pine Bluff ain't helping. Hey, do you guys know who lives in Pine Bluff? You guys know what dude who was related, tangentially related now to Comicsgate, who lives in Pine Bluff? Tim Lim. I knew that Tim Lim was from Arkansas. I did not know that he is from Pine Bluff. What are the odds?
What is your favorite part of
I didn't even know what the fuck Comicsgate really was when I made that video. What are the odds that Tim fucking Lim just happens to be from Pine Bluff out of every city in the United States, right? Just pound for pound, one of the worst cities in the country. This Asian nigga is from.
Lifesong. A question equals question for SD. Thank you. Shout out. SD.
Yeah, I agree. Like some people in the beginning, like I feel like all there's left is the real fans, like real fans of the Rippaverse. Like I feel like a lot of people were just doing it for like the culture war in the beginning, but like he does make good story. You could tell. Like
I thought he was from China. Well, some part of his family is.
He's not. It's not a grift. Like he's still making comics. Like it's not. He didn't do it for money or for a culture war. Like that's why somebody like me who's not even really like fully aligned with him politically could read his books.
Ask Sean why he lied about action.
Yes, Pine Bluff is the ghetto. It's just it's just a giant ghetto. It's a ghetto the size of a whole city, right? A whole town is a fucking slum. The whole town is a favela. Pop 9832, thank you for the $5 Canadian. I think you would have a better time with a video game than an outright tabletop. Check out the Dominions and Conquest of Elysium games as examples. Okay, I'll look at that, bro. Thank you for the recommendation.
847 being the only black written action issue of Action Comics for Twitter likes. Priest wrote a jail strip in the late 80s.
That's not Action Comics, bro. All right, let me ask you, Ethan. Let me ask you. So I said Action Comics 847, which was written by, Dwayne McDuffie?
Yeah, I knew Dwayne McDuffie. He was my friend.
For real? He was your friend?
Yes.
You were friends with him? He was friends with you? Dwayne McDuffie was friends with you?
Yeah, he was.
For real?
No, but what do you mean? Yeah, go read Justice League number 20.
No, I have that. Yeah. I remember that issue. But y'all were friends though? Like
good friends, yeah.
For real? Damn. I did not expect. I mean,
he's very smart, smarter than you, Shine. By a factor absolutely. Of like 100.
There's no way, I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait until Dwayne McDuffie is dead. So that way, Dwayne can never say, no, I don't know that nigga, Ethan Van Scott. What the fuck? We weren't friends. We worked together once. I was not friends with that dude, bro. Like, what do you mean? But whatever. Everybody is EVS's friend, except for Vito. Everybody except Vito. You know what's funny? Ethan Van Sciver likes Riley more than he likes Vito. John Apocalypse, thank you for the €5. 5 pounds, I mean. Don't know how accurate Age of Empires 2 African Kingdoms is, but the box art became a meme.
Absolutely.
So we were pals, and yeah, he wanted to write Day of the Composites for me. He bragged about it on the DC message boards. He said, I'm working with Ethan Van Sciver on Day of the Composites. I said, Dwayne, like nobody even knows what that is yet. And he passed away a few weeks later, but we meant to do some more work together. And he was a great guy, man. He's like 7 feet tall.
Yeah, I heard that he was like 6'6".
Highly intelligent, man. Was so fucking smart and just a friendly giant. And DC Comics kicked his ass, dude. Just kicked his ass. He was miserable. And so DC Comics said, "You want to do an issue of Justice League with Dwayne?" I said, "Yeah." So we got on the phone. Dwayne said, "You got to save me from shit." He said, "They got me writing like characters. Like I wanted to write the Justice League, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Flash." And you remember his run on the Justice League was torturous. Like it was all these third stringers. So he said, "What do you want to do?" And I said, "Tell them I want to do Wonder Woman and the Flash."
DB, thank you for 199 pounds. EVS said Vito was CG royalty. Don't forget.
And he said, "I got a Queen."
That was a while ago, rather.
B story. And I said, "Boom."
Over a year ago.
Let's do it. So last time I physically saw him was at San Diego Comic-Con.
Wow, so you're saying, according to EVS, he really helped Dwayne out?
2007 or 2008, I don't remember which.
Bro was in the middle of saving his career before he passed away.
One, but he just said that was so much fun. He said, "Can we do another one?" And I said, "Yeah." Told him about Day of the Composites. And that's when we were going to do a composite Superman story together. I miss him a lot.
Damn, that's fire, bro. Dang, bro. I gained some respect. I didn't expect, you know what I'm saying? Like, especially like that tweet you just made about Eric, where he was like doing a black, or let me say uneducated, parody of him talking about getting scripts and stuff. Like, I don't know. That seems kind of. What was your thought process behind that?
I wonder how often, how many of these fucking thumbnails that he's seen from Ethan Van Sky. I guess it's a good thing that they all went away. It's a very good. It's actually, I just thought about that. It's actually very convenient for Ethan that all of those trash casts, a lot of those went away, because man, some of those thumbnails were wild, bro. He was going like, it was crazy, some of the shit that he was just putting up on here. Yeah, in a way, Rippaverse kind of saved him, because I don't think he would have been able to explain some of that shit.
What?
Like your tweet where you were like, your tweet where you said, damn, where is it? I is getting writing and shit.
Yeah.
Well,
look at what he wrote. Why would I do that? Look at what he wrote.
Getting lots of writing today.
Getting lots of writing today. That's not a sentence.
Getting lots of writing today.
He means getting lots of writing done today. He's a retard.
Getting lots of. Wait, no. I thought I interpreted that as he's getting scripts from people. Like,
well, that's what it literally means. Do you think that's what he intended to say? He's the one who's writing all his scripts now.
He's writing. What do you mean?
He's writing Yaira.
He's writing Yaira?
Yeah.
The new
Why
Yaira?
do I know more about this than you do? Johnny Rocket says, quoting Eric.
Look at this shit. Hold on. Let me show you guys real quick. Let me show you guys one of these thumbnails I'm talking about, right? Just real quick. Look at this, dude. Look at this shit. Misprinted trash cast. 100% off coupons. Japan. Look at this, dude. Look at this. How would you explain this? How would he explain this one, right? Okay, you can say, well, no, I just made that tweet because he misspoke. He spoke out of turn. Okay, why'd you make this thumbnail? Why was this the thumbnail of one of your This ain't even the craziest one. It's like, come on, man. Come on, EVS. Come on, Ethan.
Is racist, says Johnny Rocket. He's an idiot. Why would you write something like, and he does it all the time, where he'll post something that's like just fucking.
It would be terrible. It would be terrible if I knew someone who archived all of Evan's trash cast episodes, wouldn't it? Oh, that would be terrible.
Literate. And it's
that would be tragic.
Like just a second.
That would be the worst thing ever, bro.
Pass would be good. Like you should have maybe done a second pass at Isom.
Why aren't the Sasuke's writing Yaira?
I don't know. This is why we talk about what we talk about on Trash Cast. It's fun to wonder what Eric's actually doing rather than what he's.
It's fun. It's fun to speculate and just like make shit up. It's fun to just make up absurd conspiracy theories about the latest thing the Black Comic Man is doing today.
What everybody is told he's doing, but I mean, you look at the sales. Sales are way down, and I always give him advice on Trash Cast because he used to come to me for advice all the time.
This is a misdirection, by the way. They keep talking about sales. It's like, bro, you got to look at revenue, because it's like. Eric July isn't very obviously he wants all the numbers to go up, but it's like, here's the thing. Weird thing is I actually know more about like Eric's business than I do about any of his comics. Like I don't know anything about like his comic book characters except Yaira and Isom, right? Like that's it. And Horseman. Those are the only 3 characters I know. And I don't know anything about them in depth except some of the shit I know about Isom because I've heard like the shit about Isom via osmosis from being exposed to shit from Ethan Van Sciver here and Dick Masterson and all those guys, right? So I don't know anything about that shit, but I do know quite a bit about Eric July's business because I've had to while I was researching. When I'm researching about Comicsgate, I inevitably run into shit about Eric's business because a lot of people clap back at them with like actual facts and receipts. So it's like they keep looking at just the sales of an individual book when it's like you got to look at revenue. Eric July's revenue, Rippaverse's revenue is the highest that it's ever been. It's higher now than at the peak of Isom 1. So it's like, I don't know, Ro.
All the time. And he stopped, but I still give him advice and he ends up following what I tell him to do anyway, even though it takes a couple months usually. But I said, you got to fire the Saskas. You got to fire all these extraneous people around you. Your comic books used to raise.
If you just say 50 to 100 different things about a dude, eventually one of those things is going to be true because, you know, you're just taking a bunch of shots in the dark.
You know, 7 figures.
If I just throw 50 or 70 darts at a board in the dark, eventually one of them is going to hit a bullseye.
They don't even raise 6 figures anymore. And now, like, your newest campaigns are hovering around 15,000 each. Like, you can't afford. And the thing is, like, he
can't afford that. See, that's the thing. He can't afford it because he built his business to make like the publishing and printing and delivering part of it the most cost effective as possible. So that way he gets rid of all the would-be fees, right? It's all him. It's all in-house, or at least a lot of it is. So he can like save all this money. So that way he doesn't have to do gangbusters on literally every single book.
You are an Eric July fan. You're a Rippaverse fan. You're buying Rippaverse books. Why? You want to read? You want to?
You know something that Eric July bragged about when the Trump tariffs happened. Eric July, everybody was freaking out because they're like, "What the fuck? I didn't vote for this. I drop ship. I have a drop ship company, and I'm not gonna make any money because fucking Trump. He's a faggot. He's evil." Conservatives were saying this. Jeremy. The Quartering was saying this, right? Because as we all know, the Quartering's coffee company is really just a white label dropship coffee company. He's not really doing any of the ship in-house. So tariffs impacted his bottom line quite a fucking bit. Now, Eric July he's pumping his chest out a little bit because he had designed his business in a certain way that tariffs didn't really affect them because he was already doing so much shit in-house. His logistic network really didn't rely on foreign shit that much or importing anything like that. So he's cool. And these are things you're never going to hear from Ethan Van Sciver because, you know, it would make Eric sound like he's competent.
Right? Do you want to read what the Saskas write? Presumably you'd rather read what Eric is writing. You know, that's why you're supporting him. So
yes, it's not even drop ship. It's drop ship of a drop. He literally just copied somebody else. He copied the dude who did the dude who owns Meta PCs. He made his own coffee company, Player One Coffee, and he literally bar for bar just copied the Player One guy's coffee.
Why is he hiring all of these people and paying them when he can't?
He even used the same coffee mill.
The money isn't really coming in anymore, so fire all these folks. You settle down and focus on one project, choose the best artist that you have, and you write it. That way you're not paying another writer. You're not paying them royalties. Your fans are buying you, which is what you should be doing anyway. And stop hiring like the worst artists in Brazil. Just work with the best one that you have, which is I think what he's doing.
Some of the best artists in the world work in Brazil.
Right now on Yairo.
A lot of high quality artists are in South America, period. And you know, like I can't say this because Brazils are not Hispanic, right? So you call them Hispanic, they'll get very mad because they're not, you know, they're not Hispanic. But a lot of Hispanic people and Brazilians, because I'm including Spanish people too. And I guess also Portuguese who also aren't Hispanic, right? A bunch of Iberians and their rape babies produce some of the best artists in the world, which is why a lot of them work at DC and Marvel and for Eric July now.
So he announced Yairo something and something. And who knows? I mean, one would assume the Sasuke.
Hey, Mikey, why does EVS hate the Saskas? Because they work for Eric July. He'll give you a bunch of other reasons about, oh, they're just these incestuous bitches and they're just bad news and all that stuff. No, it's because they work for Eric July. He didn't have a single word to say about them before he turned on Eric July. He did his heel turn on EJ.
But you'll never know. You'll never know anything like that, you know? No, they're coming.
Brazilians are Portuguese rape babies, yes.
Back. Are they? Are they coming back? Where's like on number 4? You know, it's like, what exactly is going on over there? This is why Trash Cast is so interesting.
Well, here's the thing. Brazilians are Latinos, but they are Latin Americans. But Spaniards and Portuguese, who are the fathers of all these bastard childrens in Latin America, they are not Latinos themselves. They are, you know, they're Iberians. So
EVS.
I wish there was a catch-all term, like, I don't know, spicy people, salsa people, something like that, like a collective term for the Spanish and Portuguese speaking people in Europe and in the Americas and shit like that. So I don't have to keep jumping between terms.
In Black History Month, what history? So it's
okay, you guys aren't Latinos. You're just see, this is what I'm talking about. Holy shit.
I'm out flip. See, that's racist.
I'm just gonna call you salsa niggas. That's what you guys all like salsa, right? Brazilians, Mexicans, Spanish, you guys all like salsa.
That's absolutely racist.
I think a lot of your fans are.
Yeah, me too. I love you guys. Zane Palmer says, what did he think of the live action Yaira trailer? Did you see that?
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah,
I don't know why y'all are like holding him to like big blockbuster movie standards. Like, it was cool. I like that.
Yeah, that's the weird thing too. They hold Eric July to such an obnoxiously high standard that nobody in Comicsgate would ever like be able to reach themselves. Oh, Eric, why the fuck aren't you making like 50 gazillions dollars every year? Eric, why are you not hiring? Why aren't you buying a second warehouse? Eric, how come you don't already have a Netflix deal for a Rippaverse animated series? It's like, god damn, bro. Like, this shit is only half a decade old. Like, can the nigga like build something first?
We were holding him to big blockbuster. You think so? You think that's what we're doing?
Yeah.
All right, let me see. From
yeah, that was good. Yeah, so he's referring. So I said Dwayne McDuffie was the first black man to write for Action Comics because he did 600 something or not 800 something. This person and a bunch of other people were like, you know, Christopher Priest.
Yep.
Yeah, Christopher Priest did Action.
Oh, the romance people. I mean, see, here's the thing. I can't call you guys. I can't call the Portuguese, the Brazilians, the Spanish, Mexicans, I can't call all you guys romance people because then that would also include the French and a lot of their rape babies, right? That would include France. That would include Haiti. So, okay, now we're just adding more people too.
Comics Weekly in the late 80s, early 90s.
It's like the fucking Dominicans would hate to be bunched together with Haitians and vice versa, for real.
Where he didn't do it was literally an anthology of short stories, 8-page stories. He didn't even do the Superman stories. He did the Green Lantern stories. And they were saying, well, no, Priest is the first one to do Action Comics. And it's like, I don't count that as Action Comics. You're doing a backup Green Lantern story.
Yeah, Mighty Healthy. Where is CG Send? What the fuck? We get to it. Snappy, bro. Why aren't you guys building? They haven't built anything. Comicsgate has been around way longer than the Rippaverse. And these niggas haven't built shit, dude. In fact, they have less than what they used to have before. It's crazy. They have no infrastructure. Russ Cole, thank you for the $10. Don't know if I was right, but I left a dono comment on your last VOD. You were talking about football player who got me too. It sounded like Sean Oakman. Look up a pic of him. You'll see why he never had a chance. I will. Hold on. Give me a second. Oh, Fug. Thank you for $10. For maximum effect, please refer to all citizens of Latin America as Mexican. As Mexicans. Let's see. Just South Americans, South Mexicans, Middle Mexicans, North Mexicans. North Mexico isn't just Mexico, though. North Mexico is like everything, including like Mesoamerica. And then South Mexico is everything up until Argentinians. Argentinians are not Mexicans. They're like, I don't know, Italian, German, Nazi Spaniards or something like that. I don't know what they are. They're weird. I don't hate Argentinians, but they are weirder than the average Latin American. I don't know. They're also poor. It's crazy. See, here's the thing. Here's what Argentina is. Argentina is a great example that racism, I mean, not racism, but that poverty only follows brown people and it doesn't follow white people. Because Argentina for a minute, y'all were the poorest motherfuckers in this like part of the world, like in the Americas. Like y'all were poor as shit for a very long time. It is only very recently y'all started to get money again. Having a job was you would watch these photos, right? You will see these photos of Argentina and everybody would just come out to celebrate Messi winning again. And I was like, damn, how is everybody out in the street? Does nobody in Argentina have a job? And it's like, I guess not. I guess there really were just like 20 niggas in Argentina who like had a job. And like half of those niggas were playing on their football team. So let's see, what's his name? What is that dude's name? His name was Sean Oakman. But anyway, I'm glad that Argentina, you guys are being less poor. That's very nice. Let's see. Sean Oakman. Okay. Yes, he is the guy I was talking about. Yes, found not guilty. He still had his life ruined. I see what you mean now. Hold on, let me pull him up on stream. Let me pull him up on stream, and then we'll get back to the stream. And yeah, this nigga didn't have no hope. This guy right here. Oh yeah, it was toast. It was toast. I don't even blame him. I don't even blame him for believing that this dude was a rapist. I don't even blame him for that shit. Because look at this fucking monster. Look at this gorilla nigga right here. Right? I mean, I'm glad that he had his reputation cleared at least. But damn, dude. It's like... All right. Anyway, back to the stream.
In comics, right? It's in Action Comics.
It's Action Comics Weekly.
Oh.
I don't count.
Okay,
that.
I mean it doesn't count. You can say whatever you want to say, but yeah, he was in Action Comics. So, but let me see. A question for let me read this anyway, because from Action 601 to 642, it was a weekly book. Priest wrote a GL strip in it. Thus, he wrote in Action Comics before McDuffie. And you know what?
Is his accuser in prison? No, nigga, they don't throw women in jail for falsely accusing people of rape.
Christopher Priest's real name is, right?
You can just casually ruin a nigga's life because I don't know. He cheated on you or something, or even something pettier than that. Just ruin a dude's life with a false accusation. Just take away a future he'll never get back, and maybe even put him in jail for years. And there's no payback for that.
It was James Owsley.
There probably should be, but there's not.
Okay, so do you know? I don't know. I don't like. Did he write anything before that as Jim Owsley?
No, yeah, he wrote Action Comics Weekly as Jim Owsley, but he never did Superman. He just did Green Lantern.
Oh, so what was your point? Like, black people didn't write Superman or something? Like, what's the...
Black people still don't, but yeah, he didn't.
Thank God, by the way.
I wasn't really...
I don't want niggas writing Superman, if I'm being for real with you.
Really complaining to him. I was just saying what it was, like Dwayne McDuffie's first.
Honestly, if it was up to me, the only people writing Superman would be Jews. I feel like Superman should be exclusively Jewish superhero, right? Well, hold on. I'll make a few exceptions. There are like 2 or 3 non-Jewish guys who could definitely write Superman. But speaking in general, right?
Person to do it. And people were like Christopher Priest, you know. And they think
the first. Okay, I got it. I didn't see that conversation. I didn't even know what it was about. Question.
What's funny is that Superman is Christian as fuck, right? It's like some people try and argue this. There are people who try and like debate that Superman, well, no, Superman actually isn't. No, Superman is like hardcore. Well, not hardcore, but he's very much about the simple Christian country boy raised by his very gingerly, sweet-hearted, conservative parents. But they're conservative, but in a nice way, where they don't hate black people or gays. You know, that's what Superman is.
For Shine, what is your favorite part of Ice On? Is the artist?
He's
got one. He read it.
Yeah, issue 2 when he's like fighting with Bloodroot, Drew, were they in hell? Was that considered hell? Or I forgot, but they were fighting all aliens and stuff.
Yeah, I know some people they debate it, even though he literally grew up in rural Kansas. Like where like what do you think those niggas are? You think they're Muslim? You think they're progressive atheists?
And like that was a really cool moment.
Aliens.
I mean, not aliens, the monsters. And Isom, like Isom was
Steel is another story. Yeah, Steel can have black riders.
You know, getting his friend, his friend who was missing and stuff.
Yeah.
My favorite moment. I think Isom 3. I think I'm gonna love Isom 3 though.
Yeah, Isom 3 is weird, man. Because like Isom 2, like you're thinking, hey, we're going into hell a little bit, and then Isom 2 turns around, or Isom 3 turns around, and it's they try to take over a oil refinery. It's so goddamn stupid, man. I mean, enjoy it, like if it's what you like. But Eric is not a good writer, man. I'm telling you, as somebody who's worked with Dwayne McDuffie.
That just sounds like comic book shit to me.
Eric,
that sounds like something that would have happened in a peak X-Men run when Claremont was writing it.
Eric is not a good writer. But you know, he could get back.
Like X-Men legit. This is why, again, why the whole mutants are just this oppressed minority storyline is so played out. Because when Claremont was writing them, yeah, you would occasionally have some shit like that. You would have some storyline about how mutants were being oppressed or genocided or some shit. But you'd also just have a lot of runs where they're just fighting robots 1 week, 1 month, and then the next month they're in space and they're fucking fighting aliens. And then the next month it's like, I don't know, it's just some love story, and Colossus and Juggernaut are fighting each other at some bar and they destroy the bar. And then after Colossus gets his ass beat, he's like, why didn't you guys help me when I was fighting Juggernaut? Well, you cheated on Kitty, and we thought that was fucked up, so we wanted Juggernaut to beat your ass. And you know, it'd be stuff like that. They would jump around a lot. And it wasn't just, we're being oppressed every fucking time.
Better, but he doesn't want to hear criticism. He doesn't want to hear anything except that he's God's gift to the world. Anything else gets rejected by him. So I don't think he's going to get better. I think the people around him that he listens to, he told me, I got Chuck Dixon here. Chuck Dixon's on your payroll, man. You know what I mean? Like, he's not going to tell you anything honest. Like, he's like, what, you think just because he's on my payroll, he's not going to tell me the truth? Kinda, you know. Vito wants the link. Where's Vito? Vito in the
Why would you give Vito? Vito ain't getting shit from me. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, Vito could literally be hanging off a cliff by one arm. Well, that wouldn't happen. Vito was hanging by a cliff by one arm. That nigga is falling. He's not going to be able to hold his fat ass up with just one arm. But I ain't giving him a helping hand. I don't even want to touch his hand. Maybe I'll throw out a rope. He can try and tug himself up. I'm not going to pull from the other side, right? I'll be nice and I'll just give him a grappling hook or something like Batman. Like, try and pull yourself up, nigga, right? I'll do a pull up for the first time in your life. I ain't giving Vito shit.
My God.
You want to talk to Vito? I don't see Vito wanting the link at all. So, but yeah, this guy probably.
Vito, where's Super Killer?
Hold on a second. Let me see if Vito wanted the link, he'd be texting me in private here, and he's not my friend.
Okay, we might end it here when Vito gets on, but I want to see him answer this. I'm going to see if he has an answer. Maybe he'll have an answer for where's Super Killer.
Say that ever again,
bro. Why you don't want to be his friend?
Vito be Vito's friend? I don't want to be Vito's friend. He's an idiot. And he's a leftist.
Bro, somebody said.
Oh, sure. That's the reason. That's the reason why you don't want to be Vito's friend, because he's a leftist.
Somebody said that they're. Bro,
no, he's not asking. He's not asking.
Oh, somebody.
Vito is not asking for the link. Vito, if you want the link, say something right now in the chat. He's not even in the chat. Ethan, this is more charitable than when you sent monocles to Somalia. So Monocles for Somalia was a charity we did for Somalian kids who needed 20/20 vision. 20/20 by 2030. Oh, there he is. Gimme. Hey, Vito, I'm going to put it in the chat. Hold on a second. You can come in and talk to this kid if you want to. I like him.
Somebody said that you were going to replace Vito as the they said you were going to replace Vito on The Biggest Problem as like the
like this
guy? Is what
as the fat guy on The Biggest Problem.
I'll be honest. EVS, he might actually would have. Well, no, because EVS is boring. Well, Vito's also boring, but he's also he's got that snarky failed comedian vibe that Dax can at least play off of, because he's also a snarky failed comedian, right? I don't know. I feel like there wouldn't be that much of a difference.
Yeah, that's what somebody said.
Yeah, give me a call. Dick Masterson.
You know what? Dick Masterson would probably let Ethan Van Sciver into his house. He would probably let EVS around his kid. You know, he probably would do that for EVS. So
Absolutely. I would. I only want Vito in here. Nobody else. No, I didn't say. I put the link in the chat so Vito can come in. Mad Relics to send Vito the link. There he
That's
is. Vito, is that you?
1-1. Can you
all
hear?
right, Vito is here. So we're just gonna listen to this for a little bit longer. And I just want to hear Vito explain. I'm going to see if he has an explanation, this guy, when he's going to ask him, where's Super Killer? We're going to see his answer, and then we're going to leave it at that.
Show your face, Vito. What's up?
Is my mic working?
Yeah, it's working fine. Hold on one second. Question for Shine. What's so good about...
Oh, of course. Of course, Vito also has the fucking Pepsi logo as his fucking placeholder avatar. Of course he does.
I saw him sell it to me. Also, happy birthday to me. Hail Comics Gate. That's Elliot Rodriguez Art. Elliot, we'll ask him later. We got Vito in here now. So Vito, first of all, Vito, I'm not your friend. You know that. We're not friends.
Where's he at?
Oh, he's having problems with his connection. Hold on.
I love how that's the first thing he has to say. The first thing he has to say as soon as Vito gets on, hey, Vito, first off, make it very clear to Shine here that you're not my fucking friend. I don't like you. I don't want you around. I definitely don't want you around my kids, just like Dick doesn't want you around his. I don't want you around my wife either. I just don't like you. So please explain that for him, Vito.
At the stage.
Yeah, I'm fixing it. Should be.
The idea.
We're good friends. We hang out all the time. I thought. You know,
never hung out, not even once. Not even once. Vito, what does Riley smell like?
Peaches and cream.
I told you, Shine Comics, and Vito does smell like shit, so he knows people who actually need to watch their ass. Gamer Dude, I've never met Vito either in person. Fatcast number 4, hell yeah, says Gamer Dude 357.
I don't know if I wouldn't think Riley's smelling. I mean, he does travel a lot, so maybe sometimes.
Yeah, like when you're sitting on your ass driving through Texas for 4 days.
Yeah, that's where you get a little stinky.
You might, yeah, it's possible.
Where's Super Killer, my boy?
I was just working on it. It's
Where are you? Oh, you were just working on it.
It's wrapping up, baby. It really is.
You've been saying that for 3 years.
I know. I just got surgery. Look at this big old scar I got. You see this thing?
Ah, he survived. I saw the photo. I'm like, ah, shit. Vito's going to surgery. And he made this joke post like, if this is my last post, guys, don't write. I didn't even remember the first, but I just remember I was like, oh, please. Please, please let this be the last Twitter post by Vito I ever have to read. Nah, he came back. He made it.
Look at this.
That doctor was too qualified.
They cut me open, Ethan.
They put a heart in you at last.
American healthcare is too fucking good. They're always complaining. This is why American healthcare is so expensive, because it keeps motherfuckers like Vito alive.
Starting to grow a third boob.
I never wanted to live in a third world country even more. Imagine a Nigerian doctor wouldn't have gotten that motherfucker out the operating room.
And they said, you already got 2 beautiful ones. You probably don't need a third. And they cut it out of me.
Yeah.
So I'm a little loopy on the antibiotics. Well, I just wanted to come in. You know, it's Black History Month, which is exciting for all of us.
Yes, Yellow Flash. Vito should have used Rippaverse. This would have been, that comment would have been out.
It's almost over. It's the shortest month of the year, by the way.
Well, no, you still got about half of.
I was thinking about that the other day. EVS just pointed it out. February is the shortest month of the year. Of course, that's the month they decided to make Black History Month, which is pretty fucking funny, actually. If that was intentional from whoever was the guy who decided, because I was always wondering, well, why wouldn't you make Black History Month in January, you know, the day that has Martin Luther King Day? Why would you make it February? Oh, it's because it's the shortest month of the year.
Month to celebrate, you know, some of the great Black creators, like, again, Dwayne McDuffie and
July.
Well, I mean, I guess he's, yeah,
Dwayne
I mean,
McDuffie,
he's Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby, O.J. Simpson.
O.J., yes.
Bill Cosby was a great creator.
He
was a good comedian. I keep talking like he's dead. Like, he's still alive. He's alive and he's free.
P. Diddy.
Excellent creator. Jay-Z.
Who else?
The guy who made the Super Soaker. I was looking at pictures of him.
Vito, they're saying you're loud as fuck. Hold on, I'm going to turn down your settings here. I'm just
okay.
You're at 161. I'm going to put you at 73.
Oh, well, you probably had me manually bumped. Yeah.
I wanted Shine to hear what you had to say, I think. Yeah.
Don't you hate it when people like Bill Cosby, dudes who are genuinely talented and they were part of your childhood, don't you hate it when they come out to be fucking rapists? That'd be bumming me out, bro. Like, bro, you made some shit that I was really attached to when I was young. But now you rape, like, bro, why did you ruin it?
Yeah, Shine Comics is a big Eric July fan.
Like, think of your fans. Like, here's the thing. You're a celebrity and you're thinking about raping somebody. Think about your fans, bro. Like, think about your fans before you decide to rape. Just think about that.
And we had him in here because he's being gay-opped. Like, they're sending him messages.
Right? It's like OJ too, or a master. Like, imagine OJ. It's like, dude, Juice was that nigga at one point, dude. He had a lot of fans. Now you can't even bring up his legacy without like that other shit. And it's like, bro, why didn't you think about your fans before, I don't know, you fucking went, you decided to carve up your wife like a pumpkin. Why didn't you think about that, bro?
Just calling him the N-word.
Just selfish. These rapists and fucking murderers, they're such selfish people, dude.
And
Who's doing
like,
that?
I don't know, man. Some
people.
Vito,
people
you've definitely said it before, bro.
Well, yeah, of course I've said the N-word, not to you. You know.
What do you mean? Of course I've
Bro, I
said
love how everybody just craps on Vito. It's kind of messed up, bro.
No, it's not. No, it's not, Shine. They're actually too nice. EVS should be nicer here. It should be meaner in this case.
Why, I like how Vito goes, no, of course I've said the N-word, but not to you.
I'm Italian. I've said the N-word like 1,000,000 times.
Bro,
we're the N-words of white people, Italians. We say it to each other.
I miss when Eric used to like, damn, man. I miss when Eric used to like call you names, Vito. It was kind of funny.
You liked the back and forth? Well, it could have been fun.
Yeah, it was entertaining.
He could have had a little more fun with it, but he got a little too butthurt. He made a whole...
Well, no, he didn't get too butthurt. He realized that it was a waste of time. He's like, why am I going back and forth with fucking losers over the internet? Why am I doing that? It's like, that's a waste of my time. It's like, you know, it's like, why am I doing that? It doesn't make any sense.
He made a whole video going, and Vito went to the church, and he had secret emails. And I'm like, what are you fucking talking? What are you retarded?
He had everybody
secret
believing
emails.
that. He had everybody.
It was just,
and then,
so again, that guy, hold on, let me play this again. You know, before we leave out, I just want to make this clear. What he meant here, he's like, he said that it was me who went to the ministry about the emails, and here's what I meant. Here's what he was meaning, right? Okay, so let me see. It was, here it is.
And accusing me of federal crimes? That they act like Eric July is some irrational spastic lolcow when he's really a perfectly reasonable black man who doesn't appreciate a bunch of LA weirdos fucking with his livelihood for no reason. Riley's shenanigans would eventually get him arrested. To Dick's amount to much. This new major gay op didn't come from Dick, Vito, or even Riley, but from a random fan called an obtuse gnome who contacted the International School of Ministry, also known as ISOM, and told them that Eric July was infringing on their trademarks.
So we know it was a dickhead, right? They confirmed this. Because only a dickhead would try and do some gay shit like this.
Some say that this wasn't actually a random fan who contacted the ministry, that it was actually just Vito, and that obtuse gnome is just a sock account of his.
A bunch of people on the internet are lying about me. So the claim is that this is a sock puppet account that we set up specifically to harass people. Here I've been able to pull up tweets going all the way back to 2016, 2017.
What does that disprove?
Hundreds of conversations over the past 7 years.
Okay, and you've been on Twitter since 2010, Vito. What does this disprove?
Like, you can't have sock accounts. Like, come the fuck on, dude.
Also, it's interesting that you were the guy who got the DM first instead of Dick.
And that was the thing that really made me suspicious, right? Because it's like, if you're a dickhead, if you're a Dick Masterson fan, right? You're a fan of the biggest problem in the universe. Even if you call yourself a Vitophile, you would never send this sort of shit to Vito before you would send it to Dick. Who would do that? Oh, I have this shit that I'm just sitting on, and it's just gonna be some shit that's gonna be really juicy for the show. Let me send it to Vito before I send it to Dick. What dickhead fan is gonna do that shit? To Vito first and Vito only. He didn't even send it to like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I just don't buy it, Vito.
You know what? You want to know what annoyed me more than Eric July? It was that little cuckold cocksucker fucking Shadiversity. After Eric made that video, Shadiversity went on Twitter, he goes, I always knew that Vito was a
cuckold? You mean a dude who actually has a wife? You mean a dude who's actually married?
That guy, because
You mean a dude with a YouTube channel that's way more successful than yours? That guy, he's a cuck.
he would make fun of me and my AI art, and he doesn't respect the creative process. I'm like, you don't have a creative process. You suck. Everything you make sucks. And he's like grandstanding on fucking Twitter going, we gotta stop Vito. And then Yellow Flash, I wish I had screenshotted it. I saw in the comments of that fucking video, Yellow Flash said, dude, I will fund the lawsuit against Vito and Dick. I will make it happen.
He could. He definitely he has enough money. He could do it.
Cocksucker, you little fucking pissant. You're not gonna fucking bankroll no lawsuit. They're gonna be no lawsuit because I didn't do nothing. So
Yeah,
that was
you
fun.
were scared though. You were actually
Yeah,
scared.
he was scared. I remember.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was.
He made a video.
Vito is such a fake internet tough guy.
Yeah, I didn't
I
do
was
it.
terrified because I thought an insane black man was about to throw money at lawyers to just be like, well, I don't
Oh,
really
you
know
want to
how
see
the
Terrified? You want to see Terrified? Hold up.
law works, but I want this white boy to suffer. And I was worried that would happen, and then I would have to buy lawyers. Yes, I was fucking terrified
You
on
were
my
scared,
mind.
bro. You were like, I remember the thumbnail. He was like,
Yeah.
I didn't do it.
Well, hey man, here's the
Everyone's
thing
gonna
about
get
the
your
fucking
ass.
here's the thing about the legal system is like you don't need a good reason to sue somebody. You can just sue somebody.
That's right.
And I
then
still
you're
got to
fucked.
get a fucking lawyer. If you
Yeah,
sue
but
me, I
that's
still
a-
got to pay for a
That's
fucking
why
lawyer.
we say allegedly.
That would have been
What
so
happens
fucking
here. Otherwise,
funny.
people do.
Usually, when I see like gay law shit, I'm usually like, man, that's so lame. But if that would have happened, if Yellow Flash or Eric July or some nigga with way more money than Vito would have tried to bankrupt Vito with legal fees, man, that would have been awesome. They would have tried to do what Ethan Klein did with all of Hassan's like harem. Well, not harem. His female orbiters. They're basically his fucking harem. Yo, shit like that. That shit would have been hilarious. But of course, none of them did it because they're genuinely everybody else has better shit to do than fuck with Vito, except for one guy. There was one guy who was like, you know what? I actually have nothing better to do than to fuck with Vito today. And that guy, hold on, where the fuck is it? Where is it? I saw it earlier. It's gone. Did I lose it? I know I saved it somewhere. Here it is.
Clip.
All right. I'm using a Katie Dig clip, even though I don't want to. And this is how we're going to close it out. Oh, fuck. I'm looking at the wrong thing. All right, here we go. Yeah, they do wish it was a harem. Literally, all of these bitches wish that Hassan would let them suck their dick. Frogan, Denims, Casey Tron, Anissa too. She also wishes that she could be part of Hassan's harem. And he's like, nah.
Clip, snip.
Yeah,
Stay
yeah.
10 feet away,
The
like-
bad response to this is to tell
Party
people
of
that it's
vetoes,
okay
yes.
to surround your property.
So this is Schizo Sean, the dude who cucked Riley, right? It's like Schizo Sean has done so much fucking, he's created so much high quality content in the Dick Masterson verse, more so than anybody who's actually part of that universe.
On
This
all
shit is hilarious.
sides. That's not what I would be.
So
telling
he's right here. He's in front of, this is not Vito's house. That is also not Vito's house. Vito's house is back here.
people. You are
I
being
would
dishonest.
be saying, I mean, Vito.
You've
I'm not
lied
being
about this
dishonest.
several dozen times that you have the authority to control other people. That's correct. That is not a power that you possess.
Thank you, Monday. Yeah, Monday's just saying, why be afraid of me? Vito, I'm a nice guy. Vito, I'm still your fan, buddy. I just want us to
Vito, I'm your fan. Just come outside.
make good content for you.
Stop being a bitch. Just come outside, bro. I just want to speak to you as a fan.
You to fix your fucking audio. Yeah, Vito, if I bring you food, can I cross the sidewalk? Can I step onto the sacred Vito driveway? Or is it still a no? I have cake, Vito, actually. I didn't tell you, but in my bunny suit, I have cake, actually.
Vito, I got cake. Hey, just come out here, bro. I know you love that. I got some cookies too.
I have your favorite candy. Please, Vito, please.
Oh, I got candy too, Vito. Come
Just
outside.
let me in. Let me do the house tour, buddy. You know the fans would love it.
Yeah.
And Vito, oh, thank you, Anonymous. And
You know, it's no wonder that Mint Salad, why Mint Salad ran away with this dude, because he's basically doing to Vito what Riley tried to do, but it's like actually funnier.
Anonymous would give me snacks. You know Vito has plenty of those, but he's not going to share. Greedy man. Not
Was that
sharing
him coming
snacks.
out?
Oh, there he is. Hi, Vito.
Oh, it's Vito.
Oh, look. What's he wearing there? Whoa, what is that, a bluey shirt? He's wearing a bluey shirt. Why? Why do you own a bluey shirt? You're like fucking 35, bro. What the fuck? Why? Why do you have that?
He's got his biggest problem hat on.
So everyone watch the biggest problem Fridays usually.
I know. Well, I'm staying on the sidewalk.
I agree.
Do you have anything to say?
Well, I don't understand what the problem is. Everybody in the chat's saying this is you have every right to be on my property. I'm telling you no. Just stay on the sidewalk and there's no issue.
I'm saying you're lying about what's your property, Vito.
So what am I lying about?
What's your property?
It is my property. I rent it. Please stay.
What? So this is all of this is your You're the landlord. You're the landlord, Vito. All of this is your property because I'm pretty sure that's not your house. So okay, so that dude's property, that's actually yours. Is it like a commune? Everybody's property is each other's property. Like how does that work?
Stay off of it.
It's not. You don't.
Well, do you want me to call the cops? Have him explain it to him again.
Call the cops. He's literally standing on the side. He's not doing anything to you, bro. He's not even fucking ringing the doorbell and running away. He's not even doing any of that to you. He's literally standing on the sidewalk, just saying, "Vito, come outside, bro. I have cake."
The cops
You can have the cops repeat your lie to them to de-escalate the situation all you want.
Okay.
But the cops are not. The cops don't even have to know the lie, you fat retard.
So we're having a disagreement about where.
No. We're not having a disagreement. You are gaslighting people to try to control them to exercise power you do not have.
I'm not controlling you.
You are trying to control people just like you don't want to be around to because you keep trying to pull bullshit power games with him.
I can't believe he came outside in a fucking bluey shirt. Why? Well, of all the things, you could pick all the generic nerd shit in the world. You could just wear a plain white tee. You decide to come outside in a bluey shirt. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? This I know you don't have any kids and you don't have like, I don't know, you don't have like some younger cousin or niece or nephew who would just force you to buy this goofy shit for you as like a present. You went outside or ordered off the internet, probably ordered off the internet because I doubt that they just found like a bluey shirt in this size that was available for you. You went out and got yourself a bluey shirt and now you're walking outside with it. What the fuck, dude?
Like withholding checks and not fixing your fucking audio.
I'm not withholding. Okay. Just stay on the sidewalk. There's no issue. There you go.
You do not control the ability to say that to people. You are not establishing a boundary. You are giving people free reign to do whatever they want because you do not have the authority to tell someone to stay on the sidewalk.
John, you gonna stay on the sidewalk?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay on the sidewalk.
Congratulations. You're a
You
smart
still don't
man.
have that authority to tell anyone to fucking do that.
Remzil, you're retarded.
And you are a fucking liar.
He said you're a fucking liar, Vito. Vito says okay.
So there you go. So Vito wasn't talking so tough when some dude came out to like where he lived with some cake and candy. Bro didn't even do nothing for real. He was just asking, "Hey Vito, hey, what's up, bro? Come outside, dude. Let's hang out, man. Let's hang out. Can I hang out on your property? Will you let me?" Maybe I can come inside and we can watch Bluey together. I know that you're into that sort of thing. So anyway, there's no point in finishing this. I really don't want to, because it's just going to be the same shit. And also, I don't want to have to keep going back and forth and listening to Vito most of all. I can only stomach that shit for so long. Here's the stream VODs. And I want to make sure I'm not forgetting any super chats. Russ Cole, thank you for $5. Thanks for the stream, Mikey. Josh didn't even tell anyone that we wouldn't be able to sneed today. Oh, no, sneeds. Oh, that's not good. Joe Mama, thank you for the last $1.99. Came back to say, Phil Spencer. What? Wait, what? Are you for real, bruh? What? What? Hold on, let me look that up. No, ain't no way. Phil Spencer retires from Xbox. What?
We got Steve. Yeah, Scott, we got a big shakeup over at Microsoft's gaming business. CEO Phil Spencer, he is out. He is a over 30-year veteran of this company, nearly 40 years, actually. He's been running the Xbox business for over a decade. He is stepping down, and he is now going to be replaced by another Microsoft executive. That's president of Core AI, Asha Sharma. She works a lot with developers on artificial.
Oh, she's Indian. Well, you know what? Hey, you know what? Maybe she'll be. I mean, we now have a black woman and an Indian woman running the Xbox. So I don't know. Maybe that's the change we need. We needed a black woman, a black and an Indian woman running Xbox. Maybe it'll be like they fuse together. They'll do like a fusion. It's kind of like having Kamala Harris, but she's split into two people who are running Xbox now. So I don't know. Maybe that's good news. And of course she loves AI. Of course she does. Okay. I heard Phil Spencer left. I'm like, finally, it's time. Xbox is about to be the best box again. And then it's like, oh no, we replaced it with a AI loving Indian lady to assist the black lady, Sarah Bond. And I don't know. All these fucking gaming companies are obsessed with female gaming CEOs now. I don't know what happened. Maybe I guess the future is female. Oh. Okay. Barely Dare, thank you for $5. GG's. I hope you niggas love AI. Oh, Sarah Bond is out too? Wow. Okay. Well, no Kamala Harris. We just got the Indian part, which is really the main Kamala Harris, unless she's trying to get elected, and then she turns on the black part for a bit. Thank you for the $2, Frankie B35. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe she'll be good. We'll see. We'll see in like a few years, 2030, if Xbox is still part of the Xbox is still a console. They aren't out of the console game anymore. They're still like a publisher and shit. We'll see. Anyway. Thanks for showing up. Thanks to everybody for coming to the stream. You guys won't see any more streams out of me or any of that sort until I get this video out, hopefully by Monday. I'm hoping the 23rd. The 23rd is what I'm trying to do, is what I'm trying to hit specifically. So yeah, by Monday, I'm hoping. And if that's not the case, well, oh well. I'll get it out before the end of the month. Anyway, thank you everybody for showing up. I'll see you guys later. And hold on. Where is it? There we go. Thanks for showing up, guys. See you later. Hail to chat.